And welcome everyone to day 2 of the American Cup. I'm Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, and it is my pleasure to be joined here with women's FIDE Master Maria Emelianova. Maria, yesterday we saw how Hikaru took the lead in his match against Sevian. What do you make of his chances today?
Hello, everybody, and very, very excited to commentate with you, Benjamin. Yeah, it was a really, really exciting and very instructive end game by Hikaru. With that rook end game, it's definitely a lot to learn, and that game can make it in some manuals. I expect that he will still play his normal chess. He will not try to just opt for a quick draw, but if the opportunity arises, he definitely will take it. So I don't think we will see anything really crazy, at least from his side. But yeah, let's see how it will go today.
Yeah, I agree. I expect Hikaru to play solid chess today, but I do expect Sevian to go for the win. I mean, a draw and a loss is basically the same thing. So I do expect Sam to go for the win, and I wonder how he's going to do that. Is he going to go 1e4, 1d4, maybe c4? He has a lot of openings in his arsenal, so... but yeah, I'm curious to see what Sam is going to do, but I think Hikaru's just going to stick to his guns, play solid chess, but like you said, if the opportunity arises, he might try to go for the win. We saw yesterday how he went up to number 5 in the world standings, and actually he's getting closer and closer to number 4.
Yeah, indeed. And also yesterday game showed really well how important it is to maintain your time situation. Because in this tournament, in this format, there is no added time after the usual time control of 40 moves. So I think Samuel really felt it yesterday when Hikaru came up with quite an unexpected move c4 in that Berlin opening. So maybe Sam will try to pull something out of his sleeve today, and we might see something completely new on the board.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, time management is super important. As you mentioned, the players only have 90 minutes for the entire game, plus a 30-second increment. So there's no added time after move 40. So the players have to make sure that they keep time for the entire game. And I've played Sam a couple times. I'm someone who is sometimes a little bit too slow myself, but so can he. And so that will definitely be a challenge for Sam. Like you said yesterday, Hikaru built up a big lead on the clock, and combined with the pressure on the board, eventually just became too much for Sam. So I do expect Hikaru to, make it through pretty smoothly today. He's extremely solid. He very rarely loses. So, and even when he gets into a slightly worse position, he's so tenacious. So I do expect a good result today.
Yeah. And we can also mention the other games. Actually, this was the only game that ended with a result yesterday. All other matches, the first game ended in a draw. Although Levon Aronian was quite close. He probably was the closest out of the other players to winning his game. But something went wrong also in the rook endgame. So it really shows how important it is to learn to study your rook endgames. Pull out your Dvoretsky manual and then go study it if you don't, because it will really step up your game.
For sure, yeah. And if we have a look at the screen, we see that we have a double elimination bracket. So even if you lose one match, you still have a chance to make it back. But if you win the winner's bracket and then also win the final, you get an additional $10,000 added to your prize. But yeah, if we look at the bracket, we see that Hikaru is going to play the winner of the match between Dominguez and Aronian. That game ended in a draw. Then we have Wesley So and Sam Shangland. Today, Sam will play with the white pieces, and Ray Robson will play today with the white pieces against Caruana. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Like, I think Hikaru, whether he's going to play Dominguez or Aronian, it's probably going to be, I think both opponents are going to be pretty similar for him. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. Well, of course, Levon is well known for his super super adventurous, super tactical like decisions in the openings. He can really surprise you out of the blue, and with any pieces, with black or white. And Linear maybe is a bit more solid player, a bit more traditional player, but that also makes him quite a dangerous player, because if you go with him to an endgame, he's never letting it out. And yesterday it also was demonstrated how he defended a worse endgame, probably a lost endgame against Levon Aronian.
Indeed. Yeah, he's extremely solid. And just to remind everyone, if matches end in a tie, so let's say the matches between Dominguez and Aronian, if the game ends in a draw, they will go to a playoff. And in the first playoff match, the players will have 10 minutes plus a 5-second increment. If those sets of matches also end in ties, then they will move on to blitz tiebreaks, where the players will have time control of 3 minutes plus a 2-second increment. So that's going to be very exciting. I do think if it comes down to a tiebreak, I definitely give the advantage to Levon Aronian in their matchup, and also to Wesley So. But in the matchup between Caruana and Ray Robson, I think really anything can happen.
Yeah, for sure. You're right. I'm actually wondering which one of the players, Levon or Dominguez, do you think is stronger or in classic or rapid or blitz portion? Who would you pick as your winner?
Yeah, I definitely pick Aronian versus Dominguez. I definitely pick Wesley So against Sam Shankland. And again, yeah, Ray Robson or Caruana, I don't know. But the good thing for Hikaru is I think in pretty much any matchup, it's going to be to his advantage if the matches end in ties, because we know how super strong he is in rapid and especially in blitz. So I think he has great chances of winning this event, like just going all the way. And even the classical format might be somewhat to his advantage because it is faster than normal. Mm-hmm. And besides that, yeah, guys, just stay with us. The games are on a delay. There's a 30-minute fair play delay. I have no idea why. And so the games are going to be starting soon. Actually, the games have already started in St. Louis, but they're soon going to be broadcasted as well.
They are just in the future in St. Louis, and we are catching up. Basically, it's like my streams. I say I will go live at 6. You can show up at 6:30 because I'm always on a delay. Again, exactly. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's also anti-cheating purposes, but that always happens. Maria Central Time. Anyway, everything will be on 30-minute delay, but the good thing is, by the time we finish watching the interview with Hikaru, it's possible that the recap is already almost finished and will be soon uploaded. So you don't need to wait very long.
Exactly. The recap will be up soon. Hopefully after the game, we'll have him for an interview as well. But if you guys want to support Hikaru, what you can do, if you have a Twitch Prime available, is throw it in here. Because if you throw in your Prime, that might get Sevian low on time, or Hikaru will make effective use of his time. So let's see if we have any primers here. Wait a second. Oh, whoa. Thanks to GM Benjamin Bach for 29 months with Prime. Oh, wow. What a loyal supporter. But there's many ways to support. You can spam the flower. But yeah, we're getting ready for an exciting day of chess. 6 more minutes to go. But yeah, Maria, what do you think Sam Sevian is going to open with? Is he going to play 1e4? Is he going to play d4, c4, or knight f3?
Well, as I said, if he wants to surprise, he probably will delay the main move to play it later. So maybe the first will be knight f3 or c4, and then we will see something surprising. Because with the e4, it's kind of like only this much you can go for, right? Because it's kind of immediately determines what kind of position we're going to get. I also feel like with d4, I don't think Hikaru will. Well, it's only Hikaru who can actually surprise with King's Indian, right?
Right.
So
yeah,
I think Sam will try to be more flexible and go for a closed opening.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to play something like c4, keep the game a little bit more ambiguous, keep more pieces on the board. Hikaru generally responds with either knight f6 or pawn e5. And actually, I played Sam Sevian in the World Cup in 2021 where I won the first game with the white pieces, so I was in a similar situation that Hikaru is in now. And in that game, Sam opened up with d4, so he figured that was his best approach to try and come back in the match. And sadly, he did, but that's another story. So we'll see if he goes for the same move against Hikaru. But like you said, I think it also makes a lot of sense for him to play c4 or knight of3.
Well, maybe we can ask chat if chat has some idea what Samuel might play. So me and you, we came to a conclusion that it's not going to be e4, right? But probably
you never know.
d4,
Maybe we can do a poll real quick in the chat or prediction so people can win some channel points. And yeah, in the other matches against I think the other matches are all gonna be pretty solid. Like, I think the players who will have the white pieces will try to push for the win, but they're not gonna take any extreme risks, because if you lose the game, you lose the match. And if the game ends in a draw, you move on to a tiebreak.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. You can still come back, but of course nobody wants to lose the match. So I expect the other games to be quite cautious, and I think it is quite likely that we will see 3 tiebreaks today, but I do expect Hikaru to win. I think his chances to win are really high.
I would bet on 2 tiebreaks. I think one of the classical games of the other 3 matches will end with someone winning. Maybe, well, Fabiano plays with black pieces. Actually, Ray Robson had slightly better position against him yesterday, but it was a very complicated and double-edged position. Yeah, Fabiano probably will draw with black, but I have a feeling that in Livon against Dominguez, something will happen.
Indeed, yeah. And if we have a look at the screen, we see that Hikaru is sitting down at the board. Sevian is still away. I wonder if he was actually still there. Like, that pen still looks a little untouched, doesn't it? Whereas like Hikaru, you can tell that pen, like, he's already straightened it out. He's drinking, I suppose, his coffee. He's a big coffee guy, as far as I know. And he's wearing his lucky shirt. So all the ingredients are in place for a good game today. And yeah, we're going to get started in a little less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, I noticed that Hikaru usually has coffee. He actually prefers it delivered from like Starbucks. I even took a photo in Madrid. It was coffee with the name Chris on it, because Chris was picking up his coffee and bringing for him. But
yeah, I know that there's a Starbucks also like right across the street at the St. Louis Chess Club. So he might have gotten it from there, but I'm sure that also at the St. Louis Chess Club, they have their own coffee machine, and they have actually very nice mugs. Anyway, Sam is still missing currently. I do expect him to be sitting down soon, but our man looks pretty relaxed. I have good faith in him today. So let's see what's going to happen. And yeah, in the other matches between Dominguez and Aronian, I guess Dominguez is just going to stick to his bread and butter, play 1e4. Then we have Ray Robson against Fabiano Caruana. Ray traditionally is really a 1e4 player, but lately he's also added 1d4 to his repertoire, so maybe he's going to go for that. And in the game between Sam Shankland and Wesley, so given the fact that I consider Wesley such a heavy favorite in a rapid or blitz tiebreaker, I do expect Sam to really try to go for it in this classical game.
Yeah, makes sense. I noticed that the angle of the camera changed dramatically from yesterday. We don't have that very ultra-wide angle anymore with both players, but it's slightly tilted and set up, I guess, on the ceiling with facing Hikaru. I like this one. We can appreciate his new haircut even more now.
It looks pretty fresh. And I guess they did that, specifically for us and for the fans, so that they can have a look at their favorite player and their favorite streamer.
Also the moves, because of this delay, there is a slight bug where the moves sometimes don't come immediately, but come in like sort of batches of moves. But we will be able to see the moves made on the board in case if it's time trouble and they are playing too fast. So this way we can see it better.
Exactly. Yeah. And it is past 1:30 now in St. Louis. So I'm a little bit surprised. Like, I think the game should be starting, or the broadcast of the game should be starting any second now. But I still don't see Sam Sevian. Also, the clocks have not been started yet. Maybe, the organizers are having a little talk before the game.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, where is Sevian? Where is Sevian? People are doing mod checks in the chat. He's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah. Sam,
he's
where
hiding
are you,
under the
Sam?
table. Like, I understand that players like to come in the last minute, but you still want to come a couple minutes before the round. Or actually, I think in St. Louis, they take fair play very seriously. So probably everyone is getting thoroughly scanned before the round. So maybe that's where he is getting held up.
Yeah, it could be possible if a few players came at the same time and they have to wait for one another. But yeah, Hikaru starts becoming a bit suspicious.
All right, so let's see. Yeah, the game still haven't started yet. Hopefully they will start soon. All right, there we saw some of their cameraman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a little odd though that the game still haven't started. So I wonder, because they do tell players to come way in advance.
Of course, yeah. Also, there is a fine if you show up late to the game.
Right, yeah.
And it's not organizer's fault.
Mm-hmm.
It will be taken out of the prize fund.
Yeah.
Some other games I already see. Okay, he's here. Okay, all the games were delayed. I only see in the women's section one game.
Yeah. All right, so there we see Sam Sevian sitting down at the board. And yeah, there is like you said, the women's section of the American Cup. We also saw some very exciting matchups yesterday. And yeah, today there will be the second game of those matchups. And Sam opens up with 1d4. And I expect Hikaru just to stay solid. And he's going to play the Nimzo Indian defense, so knight of 6, c4, and e6 is what I expect from him. All right, and that's what he plays.
Nothing exciting? King's Indian, no?
No. I think he's just going to stay solid. Again, the draw is enough for him to make it to the next round. But yeah, yesterday in the women's section, Irina Krush, who has also done a lot of great commentary on this channel, won her game yesterday against Tatev Abrahamian. Then we had Begim Tohir-Janova winning her first round game against Katerina Nemchova. The game between Anna Sotonsky and Paikidze ended in a draw. And Alice Lee, the star of the St. Louis Archbishops, won her first game against Atusha Purkashian. So we also have many games in the women's section.
Yeah, everybody. I think it's impossible not to like Alice Lee. She's so young and she is already such a star. I'm sure the chat also loves her a lot.
Indeed. And yeah, as expected in Hikaru's game, we saw a Nimzo Indian defense. Sam avoids it with the move knight of 3 on move 3, and Hikaru sticks to his guns with the move d5. Now Sam goes for the move knight c3, and this is actually also how he played against me. And the move h6 by Hikaru, bit of a surprise. Hikaru often plays the move bishop e7, the queen's gambit decline, but he's also added the move c5 to his repertoire. That's what he played in the last round of the candidates against Ding Liren. And after the move h6, white has a lot of options. The move bishop f4 is possible. You can also play g3. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is what Nihal Sarin played against Sam Sevian in the Chess.com Global Championship. So I'm very curious to see what Sam is going to do here.
Yeah, I wonder if Hikaru is exploiting the trait that Sam demonstrated yesterday. When he has a lot of options, he really makes sure he chooses the one he likes the most. And that's probably what got him in the time trouble yesterday, even where it seemingly doesn't really make much difference which move he makes. He still takes a lot of time to decide. So here Hikaru maybe plays a little bit of a mind game by offering a lot of options to Sam.
Exactly. And after the move h6, bro thought he was Hikaru and he just walked away. But yeah, white's main options here, again, like I had a game at the Olympiad where I played the move bishop f4. There my opponent played the move bishop d6. I think e3 is a move as well. again, g3, you can take on d5, but then we get a very solid Carlsbad structure. So the move h6 is a bit of a sideline, but it does stop the move bishop g5, or it's a bit of a waiting move, rather. And yeah, Sam is taking his time here. I think he played g3 against Nihal, so he might want to deviate from that game. But already we see a bit of a thing. So the opening battle so far is for Hikaru.
And Samuel lost that game to Nihal, right?
He lost the match, but I don't know if he lost that particular game.
Yeah, I think Nihal actually won to 2-0, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I don't quite remember. Yeah, I think it was a very close matchup, and at the end, Nihal won the match because he was just so strong in the time scrambles. But okay,
Maybe
today we're playing classical.
Maybe Sam won the game after. Maybe they had 1-1.
Well, I think it was an 8-game match, and I believe Nihal ended up winning 5-3.
Okay, yeah, so it was close.
All right, so let's see what he is gonna do. But yeah, we can also have a quick look at some of the other games. We have the game between Lenier Dominguez and Lavon Aronian. Here we have the Berlin defense, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop e5, knight f6. So this is called the Berlin, and the main line traditionally has always been short castles. The move d3 also became very popular in recent years. Knight takes e4, d4, knight d6, takes, white takes on e5, so black gets the bishop pair. But after this trade, the knight is under attack, black has to move it, and then you trade the queens. And so you get into this endgame, which traditionally has always thought to be very, very good for white. But in the World Championship match in 2000, Vladimir Kramnik used this to dethrone Garry Kasparov, because Garry was just not able to win any games here. And Vladimir Kramnik eventually won some games with the white pieces. But yeah, also according to recent theory, black is doing pretty well here to move bishop b7 by Aronian. He can play this move to follow up with knight h4 to trade of the knights, and maybe go for something like h5 to set up some sort of blockade on the king side.
Right. I actually looked at the report from the last year, and Nihal was losing a match at some point. It was 2 days. So after the first day, he was starting it down on the score, and then he proceeded to win.
Exactly. Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think Sam Sevian took the lead 2.5, 1.5 after the first day. But I think then on the second day, Nihal won 2 games in a row, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Well, that I remember, because that's when I arrived to Belgrade, where Nihal was playing from.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that must have been kind of odd for Nihal that he was playing, alone from Belgrade. The event seemed great from Toronto. But yeah, of course, it was awesome that Nihal had such a good result making it to the finals. All right, anyway, so this is the game between Dominguez and Aronian. Dominguez is taking his time here. We also have the matchup between Ray Robson and Fabiano Caruana. Now, this game seems pretty dual so far. So this is sort of what I was alluding to earlier, that the players might just play it very safe. And here we see a Scotch 4 knights, and d4, bishop e4. All of this is theory. d5 and bishop d2. Castles. So black wins a pawn for the moment. You can take the pawn with knight takes c4, but white gets pretty good compensation. So Fabiano takes it like this, but this allows Ray to get the pawn back by taking on f6, removing the defender of the pawn, so now I take here. But Fabiano takes the pawn here. Now Ray takes this pawn on c6, rook b8. And we get into this endgame, which looks completely equal, but white is a little bit better because his pieces are just slightly more active. So Fabiano will still have to be a little bit precise here. But I do expect the game to end in a draw.
Yeah, this is probably going to be the first game to finish today, to be honest. Even though Levon and Linier also traded queens, it's not as close to a draw yet.
Exactly. And for those of you who love the Berlin endgame, look at this. We have another one here in the matchup between Sam Shangland and Wesley. So Wesley is also extremely solid. He sticks to his guns with the Berlin defense. Castles, he takes the pawn. And here we also get this famous endgame. Sam plays it a little bit differently. He starts with the move knight c3. We saw how Dominguez started with the move h3. Now king e8 by Wesley, which is a bit of a waiting move. The king sits slightly better on the e8 square because it can never be checked by the rook or the bishop. h3, h5, stopping white from advancing on this side of the board. And after knight e2, he plays the move b6, which has the idea to go bishop a6, or bishop e7, c5, and double white's pawns on f3. And we see bishop g5 by Sam Shangland. In the meantime, Sam Sevian is still taking his time, and Hikaru almost has a 10-minute lead on the clock.
Yeah, so what a great idea by Hikaru to just pass the ball to your opponent and let them choose.
For sure, yeah. So
and
let's see
he
what
really
Sevian...
seems struggling.
Yeah, I mean, of course he realizes that this moment here determines how the rest of the game is gonna proceed. Like, again, is he gonna go for something like g3, which leads more to Catalan setups? There's also the move bishop. So I play bishop 4 in the Olympiad match against Iran, against Idani Puja. He played bishop d6. We traded bishops on d6. I played e3, castles, rook c1, and he played the move b6. Then I went to take on d5. He recaptured. I took here and played queen c2, targeting this pawn. c6 was played. I played bishop d3. And here he played bishop e6 with the idea to go rook c8. And here I played knight e5. And somehow he ended up sacking this pawn. He did something like rook c8. I castled. He played knight e7. And I should have taken, but I didn't. But just to give you guys some sort of idea of what could happen. But in the meantime, Sam is still taking his time and he's thinking.
Yeah, there are plenty of games played in this line. Lots of them ended in a draw. Lots and lots. Which is, of course, not the result that Sam Sevian wants. Lots of games played by Carlsen, actually.
Right. I think he really liked playing these in these Meltwater online events. Because again, it takes your opponent out of book. Like the main moves here are most like bishop b4, the Ragozin defense, d takes c4, the Vienna game, c5, the Semitarash, or c6, the Semislav. Bishop b7 is a move Hikaru played. But again, I think he's hoping to take Sam out of book very early, and he's managed to do so. And again, he already has a 10-minute lead on the clock. So things are looking very good for Hikaru so far.
Yeah, as you mentioned, bishop f4 is the most common move. Here, played by Ding, played by Rajabov. Yeah, and I see your game too.
Right. Okay, so let's see. Sam is thinking. Let me see if there's happening anything else in the other games. We have the game between Dominguez and Aronian. So bishop b7 was where we left off. Knight c3, knight h4. Again, that's the idea of bishop b7, the trade of the knights. Take, and a check by Dominguez. The king is probably going to go to e8, or you can play bishop d7. I guess king e7 might run into g3 and your bishop is trapped, or rook d4, so you don't want to do that. So I'm pretty sure Dominguez is, or Levan is going to go to e8, but bishop b7 also something to be said for that. And then you can move your king to c8. So let's see what he's going to go for. All right, and in the meantime, we do have bishop f4 on the board by Sam Sevian. Again, that's how I played in the Olympiad, and I do expect Hikaru to play bishop d6 here.
Maybe we can flip the board.
Oh, yes, let me flip the board. All right, so I think some other possibilities here are, I think you can take on c4 with the idea that if white plays e3, there's a move knight d5 to hit this bishop. Perhaps there are also moves like bishop e4 or maybe something like c5, but I think bishop d6 is the most solid. You offer the trade of bishops right away. Let's see, Hikaru sits down on the board, and there he goes, bishop d6, still following my game.
Yeah. Well, at least here, Sam probably already has some plan because bishop d6 is the most common move, so he must be replying quite quickly.
Exactly, yeah. I do expect him to trade.
Right? The capture is...
Right. You could also play bishop g3, but the thing is with bishop g3, you're kind of hoping that eventually black will take on g3. And you have this open h file, but that has kind of lost its punch because black already has the pawn on h6. Normally, the combination of the open h file and the bishop on d3 can be quite effective, but here I don't really think that's the case. So I do expect Sam to trade. E3 also doesn't make a whole lot of sense because you allow black to take, and then you can always end up with an isolated pawn on d4.
Yeah, that's not ideal. I guess one more move that could be played is bishop e5, but it's not really leading anywhere. It's not threatening with anything. So when you have a chance to use a tempo, it's better to do it. So he probably will take.
Exactly, yeah. Bishop e5, like I said, also something to be said for that. I don't know if Hikaru he doesn't want to take right away because you take and attacks the knight, and if the knight moves, this pawn starts hanging. But I don't really see the point. Like, let's say Hikaru castles, perhaps, or wait, there is an idea. You can take an f6 and then win this pawn on d5. So actually, bishop e5 looks quite interesting to me. I wonder what Hikaru is planning to do there. I don't know, like, maybe you take here to make sure that white doesn't take on f6 and on d5?
I wonder if taking and then knight e4 is a good plan.
Right, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so that if white takes, you can take here and then take on d5. And here, all of a sudden, black is doing pretty well because he has the better pawn structure. Like, these pawns on the e file are doubled and the c3 pawn is isolated. So I like that solution as well. Perhaps after knight e4, white should trade, but then you take and the knight's under attack. And even though white can take and force black to recapture the king is always going to sit super safe over here. And the pawn on d5 is going to be quite weak, and black can pick it up with knight c6. So Sam in the tank again. Let's see what he's going to go for. I think bishop takes d6 is the most likely, but I also do like your suggestion of bishop to e5.
I'm wondering if Hikaru is doing something like 10,000 steps during the games against Sam in this tournament. He basically walks all the time.
Right, but the unfortunate thing is, even if he gets 10,000 steps in, he cannot track it on his phone. Because if you do bring your phone to, you cannot bring no cell phones or electronic devices shall be allowed in the tournament use. Any violation of this policy will result in a fine of $1,000 to be deducted from the player's price, and it will be transferred to the commentators on this channel.
But he can count the steps himself, of course.
Right, yeah, no, that's definitely possible. But yeah, I do think he will probably just be thinking about the game. In the meantime, Sam is still taking his time. I mean, Hikaru already up 12 and a half minutes on the clock. So let's see what he is going to do. Again, I still do expect him to take on d6. That's probably the move he knows.
Yeah, for sure. But maybe he is considering bishop e5 to surprise Hikaru. Whether he will actually surprise him or not.
Right. But the thing is, if Sam knew the move bishop e5, then why wouldn't he go ahead and already play it, right? Yes, I think that it is probably the most likely that he knows this move. And he's probably just going to go for it.
Further.
Right. Yeah. All right. So in the meantime, not much is happening in the other game. Well, we have more moves in the game between Ray Robson and Fabiano Caruana. We left off right here after rook takes b1. Now Fabiano played rook to d8, activating his rook, bishop f3 by Ray. So that after king f8, he can go rook b8. Now there is no rook d1 back rank checkmate. Rook e8 played, so now this bishop can move again because the rook is defended. h4. Fabiano, h4 by the way, the idea of rook e8 is also to go for checkmate. Yeah. So h4 by Ray, making an escape score for the king. Bishop a6 and rook to b3. Ray is still playing super fast. He has 1 hour and 34 minutes on the clock. And it's still a little bit annoying for Fabiano. This rook can go here, attack this pawn or the c3. And Fabiano right now seems to be out of book. So again, I think Ray wants to put a bit of pressure, have zero risk. But let's see if he can actually win this game.
Yeah, just to give you a small comparison. Sam Sevian seems to be either out of book or not able to immediately decide how to proceed on move 7, while Fabiano is out of the book on move 20.
Oh yeah, right.
That's the comparison here. How much Fabiano is prepared in that opening. But it's, of course, also the opening itself dictates that they had so many forced moves that where you cannot really be out of book earlier than this. But yeah.
Right, so let's see what Ray is going to do. I expect the trade on e2. If you move the bishop, then I guess black goes rook e6, and that looks quite all right. And if you trade on e2, black takes, this pawn is under attack, rook c3. And I don't think you want to defend passively. I think you can just give a check and go rook a1. And black should hold rather comfortably here. If you go rook a3, rook c1, and yeah, I don't really see anything else but a draw happening here. And now Ray is also taking his time. So I would be shocked if this game does not end in a draw.
Yeah, and I guess that all of the players will be waiting for classical games to finish before the tiebreak starts at 4 p.m. St. Louis time, which means they will have some time to relax and prepare for the playoff, which of course could be also part of the strategy, and that's why Ray and Fabi went for this line.
All right, and we have bishop takes d6 on the board. Now I do expect Hikaru to recapture with the queen. You don't quite want to recapture with the pawn, because now white can take on d5, and you will end up with these double isolated pawns on a d file. So that is quite ugly. So Hikaru, I suspect, is going to recapture with the queen. Again, they're still following that game that I played at the Olympiad against Iran. And here, perhaps Sam can go c5 to keep more space on the board. But again, e3 also makes a lot of sense. Hikaru is still going for a walk, but I'm sure as soon as he gets back, he's going to recapture with the queen.
Yeah, the only time he's losing is because he's not there to see that the move was played. Maybe getting another coffee. It can be quite difficult, actually, to keep focused. What do you think? If your opponent is spending a lot of time on the clock, do you feel like it's harder to stay focused when you don't control when you need to make a move?
I can definitely see that how people can zone out, and that's why it might be helpful to go for a walk. On the other hand, if you go for a walk, that might also take your concentration off the game, right? So I think that's definitely something that a lot of players struggle with, where they just get bored if their opponent is thinking for like 10, 15 minutes. Hikaru got back, put his coffee down, and he's looking to the side, and there he goes. Queen takes d6 is on the board as we expected.
Yeah, and of course it also becomes more and more difficult to stay focused for so long hours when you are used to play online and much shorter controls. Even our viewers cannot really understand how can you play so many hours. They come from a completely new generation of viewership on Twitch and looking mostly at Blitz games. Yesterday, we had like hundreds of people admitting that this is the first ever game with such a time control they're watching online. So maybe if you are here also for the first time watching such a long game, let us know. Is it your first classical game on Twitch? Because that's pretty incredible for us, for chess players who grew up with time controls of like 90 minutes or 120 minutes at the start, plus also added time sometimes.
Exactly. And as Wandering Bishop is pointing out in the chat, this is fast classical, because at the World Championship match, the players get 2 hours for 40 moves. And after 40 moves, they get an additional hour. And then after move 60, they get an additional 15 minutes. So those games can go on and on. That's actually what we saw in Game 6 of the 2021 World Championship match between Magnus and Jan. That game took like 8.5 hours. These games, however, cannot take super long. I would say like 4 hours max, or maybe 4.5. But yeah, things have definitely changed over the years. Back in the day, classical used to be the only thing, right? Rapid and Blitz was looked like it was not really taken seriously. But now there's more and more events like over the board and online. And there are people who are saying that perhaps classical chess is dying a little bit. So we don't see as many events as we used to. So it is nice to, from time to time, see a classical event. Hikaru is taking his time here, and I think he's thinking whether he should castle first or play b6, because now he allows the move c5. I think after rook c1, he's going to play this move. But he might be considering b6 here so that white cannot play c5 in this position, because now white also has the possibility to go c5 and grab more space on the queen side. And this is perhaps something Sevian should go for, because it does bring some imbalance, right? White gets more space on this side of the board, and it will be up to black to try to break out.
Yeah, but isn't c5 also kind of releasing the pressure on the center? Is it worth it to give up on the fight for the center so early by just attacking the queen?
That is a very good question. Yeah, if you go c5, you release the tension on the d5 pawn, and now this would allow black to go for something like knight c6 and e5 to break in the center. So that is a drawback of the move c5. On the other hand, if you don't play this move, what black can try to do is, again, play a move like this and eventually try to trade a lot of stuff down. Like, let's say white goes here, then take, maybe something like bishop e7, knight bd7, c5, and already we can see how this position is becoming quite symmetrical after all of these trades. In the meantime, Sam plays the move rook c1. They're still following that game that I played at the Olympiad.
How does it feel when you see that your game is played by the top players for so many moves into the game?
I mean, at this point, I'm used to it. Yeah, so I do expect Hikaru to play b6. But yeah, I remember checking this briefly before the tournament. I did think that this was a good try for white, but black is still pretty solid. Now, there are also some other options. Black can perhaps also maybe take here or play something like knight bd7. So let's see which one Hikaru is gonna go for. But I guess it is the most likely that he's gonna go for this move b6.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Can Sam maybe prepare c5 anyway using like a3 before, or is it too much?
That makes sense, yeah. So let's say Hikaru plays it. Well, the thing is, of course, the moment Hikaru goes b6, you take c5 out of the position. a3 makes sense, but I guess you're going to play something like bishop e7, and the moment white goes b4, you just go ahead and take. And now also a5 is a possibility, attacking this pawn, because b5 would hang the a3 pawn. So I think that is a little bit of a luxury. Let's say white had castled, then perhaps there's something to be said for that. But I think here he still needs to get his pieces out, right? And in the meantime, Hikaru's probably also waiting for this bishop to move. Because here's the thing. If you take on c4, white can take on c4 in one go. And white has quite a bit of a lead in development once he gets castled. So what Hikaru wants to do is make a waiting move like knight bd7 or b6. And if white moves the bishop, now
then you can take.
Because white has lost a move in the process. So here, Hikaru should be doing quite okay. Again, bishop b7, knight bd7, c5, and he starts simplifying the position. But Hikaru seems to be out of book here as well. And he plays the move a6. So maybe with this move, eventually he wants to take and go for b5. Now Sam could perhaps consider to clamp down on the queen side with the move c5.
Yeah, that makes sense. Or he will think for another half an hour, which is also fine.
Yeah, no, of course, the more time Sam spends, the more that is in Hikaru's favor. So let's see what he is going to go for. I think, again, c5 makes a lot of sense, especially now that Hikaru's played the move b6, the move a6. Because now if you go b6 and white takes, you can no longer recapture with that a-pawn. And here white gets the open c-file. Also, white has the better bishop, because the pawns are on light squares. Black's pawns are on light squares, right? So this bishop on c8 is slightly blocked in. White's pawns are on dark squares. So this bishop can nicely move in between. Furthermore, this pawn on b6 is a little bit weak, and white can go queen b3 and knight a4 to target it. So I don't think this is quite ideal. However, the advantage of the move a6 is that in case Sam goes here, and let's say he plays bishop d3, now you can play knight c6, and there's no annoying move bishop e5 to attack this knight. So it's easier to get the move e5, which is what you want to do. You want to push in the center, break up the pawn structure, and also get your light squared bishop out.
Yeah, so I see that this move a6 was played once on the top level by Artemiev. Yeah, I wonder if Hikaru is following this game, or he maybe just saw the ideas and liked this move because he is preventing both bishop b5, but also when the pawn is not on c5 yet, knight b5 ideas can also come up. So in the game of, it was Dreyev against Artemiev, queen c2 was played after a6. And then knight
Right.
bd7, and then white took on d5. So nothing too exciting.
Right, so queen c2 makes a lot of sense. Again, making a bit of a waiting move, because I think Hikaru is waiting for this bishop to move, because then he wants to take on c4.
Yeah, so why doesn't want to do that, to waste the tempo?
Exactly, but I like the move queen c2, just improving the position a little bit more. Now again, if black takes, you recapture in one go, and this should be a slight improvement to white's position. After you're going to castle, put this rook on d1. So let's see what Hikaru could do here. Perhaps he could make another move like knight bd7, but perhaps the moment your knight moves to this square, c5 might become a little bit more attractive, because even though you can get in the move e5 here, your bishop can no longer move out to the g4 square, and also since your knight is not on c6, you're putting less pressure on this pawn on d4.
Correct. But also white with queen c2, I guess, is preparing some threat on the pawn on c7, so they can potentially take on d5 and attack the pawn on c7. I don't know how much of a threat is this.
Exactly. So let's see. Yeah, I think the move makes a lot of sense, potentially putting more pressure on this file. Hikaru could play b6 anyway, but now I think the inclusion of the moves queen c2 and a6 should be in white's favor. Perhaps something like c5 and knight c6, but I feel like this structure is always a little bit better for white, because this pawn on c7 is a little bit weak, even if you move it up to c6, because it has no neighbor supporting it. Also, this pawn on b6 is a little bit weak if white goes for an eventual knight a4. And if you go for the move c5, you do have to be ready to play for the hanging pawns. Right? These pawns can be targets as well if white castles, goes rook fd1. So Hikaru has his work cut out for him, but let's see what Sam is going to do. I think queen c2 makes a lot of sense. Bishop d3 perhaps, again, allows this move d takes c4.
Yeah, chat keeps asking, where is Hikaru? Where did Hikaru go? The thing is, if you look at the clock, there is 15 minutes difference between Hikaru's clock and Sevian's clock. In fact, Hikaru only spent like 3-4 minutes on his clock, and most of it was because he was not just away from the board. So he, in order to not to kind of get too relaxed, he's trying to walk around and to just keep a bit more in the zone, so that he doesn't need to wake himself up, because it can be pretty frustrating to wait for a long time until your opponent makes a move. Although it's nice, of course, it's very nice to get ahead on time, but also our brain is not really able to keep focus for so long.
Right. And yeah, like I said, I think pretty much everyone has an opponent that thinks for a long time instead of someone that moves very fast, because that also puts pressure on you. And in the meantime, Hikaru can spend the time that Sevian is thinking to think about what he's going to do. So meanwhile, when Sam is thinking about the move queen c2, Hikaru can already think about a response. Like, hey, if he plays the move, what am I going to do? Am I going to play b6, knight bd7, perhaps takes here? And I think that's what Hikaru is doing. And I suppose that he prefers doing that when he's away from the board.
Meanwhile, I think the game between Robson and Caruana is going to finish in no time. I think what they are now doing is just figuring out how to repeat the moves.
I think so too. So we left off after the move bishop e2. Ray took an e2, played a rook to c3, attacking the pawn. Fabiano played rook e4, attacking this pawn on h4, but also preparing the move rook a4, g3, rook a4. And white gets a c pawn, but black gets the a pawn. And it's already looking pretty dry. I guess eventually what's going to happen is that Ray will play something like c4, then Fabiano will go rook c2, they'll trade the a pawn for the c pawn, and here they will do something like they'll play something like king g2, rook b4, and they'll just find a way to repeat, and then they're going to move on to the tiebreak.
Yeah, just a reminder for the chat: why cannot they just offer a draw? There is a rule in this tournament that no draws can be offered at any point of the game. no matter how many moves they played, the Sophia rules are until the end of the game. So they either have to play until the Bear Kings, when it's automatically declared a draw, or they can repeat the moves. And sometimes it's just not really natural to a position to repeat the moves. But I'm sure players are already looking at each other and like, oh, how do we do that?
Yeah, no, exactly. They'll find something artificial. Again, like they'll just give a check, go back and forth. But already at this point, it's very clear that this game is going to end in a draw. The upside of that is that we're going to see an exciting tiebreak. And we did get some good questions in the chat. Someone asks, can you get a sandwich during the game? Yes, I think that's very much possible. I'm sure that the St. Louis Chess Club is also providing snacks. So yeah, you can grab something to eat, something to drink. And again, if it's not your move, you don't have to sit at the board. And also, I do understand that maybe some people get a little bit suspicious if their opponent gets up a lot from the board. But the St. Louis Chess Club has great rules and great regulations in place when it comes to
anti-cheating measures. Yeah.
Anti-cheating. Yeah.
They actually check the players, check the spectators, arbiters, anyone who is going to the second floor where the games are played. They're being checked already and in the lobby of the club. So you cannot leave the entire area without being able to get. You cannot get your phone basically. So I believe they either leave them at the hotel or they leave them at the reception of the club, and then they never go down to the first floor during the game. And yes, they have like a kitchen where you can make yourself coffee, tea, and there is food. Plus, they have also a resting area where you can sit on the sofa and you can see the boards of all the games. So when the move is made, you will know that you can go back to your board and make a move. And this is quite usual to all of the classical big events all over the world. It's generally the rule that the food is provided. I think it only was interrupted during COVID because of the anti-COVID rules. It was not allowed to eat or even drink at the board. You had to go out from the playing hall, like to a kitchen area, and only then you can drink something. But usually, of course, with such long games, it's impossible to stay focused without having something to eat.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I remember at the World Cup that they wouldn't allow me to bring tea into the playing hall. Like I could only bring in water, which I thought was a little bit too much. I think it also it might have to do with the fact that they feel like it doesn't necessarily look professional if players have, a bunch of snacks and coffee at the table. That's why also when Hikaru has his coffee mug, he puts it somewhere underneath the table, right, to make it all look a little bit more professional. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the games. In the meantime, Sam Sevian is still thinking. We'll see what he's going to go for. I think the move Queen C2 makes a lot of sense. The game between Ray Robson and Fabiano is going to end in a draw in no time. I guess something like Rook C2. Then we have the game between Lenier Dominguez and Lavona Ronyan. King E8 was played, knight E2, H5. Again, to stop white from expanding on this side of the board. And we have this interesting position where white has a 4 versus 3 majority on the king side. However, black has the bishop pair, and especially black controls the light squares, because this pawn on E5 is on a dark square. So Aronian nicely controls all of these squares. So it's looking pretty solid as well. And I guess a draw is the most likely result here.
Okay, so I think Sam just made a move. It's not Queen C2.
He played the move A3. So gaining a bit of space on this side of the board. And again, he is delaying the development of this bishop.
Maybe idea.
Right, yes, before. And in case Hikaru takes now, he can recapture with the bishop. However, I don't think the move A3 is the most useful move. And
no,
perhaps you can take, followed by B5. He can draw back to A2, but I don't know how worried you have to be about that, because your bishop comes to D7, knight here. One idea could be that if black goes here, you want to go for c5, but white can stop it with the move b4. Now that you've played a3.
But then maybe black can play e5 instead.
Right.
Of
yeah,
course, the pawn on
e5.
c7 is going to be a bit of a problem because it's so behind the other pawns and cannot be defended easily. But I guess after e5, you can prepare c5 as well.
Exactly. Yeah. And yeah, Hikaru did look a little bit puzzled after Sam played that move. He's probably wondering, like, hey, what is the idea? Now, again, Hikaru can keep waiting himself with the move b6 or knight bd7. If knight bd7, perhaps also here, the move a3 is useful because you can strengthen your pawn chain with the move b4. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. He's up 20 minutes on the clock. He's looking to the side. He's weighing his options. But still some opening problems to be solved here.
When is Title Tuesday? I am going to be quite brave to suggest. I don't know if it's correct, but I think it will be on Tuesday.
No, that's a hot take.
No,
that's gonna get you in trouble.
Okay,
Can't say that.
I won't try that again.
Right. Yeah, it's a wild guess, but I also think it's on Tuesday. I'm not sure though. So let's see what. Yeah, but I don't think Hikaru. He might be able to. I think he's technically able to play in the morning title Tuesday, but it would be a little bit much because he would end an hour before the round. So I don't think that's a smart idea. I think it will be better for him to just fully focus on this tournament, and when it's over, then he can play his title Tuesdays. Etc.
Again, yeah, I'm sure winning 51 or 52 doesn't really matter.
Right, yeah, exactly. Simul it? Well, I don't think it's going to be a good idea to play on a computer while you're playing a classical game. That probably is seen as using an electronic device. In the meantime...
There is like a screen right next to Hikaru behind him. Like if they put... a large touchpad there. He could play the game, just like play the game while sitting at the board. But yeah, that's
in the meantime.
The draw is agreed.
As we expected, the game between Ray Robson and Fabiano Caruana ended in a draw. Pretty much what we expected. Ray pushed up that pawn, Fabiano pushed the a pawn, and they ended up trading the pawns. And now, like we said, they find some sort of artificial repetition where the kings dance back and forth. So we're going to see a tiebreaker here.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know when it starts. If it's going to start very soon or according to a schedule, it would start at 5 p.m., which is 3 hours from now.
Yes. So, so 4 hours between the start of the classical game and the tiebreak game. Of course, if all the games end sooner than that, I'm sure there will be an agreement with organizers. Usually it's just announced to a player. It does not start before this time unless all of the games are finished. Then it doesn't start sooner than half an hour after the last game of the drawn match is finished. So I'm sure there is something set up there so that there is no big gap between the classical and the tiebreak games. But yeah, I like this gentleman agreement to a draw. Of course, the king going back is quite unusual in such a position, but here it really doesn't matter. Like Fabiano can put his king on h1 or a1 and nothing will change in this game.
Exactly, yeah. In the meantime, Hikaru played the move b6. And generally, if black plays the move b6, you want to trade on d5. Again, like I said before, in my game, my opponent played the move b6, and then I took on d5. And the reason really is why you want to wait with trading on d5 until black plays b6, that let's say in this position you trade on the d5 square, right? Black has a pretty solid structure. You can always put your pawn on c6, and all of the pawns are nicely connected. Black has no weaknesses. Yeah. But the moment black plays b6, now if you trade...
the structure,
the pawn on c7 is a little bit weak, right? Even if you push it to c6, this pawn is not defended, right? Also now this pawn is weak. And again, after c5, you might potentially have to play with the hanging pawns. So I do expect Sam to take, because
he just took and left the board actually for the first time.
Right. Okay, so c takes d5 is on the board. Now the big question is, how is Hikaru going to recapture? Is he going to take with the pawn? or with the knight. And yeah, we're soon going to find out. I think it probably makes the most sense to take with the pawn. You can just get your bishop out on the next move. But it looks a little bit more pleasant for Sam. His pawn structure, again, is nicely connected. He has no weaknesses whatsoever. And Hikaru will have to figure out what he's going to do with his queen side.
Chat is already screaming, Hikaru losing.
Wait, what? Nah. It's a hater. All right, so let's see what Hikaru is going to do. Again, I expect him to capture with the e-pawn. If you take with the knight, white can take and go queen c2, attack this pawn right away, and you'll have to spend a move like c6 to defend it. And here, it is somewhat difficult to get your pieces out. Like you'll have to move the bishop, then perhaps put the rook here before you can move the knight. But again, this pawn is weak, this pawn is weak. So I do expect him to take with the pawn. He's reaching for it, and there we go. E takes d5 is on the board.
Yeah, exactly, big brother.
Bishop e2 in the meantime by Sam. So Sam accelerating a little bit. He's down 20 minutes on the clock. And he realizes like, hey, I might get chances later, but for that, I will need that time. And so let's see what Hikaru is going to do. I think it's probably his best bet to go for the c5 push. So perhaps something like knight bd7 and c5. And here Sam will have to make a decision. Are you going to allow black to play c4 and grab a lot of space on the queen side? Or are you going to trade and play this position, again, where black has the hanging pawns, which generally is a little bit more pleasant for white. You put your queen here, you bring your rook to d1, and you're targeting, and you're targeting these pawns on d5 and c5.
Yeah, the hanging pawns, of course, come with both advantages and disadvantages. On one side, they are much harder to defend because they're not supported by any other pawns in the chain. But at the same time, they grab a lot of space in the center. So while black has full control of the center, they can set up some attack or just use that space advantage. But once one of the pawns has to move forward, it gets really hard to defend the other. So yeah, always both sides.
All right, so let's see what is gonna happen. Yeah, I think Hikaru eventually will go for this pawn push. Maybe he can prepare it, right? With, let's say, something like bishop b7, castles, knight bd7. But I think Sam will also anticipate that push by putting his queen on c2, then putting the rook on d1. And if you don't play c5 altogether, what white can do is play this move b4, and you can still go c5, but here you will now get an isolated pawn on d5. In the meantime, Hikaru plays the move knight bd7, and I guess he will go for this move.
Yeah, I do like knight bd7 a lot, and the c5 preparation. Maybe he can also play bishop b7 first, and then prepare c5 with maybe rook c8.
Right, yeah, that also makes sense. So I think here Sam is going to castle. It's a very natural move. Again, we saw that he really is trying to speed up. So, so I think this is another very natural move. In the meantime, Hikaru's looking very focused. He knows that he has some critical.
About to say, it's the first time he's not leaving the board as his opponent is thinking.
Right. I think because he knows it's like there's a 90% chance that Sam is just going to castle. So he's already thinking like, hey, if Sam castles, what am I going to do? Right. So he's already treating the position like if it were his move. So let's have a look. If Sam castles, again, I think c5 makes a lot of sense. White's going to take probably. And perhaps by delaying the move bishop b7, you can now use the b file for your rook to generate a little bit of pressure on this pawn on b2, which is somewhat difficult to defend. Again, I think Sam is going to go here, pressure this pawn. I think Hikaru should be fine here. Perhaps with bishop b7, bring this rook here. But it might be slightly more pleasant for white because you always have to be careful not to lose one of these pawns.
Yeah.
Oh, and there he left again, getting some more coffee.
That's a lot of coffee. You don't want to be so hyped during the game. Yeah, so I'm just trying to check what is the best suggestion by the machine. He indeed played castle. There was an idea of queen a4, but it seems a little bit superficial.
Right, and there we see bishop e7 by Hikaru. So now it's up to Sam. Is he going to allow Hikaru to play c5, or is he going to make that a little bit more difficult with the move b4? Because again, if you go c5 now, perhaps white can take, play something like queen b3, attack this pawn over here. So that's definitely something to consider, because the pawn structure changes here. And if you take twice, black has this isolated pawn on the d5 square. But yeah, if you don't, then black...
What do you think you would prefer in this position with black? To have isolated pawn on d5, or to have hanging pawns d5 and c5?
It's a very good question. Yeah, I think these hanging pawns might not be the end of the world, especially because this pawn on b2 is somewhat weak, right? Like if you put your rook on b8, this pawn will always be difficult to defend. Since you have your pawn on a3, you can never play the move b3. So if you move your bishop out of the way, then you definitely have some pressure here. So I think this structure might be slightly more favorable. So I think there's definitely a lot to be said for the move b4 here for Sam.
Yeah. So the isolated pawn is probably harder to play with in this position.
Right. Yeah. An idea that
b4 is one of the ideas. I guess queen c2 can also be an idea, just to put in a position against the pawn on c7.
An idea that Hikaru could go for after, let's say, pawn on b4 is something like c6, with the idea that you're going to play a5, target this pawn. And after the trade, this might look super anti-positional, but b5 isn't that crazy, because you can go knight b6 and plant the knight on the c4 square. Furthermore, you forever stop white from playing pawn on b5. So I think this could be a good approach as well for Hikaru. Perhaps Sam would have to put his queen on the b3 square, so that a5 could be met with b5. But here, c5 should be all right for Hikaru. So I think c6 might be a good approach for Hikaru, with the idea of here, a5, then trade, and b5, knight b6, the c4.
Yeah, I do like the idea of c6 and b5. I guess, yeah, b4 is most logical move for Sam. I'm afraid he will take his time again, because oh no, he just made it.
And there we see b4 on the board by Sam. All right, so let's see what Hikaru is going to do. Again, I'm not a big fan of c5 anymore, because I think you're going to end up with this isolated pawn over here, which isn't the prettiest. But I do like this idea of c6. The thing is, you cannot play a5 right away, because this allows knight b5 attacking the queen and the pawn on c7.
We would lose it. But I do really like c6 idea here.
What would the microwave play here? It's going to go c6. Yeah, c6, followed by e5. That's the move the microwave suggests.
Chad, what do you think? c6 or c5? Which one do you think Hikaru will go for?
Right. I think he's going for this one. Of course, it's not ideal that you block in your bishop, but like we said, you're getting a lot of things in return. Like, let's say Sam goes here, you go
It does
a5.
look really ugly right after c6, I must admit.
Right. And then, of course, b5 also looks really ugly, because you're putting all of these pawns on the light squares. But again, you're getting the knight to the nice c4 square. Sam could do something similar with knight e1 and knight e3, but I don't think it really bothers you, because after you plant the knight here, you can always reroute your bishop. So the bishop will come back to life. So that's not really an issue. Queen takes h2, checkmate. Oh my god, he's got checkmate on the board. Thanks for pointing that out, Destroyer. We didn't see that.
Oh my god. Resign.
All right, so let's see. You could also go b5 here right away, but I'm a little bit reluctant to play this move if you cannot get an a5, because here Sam could play knight d2, and you're just not in time, because white goes knight b3 and is controlling these breaks, and this definitely looks unpleasant. So I don't think this is the way to go. I do like c6, keeping your options open, preparing this move.
Yeah, true that. Yeah, a lot
If
of
this would be,
options.
I just wanted to point out though, like Hikaru's been playing some atomic chess, right? Right before he left. In atomic chess, this would end the game because all of these pieces would blow up. So I think Destroyer, he's a genius.
Well, however much coffee he's gonna drink during this game, because he's bored or just nothing else to do during the thinking of his opponent, I don't think he will take on h2.
No, I don't think that's gonna happen. All right, so let's have a look at the other game. So here we have the game between Sam Shangland and Wesley. So I believe we left off after the move b6 by Wesley. Sam won bishop g5, c5 by Wesley. That is to go here and give white double pawns, and that's exactly what happened. White goes knight c3, heading for the d5 or b5 square. So Wesley takes and goes c6, stopping this knight from jumping up the board. Knight e4, bishop e7 by Wesley. We see f4. Sam straightens out his pawn structure, but now the knight on f5 is on a nice square. King e7 by Wesley. Knight d6. We see king e6. Now, Wesley doesn't quite want to take, because then you take with the rook. And my suspicion is that you might, I think that pawn and games are probably lost, because white is a 4 versus 3 majority. And white's rooks are super active. You're going to go f4, bring that king up. So this doesn't look bad.
Yeah, very passive position for the black rooks.
Right, exactly. Or I was going to say this doesn't look good. King e6, rook d3. We see a trade. But now the problem is if you take with the rook, then black can take here. So Sam takes with the pawn, but the king sits very safe on the d7 square now. Rook f3 by Sam, attacking this pawn. f6, takes. I suppose that Wesley still has some work to do here to make the draw, but I guess after something like, let's say, check and rook f8, after trade, you're either going to lose this pawn or this pawn, and black should be able to hold.
Probably
That being said, let's say you go king up and you start pushing this pawn. This could pose some problems.
Yeah, you're right. The pawn on h5 probably is going to be lost. But maybe black king is just in time to win that pawn. And then black has an extra pawn on the queen side, so they can create counterplay. Even after they can even trade the rooks probably, and black is not losing.
Yeah. So, and yeah, for those of you in the chat, we just wanted to show the other games real quick because, in classical chess, people can go for like a 10, 15-minute think, but we won't spend a lot of time, don't worry. All right, so in this game, we left off after f3, bishop f5 by Ronyan, c3, rook d8, bishop e3, bishop e7, and now Dominguez expands on the king side. Looking a little bit better for white, given the fact that this 4-pawn majority, for 4 versus 3 pawn majority, is getting set in motion, and it will be difficult for black to create any real counterplay on this side of the board. Furthermore, Dominguez is up half an hour on the clock, so I like his chances, but let's see what Hikaru is gonna do here. Again, I expect to move c6.
Yeah, makes sense. But he is really investing a lot of time right now because lots of ambulances today in France. He probably realizes this is one of the critical moments in the game where he really needs to decide between the options, because there are so many. Even b5 is an option, and yeah, c6 and c5. Even rook c8 is a possibility.
Right, yeah, rook c8, further preparing the c5 push. But again, I think his best option here might be to forget about the c5 break and go for this plan of c6, a5, and b5. Again, we don't quite like b5 right away because white's going to go knight d2, and you can't get a5 in. If you go a5 here, again, you hang this pawn and you lose another one, so that's not good. And if c6, white goes here, and this looks pretty good for white. So I definitely like this move. So let's see whether he's going to go for it now we see a bit of a reverse situation with Sam being away from the board and Hikaru sitting down. He's definitely looking at that right side of the board, because that is where he will have to solve some problems. Right? So he's looking like, okay, am I going to go c5 or c6, b5, a5? Lots of moves to consider. There's not really a possibility to create counterplay on the king side. So that's why he's not really looking to his left side.
Yeah, no, all the game is gonna be on the queen side. And it's really important to determine the pawn structure in your favor.
Right. Someone asked in the chat
Hikaru
yesterday,
is up
how
by 3.
long? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Hikaru is up by 3 or 4 cups of coffee.
Exactly. Yeah. Someone asked in the chat, how long does the American Cup take? It takes 10 days. So it started yesterday on March 17th, and the tournament ends on March 26th.
If there is a tie break, right? I think the last day is optional.
That is a very good point. Because, yeah, there's a winner's bracket and there's a loser's bracket. If you win the winner's bracket outright, okay, so here's the thing.
There is no second match, right?
Yeah. So here's the thing. If you lose, you move on to the loser's bracket, and you can still come back, right? And then in the final, you play the winner of the winner's bracket. However, if the winner of the winner's bracket wins, he just wins the entire tournament. But if the winner of the loser's bracket wins, then the winner of the winner's bracket will get an additional chance.
Okay.
It's slightly complicated, but basically everyone has 2 lives in this tournament.
The winner of the winner of the winner's bracket.
Exactly.
The ultimate winner, the winner of the winners.
Yep. And there we have c6 on the board. I like the move by Hikaru. Again, I think he's going for this plan of a5 or eventually b5 and plant that knight on the c4 square. He's taking a sip of his drink, and he's looking pretty relaxed. I think he's got his plan figured out. Again, I really like this plan of thing here. b5, moving the knight here, and there he gets up from the board. And yeah, also, if you win the winner's bracket and you win the final, you get an additional $10,000. So the players can win potentially $60,000 in this tournament.
Nice. To be sure, ask the microwave. Microwave is blurred. We cannot ask the microwave.
And maybe we'll bring the microwave back later if the chat behaves. They've been great today.
They've been really great.
Yeah.
We might even do some shopping today with them. This is how great they were today.
Exactly. Yep. And people were asking in the chat, is there a delay? Yes, there is. This game already started at 1 p.m. Central Time in St. Louis, but the broadcast only started at 1:30, so we're 30 minutes behind. So already a bunch of moves have probably been made. Maybe Sam played something like Queen b3, a5. Again, all of this is done for anti-cheating, because if someone is watching, they might see like, hey, this is the current position on the board, and if they can somehow relay the correct move to one of the players, that could be an unfair advantage. But now, since we're half an hour behind, you can't really help the players. So that's why the delay is in place.
The tournament is over already. Well,
yep.
It's not already over.
There's a 10-day delay. It is already March 26th in St. Louis. The final has been played, but we're just showing you guys here the games just for fun.
Oh my God.
But yeah, if anyone has any questions in the chat, feel free to ask. Again, keep sending in your energy to Hikaru. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, we'd be more than happy to answer those.
Yeah, the Stockfish indeed wants knight h4. I saw it, but I was not going to suggest because I just cannot see it happening.
Yeah, I think that h4 is a move. It might seem somewhat unnatural to Sam, because a lot of the tension is happening on the queen side, right? So why would you move your knight away? I think even if this knight lands on the f5 square, what does that really achieve? Right, I guess you go queen e6, but perhaps an idea is to go bishop g4, threaten a discovery check, and if black takes, you take here, threaten checkmate, and you can deal with that quite properly because there's this move. So knight f5 is an idea, but it's quite advanced. I would be surprised if Sam goes for it. Besides, you can go g6 and stop that move altogether. Yes, there are tiebreakers today. I believe in 2.5, or I guess they will take place in 2.5 hours, but we might only see them in 3 hours.
That is correct. Yeah, we are on delay. But if the other two games, the other three games, but we are expecting Hikaru to at least make a draw today. However many games will finish with the necessity to continue on a playoff, I think there will be a short break for the last remaining players, and then everybody will start probably in like half an hour. I just don't think if all the games finish like in an hour, they will wait until 5 p.m. I doubt it.
Yeah, no, I think so too. But I also doubt that the tiebreaks would already start while classical games are still in progress, right? Like
probably not.
You're going for a deep thing, and then you're hearing, people banging the clock.
Distracting, noisy.
Right.
Yeah.
So I doubt that that's going to happen.
And it's harder for the commentators to follow because the classical games also will be in a time scramble.
Exactly. Yeah. In the meantime, Hikaru still has that nice edge on the clock. He's up like 20-ish minutes. So let's see what Sam is going to do. I think the move c6 signals that Hikaru wants to go for the move a5. He's letting go of the c5 break. So what Sam can do is perhaps put his queen here, a5, and now he would have to decide, is he going to let Hikaru take on b4, which would make the b4 pawn isolated, and that could potentially be a target. Here, again, b5 is an idea, to go here and here, or to go rook a7 and double up the rooks. White can go here to stop black from ever going here, but again, I don't really see how Sam is going to make real progress here. Another approach Sam could go for is to meet a5 with the move b5, but I think the moment white goes b5, you're going to play c5. And given the fact that this pawn is fixed on the light square, that is slightly to black's advantage. And I think Hikaru is doing quite all right here. You don't really have to be worried about the trade. I think either knight takes or pawn takes should be fine for black. And you're just going to put your rooks on, let's say, e8 and c8. And black's doing pretty all right. So let's see what Sam is going to come up with.
Yeah, meanwhile, I see that the engine slightly prefers Dominguez's position. Maybe we can quickly have a look at it.
Right, so let's have a look in that game. So bishop e6 was played by Levon. I think the idea is that he might potentially want to take this pawn on a2. Probably not right away. Or actually, no, wait, I guess you can go for it. I thought white can go rook a1, attacking the rook, and if the bishop moves, you attack this. But you can go bishop c4, attacking the knight.
So, the knight.
So perhaps Dominguez will have to spend a move on something like b3, making sure that pawn is never hanging.
But he also can take on d8, right?
Right, you can also take on d8. Yeah, I like that suggestion. And then here, maybe something like knight f4, pressuring the bishop and the pawn on h5. Aronian definitely has some work to do here. I think Dominguez definitely has a pleasant advantage out of the opening.
Yeah, so I don't really understand exactly why Engine prefers Dominguez's position that much, but maybe the reason is the doubled pawns. Although we cannot really be surprised with doubled pawns. Yesterday, all 4 games had doubled or tripled pawns at some point of the game, and still 3 of them finished in a draw. But here, I think because black, despite black having a bishop pair, they are quite restricted in space. So I guess that compensates, and that's why white has such a preferable position.
Exactly. And in the meantime, in Hikaru's game, Sam played the move queen to b3, kind of the move we expected. Hikaru sat down, went for a bit of a thing, and he played the move a5 pretty much right away, pressuring this pawn on a4. I like the move. He wants to open up this file for the rook, and I suspect Sam to go for a real thing here. Is he going to allow Hikaru to take on b4? make this pawn isolated and open up his rook? Or is he gonna go for b5? I guess there is something to be said for this move. c5, now you could trade. And here Hikaru has to make a real decision. If you take out the b pawn, you give white a passed b pawn. But I think these pawns should be fine. Like you go rook to e8, perhaps a d4 push, opening up the rook and the bishop. And it's not going to be too easy for white to target these pawns. So this might be an approach for Sam. But let's see what he's going to go for. And Hikaru, again, he's still keeping that 20-minute lead on the clock. It's not a real issue yet. But if the game drags on and on, it could definitely become a factor.
Yeah, chat was surprised why evaluation bar was not working, but it happens sometimes with when you're looking into the lines.
Exactly, and there we see
rook evil bar is there.
The evil bar, right? And there we see the move rook fd1 by Sam Sevian. I guess now Hikaru is going to take and go for the move b5 so that he can plant this knight here. Furthermore, if you don't take on b4 and let's say you go here, now b5 could become a little bit more attractive because after the straight, you have already placed your rook on the d file, pressuring this pawn on d5. So I guess it might be a good time to just take and open up this file. And then, again, I like this plan of planting the knight on c4. After you play your knight here, you can reroute this bishop from c8, let's say, to g4. And all of a sudden, black doesn't have any real problems, I think.
Yeah, and also they already occupied an A file without even moving a rook. So, like gaining a tempo this way.
And there we go. Hikaru takes on b4. He's playing pretty quickly. He's keeping that pressure on Sam. Right, so now I expect Sam to take with the pawn. Taking with the queen is possible, but now you will always be left with an isolated A pawn. Black cannot take right away because that hangs the queen. That being said, perhaps there's something to be said for this, because if you take that, it might be in white's favor to trade the queens, and moving the queen is possible, but now that the A pawn is never hanging anymore. So we'll see what Sam is going to do, but I guess a takes b4 is the most natural move. We get a very good question in the chat. When promoting a pawn, do we put the queen directly on the 8th rank, or we first put the pawn and then the queen? What is the legal move? Help! Okay, so my man is playing an over-the-board game. He doesn't know what to do. He quickly opened up Twitch on his phone. Well, I think actually both are fine. You can, like, let's say you have a pawn on b2. You can put the queen on b1 and then remove the pawn, or push the pawn and then put the queen there. Both are fine.
Well, I think what is not legal is to put the queen on b1 while you have a pawn on b2. It's important to move the piece, and then you can already have a queen in your hand and just replace it on b1, or you put the pawn on b1 and then remove and then put the queen. In the past, it was always said you need to also announce which piece you promote to. I don't think the players now announce that because it's a queen in your hand, but it is an illegal move to put the queen in front of the pawn, basically.
Exactly. And here we have another question. Mr. Benjamin Bach and Maria Emelianova, what do you recommend against Queen's Gambit for black? Well, you came to the right place at the right time. Here, Hikaru played the move h6, making sure that you can never get pinned. Take note and implement it in your games. All right.
Win.
In the meantime, let's see
Instant
what
win.
Hikaru is going to do. Again, I like this plan of b5 and knight here. Okay, guys, stop. I answered the question. Just go for h6. It's what Hikaru does, so it must be good. Is typing in all caps the only... shoot, I'm falling for it. No, I'm not going to give in. Can someone ask a question not in all caps and I'll answer it? Caps only chat enable. Yeah, you just get drawn to it. It just happens.
No, also typing from left to right is definitely a huge way to get the streamer's attention. Just saying.
Day one of asking Mr. Benjamin Bach to 1v1 me in Valorant. I never play Valorant. How? It just happens. How to win a chess? Just win. Okay, why is chess so hard? I'm going to answer a question that's not in all caps, because there's so many possibilities. All right. Can we see the microwave? Maybe. How to turn caps on? Not going to tell you. Thank you, Mr. Mitch. All right. Anyway, so Hikaru's going for a bit of a think here. He has some decisions to make. I like b5, as pointed out in the chat. Like, you want to put your knight to that c4 square. Make sure that white can never play b5 himself. Again, another possibility is just to start with doubling up the rooks. Very possible as well. But here, white could still play b5. I guess you go to c5. In case of this trade, really, either capture should be fine. I mean, you have the hanging pawns, but white also has an isolated pawn on b5. So I like how the game is proceeding for Hikaru. The position is pretty solid. He's up on the clock. And again, he only needs to draw to make it to the next round.
Yeah, so we are expecting b5 to be played, right? Or maybe first the rook move and then b5.
Also, someone asked in the chat, when am I going to duo with Hikaru on Genshin? I think that's very unlikely, but we could perhaps play... I think Hikaru is doing his Hero Wars campaign, and I'm also doing one of my own. So that could be an idea, potentially. Maybe one of the mods can point out Hero Wars to the viewers. But he played Rook A7 to double up the rooks.
You mean Genshin, yeah.
Did I say
Speaking of
Genshin?
campaigns, we will have something really cool soon on stream.
All right. In the meantime, Hikaru plays the move Rook A7, very solid. He just wants to double up. And it's going to be difficult for Sam. Sam has to decide here. Is he going to allow Hikaru to double up the rooks, or is he going to go Rook A1? The problem for Sam is that he will have to always concede the A file, because you cannot play Queen B2. Because if you do, then you hang a pawn on b4. So that's not something you want to do. So
not ideal.
Sam will have to take. And here, however, Hikaru has the a file. However, it is difficult to make use of it. You can maybe go Queen F8, Queen A8, but Rook A3, white goes here, and then what? So let's
do you think b5 can be played at some point here by white?
I think definitely at some point it could be an idea. Right now, it's probably a little bit too early because Hikaru is going to go c5, and I don't think you quite want to trade. Perhaps you could prepare it. Let's say you play something like, I don't know, knight e1, black goes here, bishop f3, and then b5 on the next move. But I guess here, Hikaru is going to go b5 himself. Bring the knight over to c4. Again, you can see the c5 square, but it's not really a big issue because you just move your bishop back, which can come back here. You have the only open file on the board. Your knight has a very nice outpost on c4. So I like how Hikaru is handling this. Is this a draw? Well, it's way too early to call this a draw, but this is probably an equal position. But of course, not equal positions are draws.
It's definitely closer to a draw at the point where you block the b pawn and put the knight on c4. Because for white, the only progress they can do is to trade the bishop for the knight, but even doubled pawns are not going to be a problem for black because they are so well defended.
Right. We get another question in the chat. If b5, c5, pawn takes c5, what is the best recapture? I think taking with the b pawn. Again, you keep your pawns nicely connected. You control a lot of squares. And now also this pawn on b5 is isolated. And someone asked in the chat, what is the difference between IM and FM? Well, to get to FM, you need a rating of 2300. And to get to IM, you need 2400 and 3 IM norms. In the meantime, Sam is thinking, and what do you think he's going to do? Like perhaps Rook A1 to make sure that Hikaru cannot double up and go Rook A3?
Why he moved the rook to A7? Because he wants to double the rooks on the A file. And I believe NM, National Master, also only requires the rating, right? Just slightly higher. No, it's lower, actually. It's lower than FIDE Master.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. National Master, I think, is a USCF only title. So it's
new,
only, it's only available to Americans. And I think you need a rating of something like 2200 USCF, which is like 2100 FIDE, if I'm not mistaken.
So basically, NM is the same requirement as WFM.
I guess so. Yep. So in the meantime, Sam is still thinking. He's dropping below 50 minutes, which is not a concern yet. But if Hikaru can keep the game going and eventually maybe he poses some problems, it could be a problem for Sam. Again, there is no second time control, so there will be no time added after 40 moves. There's CM, yeah, that is 2200 FIDE. So let's see what he will do. Again, I think it makes sense to go rook a1, trade off one pair of rooks, or maybe move this knight and put your bishop on f3 and prepare the b5 break. Also, wait, if you go knight d2, perhaps the moment black goes b5, you could have the move e4, right? Since this bishop is so passive, white gets nice control over the center here with their knight on e4 and the bishop coming to f3. So I think that could perhaps be an idea for Sam, to go knight d2, bishop f3, and maybe e4 eventually.
There is a question in the chat, how long does it take to get from 1500 ELO to 2100 ELO? And the answer is, as long as it takes you to get good.
Exactly, yeah. By the way, a drawback of the move rook a7 is also the moment you play b5, white can now consider bishop takes b5, because after pawn takes and knight takes, white has a fork on the queen and the rook. Now, generally, two minor pieces are better than a rook, but white has two pawns. So here, I think white is for choice, especially given the fact that he has a pass pawn. And black's minor pieces are not super solid. You have a lot of open files for white. So definitely still some issues to figure out for Hikaru. But also, again, in case of b5, e4 becomes slightly more attractive. And even if you put this rook here, I guess maybe you start with this move. And if white goes bishop f3, well, again, in case of b5, there's e4. So it's not that easy. And if, in case of rook a3, you go queen b2. So perhaps Sam could still be a little bit better here, but he would have to figure out the right plan.
All right. Yeah, I mentioned that we will have some shopping to do, Chad. Are you?
Oh, that sounds exciting.
Are you excited, Chad?
I'm excited. So tell me more about it. Tell us more about it, Maria. If you can, or maybe you will tell us more at a later time.
Well, I wanted to ask Chad if Chad is excited. So what does Chad usually shop for at this time of the year? Is there something that you would be shopping for at this time of the year?
Good question. I can't think of anything right now.
Christmas hats, Mr. Damman. That's a thorough prep, I must say.
That's pretty early.
New chessboards. How fast do you go through your chessboards? Video games. That's all year round. It's not relevant till spring. Mother's Day. That's good. That's good. We have some good sons there. All right. So what is done quite often in spring? It's shopping for prom. It's the time of preparation for the prom time. And so we will have it on screen in a second. So we are partnering with a men's warehouse where it's all about personalizing your own look with Prom Your Way. Mix and match, coordinate with friends, or make it your own. You can do a virtual, try it on, and choose your style right there on screen. You can also rent it, and you can rent it in person. You can schedule an appointment. And now we will do some little shopping. Benjamin, will you be my prom model?
Yeah, for sure. Let's go. and shop some nice clothing.
Yeah, because the website offers you an opportunity to choose it without leaving the comfort of your house, and just rent it right there. Find your style, get a measure, and then place an order. And it's also very easy to return. And to be honest, I really would have loved to have it at the time when I was finishing school and university. There was not so many options. Where could you rent it? Because you have to buy, and to buy, you like how much will you realistically want to spend on a dress or a suit which you will only be able to wear once, and you want to have something really nice, but it's really expensive. So you can also like rent it together with your friends, and you can customize how everybody will look, and it's a really great way to save money and to experiment with something that you're wearing for the first time ever. And that allows you an opportunity to wear a tuxedo when you're just finishing school, right? Can I rent socks? I'm sure you will find matching socks. I'm sold. Great. Okay, we have one customer. All right.
Exactly.
So yeah, let's go to tuxedos and suits, and we'll find something nice for Benjamin here.
Yeah, so it looks like they all have a bunch of great stuff. So here, these are these the tuxedos? Oh, they look pretty sharp.
Yeah, they look really sharp.
If you wear these, you might look just as sharp as Hikaru. But yeah, they have great stuff, and you can just buy it. And yeah,
Do
so
you
tell us
have
more about it,
preferences
Maria.
in color of a suit? I personally really like deep navy blue.
Mm-hmm. It depends on the occasion, but I generally like dark suits. So yeah, I see a lot of great stuff.
Okay,
By the
we
way,
can scroll down to something darker blue, maybe, if there is something.
so let's have a look.
And
They also have nice gray
have you
suits.
ever worn a three-piece suit with the vest? Oh yeah, this one on the left looks nice. Let's go there. Yeah, you can save the look. You can look at the details. You can share the link with your friends and discuss. Yeah, nice. And you can, of course, wear it with or without the vest.
Exactly. Yeah, no, it looks great. Yeah.
Okay.
That's definitely
And yeah, and if we customize it, if we click on customize, nice. See, socks. Who was asking about socks? You have everything. Nice. So yeah, you can choose a tie right there and rent everything together. Very nice.
Yeah, and it looks great, and you can also choose your own colors. Wow.
Yeah.
So they have ties.
Yeah, and you can click on
suit.
everything, and it's like playing with dolls when you can choose everything on the doll, but here it's for you. Dress yourself.
Exactly. Right. The pants also look great. So yeah, I definitely make sure to check this out, everyone. Looks great.
Fantastic.
You will have the riz. You will have the riz if you show up to your prom like this.
Yeah, and you can also, all your friends can be wearing different suits, but for example, with the same accessory. How cool is that? And then you all can take a photo all together, like matching like, you know how girls like to put all their shoes together and take a photo all together, or have like their manicure. So the guys can also do the same. It's not only the girls who like to match the looks. I think it looks really cool, and these photos will be lasting forever as a memory.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, you definitely want to get some nice pictures from your prom, so you can look back at it
and of course,
with a smile on your face.
Impressing girls is
exactly
never been easier.
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, no, this looks great, Maria. And
yeah, and also
it seems
with
pretty
the
affordable.
with online store locator, you have over 600 locations where you can find a store nearest to you and schedule an appointment. So you will get a personalized treatment immediately without waiting, which is very important as well. With not so much time left for the preparation for the prom, you will have in-store appointment and pick up without waiting for a huge amount of time. And you can come with friends as well. I think it's really cool. I think it's amazing way to be prepared, to be right in time with your order, and it's also easy to return it, so you don't have to go for something that you might not wear again, and you can just customize your look in the best way.
Yeah, for sure. As you guys can see, you can select your coat, the pants, the vest or cummerbund, the neckwear, the shirt, shoes, socks, cufflinks. Everything is customizable, so you can really make it to your liking. And yeah, all of it looks great. I saw a lot of nice suits, tuxedos. It's for weddings, prom, and formal. Yeah, some of you guys might have formal. So really, whether you're still in high school or whether you're in college, or if you have a wedding coming up, I'm sure that you will find something to your liking.
Yeah, and also it's important to mention, if you cannot go in person to either pick up or return, the shipping is free for both ways, for for collecting it and for returning it.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, speaking of the body and measurements, it's really easy to measure yourself even online. You don't have to go in person if you cannot, or if you live too far away from you cannot get there anywhere, or you don't have time, or you just simply don't want to. There is an online fit evaluator where you can measure everything and customize it, and you will have a full support with a chat expert as well.
All right, so yeah, it all looks great, but yeah, let's go back to the game because Sam Sevian just made a move. After Hikaru played the move rook a7, he played the move rook a1, trading off a pair of rooks. Again, the idea is that if Hikaru gets on rook f8, he can always go rook to a3. So I think trading off one pair of rooks makes a lot of sense. And now he goes knight to e1. So I suppose that his knight is headed back to the d3 square, from where it will make the c5 break even more difficult, and his bishop can come out to f3. So I think Sam might still have a bit of an edge here. Again, I think you want to play the move b5 with the idea knight b6 to c4, but the problem is here white has his move bishop takes b5. Takes stakes for the double attack on the queen and the rook, and this trade should be in white's favor. Again, especially given the fact that one pair of rooks has been traded off. White has a rook and two pawns. Black has a knight and a bishop, but the minor pieces are not too active. And I think the extra pawn and the open files for the rooks should be in white's favor. So perhaps what Hikaru has to do is make a move like queen e7, move his queen out of the way, and then b5, followed by knight b6 to c4, and the bishop can come back to c8. So perhaps this should be his way going forward.
Yeah, guys, we know that the cam froze. I think it's on the side of the club, but it will be fixed in a second.
Right. Yeah, I don't think it's on our end, so let's hope it can be resolved quickly. But yeah, the position you guys see on the camera is this one right here. Hikaru is going to move his rook over. We see a trade, and then knight to e1 by Sam. So yeah, let's see. Hikaru could also opt to double up the queen and the rook, but I don't think it's super effective because even if you go rook a3, white just goes queen b2, and you don't gain a whole lot from this rook here. In the meantime, he's played the move knight to e4, but now Sam can trade. I guess his idea is that now the knight on e1 is a little bit passive. Bishop c4 perhaps is a move to target this. So let's see what Sam is going to do. Can I recap the last 10 moves?
Taking seems logical, but I imagine he doesn't want to trade anything. At the same time, if he doesn't trade, not sure what he can do with his pieces. Seems like the knight on e1 needs to be... where is it even going? Knight d3? Knight c2?
That is a good question. Yeah, I guess that is really the drawback for Sam to trade on e4. Because, yeah, this knight cannot really go anywhere.
Yeah.
Like, even if you move it to c2, it's always going to be passive, especially if Hikaru goes here. The knight sits pretty actively on the d5 square, and perhaps you move your bishop back to e6. So I don't know if the trade is in his favor. Perhaps he should just continue improving his position.
Trade. Maybe the plan is to trade the pawn after knight e4 and d e4 f3. Could that be the plan?
Right. All right. So let's see what is going to happen. So yeah, the problem also is if you go knight d3, you would allow black to activate this bishop through the a6 square. And perhaps this is Hikaru's idea. You don't quite, like, let's say you play something like g6, white goes here. If you go bishop a6 now white goes b5 and shatters the structure. Like here, after the straight, black will have isolated pawns on d5 and b6, and white is definitely better here. But his idea is, with the move knight e4, now if you go knight d3, he can go bishop a6. The difference is, if white plays b5, you can trade on c3 first, removing the defender. And now you take here, and black's up a pawn and has a great position. So I'm sure that is Hikaru's idea. Eventually, he wants to bring this bishop back into the game with bishop a6. So let's see how he is going to try to do that.
Chat, why the category is just chatting? It's because that's what you do. That's what you do.
All right. Yeah. So
yeah, the camera is still being fixed. Unfortunately, we lost the visual, but it is being worked on. So don't worry, it will be fixed. Copium.
Yeah. It should be solved any moment now. So yeah, again, Sam has a big decision to make. Is he going to trade or not? He can also make a waiting move. Like, let's say he goes h3. I don't think Hikaru quite wants to trade and go bishop a6, because now white always has rook a1. So I don't think you really can go for this. What about knight takes e4 and f3? Well, that is possible. But I feel like after something like knight f6, white will often end up with an isolated pawn on e3. So definitely something to be said for it, but I don't think it's the ideal continuation. In the meantime, you know, Sam's clock keeps ticking down. He's down to 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And again, there's no edit time. So the time is not critical quite yet, but he will need to speed up at some point.
Yeah, and what to do here, I really don't understand. Wherever you go with the knight from e1, it's badly placed.
Right. And someone else made a good...
Yeah.
Someone else asked, can you put the knight on f6 if Sam does not take? I think, for sure, yeah, I think that's definitely a plan as well. Also, now that you move your knight here, your bishop can come back through c8 and let's say f5, because right now it's a little bit passive. So that's definitely a plan.
Yeah, but the thing is, with this knight on e4, black gets suddenly even ideas to attack the king, because all of the pieces of white are cut off from the king's side. And imagine queen e6, f5, already f2 is hanging.
All right, yeah. So yeah, Sam going for a think here. Let's see what he is going to do. In the meantime, in the game between Sam Shangland and Wesley So, Wesley played the move rook af8, rook g6, rook hg8, rook g3. So Wesley gets one pawn back, but I definitely think that Sam still has a bit of an advantage here, because he has a passed f-pawn. And Wesley has these double pawns on the queen side that he can't quite set in motion, whereas white has a 2 versus 1 majority. So Wesley still has some work to be done here, still has some work to do to make the draw.
Did he move? He always moves when we switch away from the game.
Nope, he hasn't moved yet, no. So let's check in real quick in this game between Dominguez and Ronyan. Now we have this position, which is definitely better for Dominguez. The question is, can he win this position? And I think the question really revolves around, like, can you trade off the rook? So let's have a look. Like, let's say black goes here. You go rook h1. Because if the rook trade wins for white, it's just winning. Because moving the rook isn't really an option. White goes here, king here, here, and it's just too passive. So let's have a look. If you trade on h1, we're going to recapture. Black is going to try to sit. You move your king up. And eventually, white will go for f5. Take. Let's say take. I think white has pretty good chances to win this. So Dominguez, he might already be close to winning here. I don't know. Like, that might be a bit of a hot take, but the position definitely looks very, very promising for him.
Yeah, for sure. I like it more and more here. And when I said that I don't expect that this game will end in a draw, I of course expected that maybe Levon will be able to kind of messing things up. But it seems like it was Linier who was playing more aggressively today.
Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen. But yeah, I think Dominguez definitely still has great chances to win this Berlin endgame. I think, however, this one between Sam Shangland and Wesley is likely to end in a draw, but Sam also pushing for a little bit. And Sam Sevian is still thinking. He just dropped below 40 minutes. So Hikaru up like 23 minutes on the clock. So I like his chances, even though the position might be slightly better now for Sam. I think I think Hikaru will do fine. But with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be taking a very short break. But don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will continue to cover Hikaru's game in the American Cup, and we will see you guys very soon. And welcome back, everyone, to the American Cup, day 2. Well, we were on a very short break. Sam, after 94, went for knight takes e4, pawn takes e4, and f3. Quite an interesting decision, but it's not without risk. Hikaru plays the move knight to f6 so that in case white takes, you can recapture with the knight. That's what Sam did and follows up with the move knight f3, but Maria, I quite like Hikaru's chances here. The position is becoming double-edged, and he's up 25 minutes on the clock. And what about the move bishop c8 here to bring that bishop back to e6, attack the queen, and perhaps that rook can slide into a2?
I love that suggestion, Benjamin. I really love that. Also, welcome the microwave. The mighty microwave entered the chat. Now we are going to win for sure. Yeah, Hikaru is almost half an hour up the clock. Very comfortable position. He is dominating the space. And I do really like Samuel's approach to the position. It's quite unorthodox way, the way he put the knight on e1 first to allow to put f3, to play f3. But as you mentioned, it comes with some difficulties because he now has the hanging pawns. They are also blocked by the knight. So I can see that that Hikaru is definitely in the driving seat here. And yeah, the idea with rerouting the bishop is really fantastic. Basically, the bishop is now the worst black piece. So it makes sense to find a better square for it. And there is no better square than on e6. And now you can also see how well the pawn on h6 is placed, preventing the knight from playing g5 at some points. So yeah, the position is really great.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, if Sam could get in a couple moves here, like let's say something like bishop c4, followed by knight e5, he definitely gets some initiative, but I think Hikaru is just in time. Like the move bishop c4, bishop c8, sorry, looks great here. And honestly, if you're Sam here, you might already be looking like, hey, wait, how do I actually equalize here? As soon as this bishop lands on e6, again, this queen is under attack, rook a2 is coming, the bishop can always sit on d5, and look at the knight and the bishop in that case. Also, the pawn on b4 all of a sudden is a real weakness, so maybe Sam has to play something like queen c2, kick the knight away, but I guess if you just retreat, I like Hikaru's chances. Again, the position is becoming double-edged. I think it's a little bit easier to play. This pawn on e3 is always quite weak. The pawn on b4 is quite weak, and he's up 23 minutes on the clock. So everything is looking great. So since bishop c8 is the bet, oh, and he plays it, let's go. Again, that's the energy he needs.
And he's also defending f7 with the rook on a7. So that rook is not only is on the better square, on the dark square, because the white only has a light square bishop. Plus, it also defends f7. Plus, it controls the a file, and it's ready to move alongside the 7th rank to stand behind the pawn on c6, for example, or defend the knight on e4. It's a very flexible, really great position.
Right, so let's see what Sam is going to do. I think if white plays bishop c4, you might just play bishop e6 anyway, like trade. I think Hikaru shouldn't really have anything to worry about here. The pawn on b4 is quite weak, but you can also play for more. If the bishop c4, what about a move like bishop g4, pinning this rook? Or, actually, what about b5? This pawn is defended. You just push the bishop back, then you go bishop e6, attack this queen, and I don't see how white's keeping this together. If queen b2, rook a2, this looks quite bad. And if queen b1, then knight c3 with the fork. So Sam's got his work cut out for him. He's down to 32 minutes. Mm-hmm. Again, he's got the 30-second increment, but there will be no edit time. And I feel like Hikaru is starting to take over the initiative.
Yeah, for sure. So now maybe Sam will take some time here. Do you think we can quickly scroll through the other games, because something might be finished soon?
All right, so let's have a look at some of the games. So here we have Sam Shangland and Wesley. So
this might
probably a draw. You have to decide how you're going to recapture, probably with the f-pawn. But here, what about rook d8 and rook d2? And I mean, maybe you have to do something like king f3, rook d2, rook e2. But I feel like black's rook is so active that you shouldn't really have to be too worried here. Let's have a look at the game between Dominguez and Aronian. So Dominguez did play the move rook h1. And again, I think in case of this rook trade, white has great chances to win. Honestly, I don't see how black is defending. So Levon is in a very, very tough spot here. In the meantime, Sevian played the move queen c2, which looks like a good move. He's at least forcing black to move this knight back, because really the dream scenario for black here is to get some sort of setup like bishop e6 and bishop d5. Like, this is total domination. But since your bishop is still in c8, you're not quite able to get it yet. So let's see where Hikaru is going to go. Probably has to go back, or maybe bishop f5 to introduce this this discovery.
Chat, we were just told that we will get the camera back, the feedback, in a few minutes. The thing is, after it froze, it had to be restarted, and because of the delay, we have to wait for half an hour. But that time, thanks to our quick shopping and also a break, that time is almost gone. So the camera will be with us quite soon. For now, we have a microwave.
Exactly, yeah, and the microwave is sending Hikaru waves of energy, just like you guys are doing with the spam the flower to give Hikaru power. So let's see what he is going to do. Again, I think knight f6 makes a lot of sense. Then Sam, he might go for something like knight e5 to attack this pawn over here. But after something like bishop d7, again, I'm starting to like Hikaru's position more and more. This pawn is weak, this pawn is weak. Hikaru's king is slightly safer, because if Hikaru's queen would suddenly land on e3, this king is a little bit exposed. And Hikaru only has one weakness. So I definitely think he's taking over the advantage. And he also has that edge on the clock. So let's see what he will do. Knight f6 or bishop f5. In case of bishop f5, what happens after bishop d3? I guess you might just defend it. But yeah, I don't know. I like that. I like the idea of knight f6. So this knight can jump back to d5 and attack
much more
this pawn.
flexible. Allows to play knight g4 as well, attacking e3 and hitting h2 as well.
So let's see what will happen. I guess d5 could be an idea for Sam. The idea is that if black takes, there's e4, attacking the knight. And even though black can pick up another pawn, the problem is that at the end of it all, white has a check and picks up the bishop.
Yeah, an interesting idea with d5. Or also knight to e5 is an idea.
Yeah, for sure. Knight e5 as well. But I think we have it covered with the bishop d7 move. And in case of d5, maybe our easiest solution is just to play c5. White can try to take and go e4, but here, maybe just knight g4, stopping this push, threatening knight e3 at the same time. So I think Hikaru is going to be fine here. I think, again, if someone is going to win this game, it's going to be Hikaru. Again, because of the time lead, and the position is getting somewhat out of control for Sam.
Yeah, I also like in some lines, knight g4 can also come with the threat of rook a3 taking on f3 and queen h2. And we will see that queen takes h2 just with the knight on g4.
Exactly, as someone already predicted. I mean, again, in atomic chess, this is the end of the game.
I've never played atomic chess. I'm so bad at variants. I tried
I don't think I've played it either, but go ahead.
I tried duck chess and my head exploded.
Honestly, duck chess, I found it a little bit boring, because it's really difficult to build up any sort of attack, because just at the moment when you want to do something, your opponent blocks by putting the duck in between.
But yeah, but that's the whole idea. That
yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, in the meantime, in the game between Dominguez and Aronian traded on h1 and played the move bishop f8. And I think this move has the idea to go bishop g7 and g5. So let's have a look. Let's say Dominguez goes up, bishop g7, king f3, and you might just be in time with this pawn move. And the big question is this a win or a draw? I think Aronian has much better chances to draw here, because it's going to be very difficult to break through on the king side. Whereas if you allow white to play king e4 and f5, here white will always have a path forward. So it's probably a good idea by Aronian to go bishop g7 and g5 quickly. White never wants to go g5 himself, because now the pawn structure is completely locked. So let's see what is going to happen. Something else that Dominguez could do is meet g5 with f5. So we get to this pawn structure. which also definitely still offers wide chances for a win, but it might be a draw. So yeah, it's gonna be very close between a win and a draw here.
Yeah, but it's probably closer to draw now than it was earlier. It seemed like Linear did have some advantage. But as we always repeat, well, the side that has an advantage should not trade pawns, and the side that has a slightly worse position will try to trade them, and that's what Levon did. And now it's getting much closer to a anticipated draw, and so it will mean that there will be a second tiebreak coming. We so far have one tiebreak guaranteed. And,
exactly. Yeah. And yeah, I think it's quite likely that we will see 3 tie breaks. I think this game between
You're right.
Or I think 2 tie breaks are pretty much set already. Like, I don't see Sam Shankland winning this against Wesley. So of course we'll have Ray Robson against Fabiana Caruana, which is going to start in approximately 1.5 hours, but we will only have the broadcast in 2 hours. And I do expect Hikaru to not lose this game and just win his match very comfortably. But yeah, it's going to be real close between Dominguez and Aronian. Is Dominguez going to win, or is it going to be a draw? In the meantime, Hikaru is still thinking, and yeah, perhaps he just has to play knight f6, retreating the knight.
Yeah, I can see that bishop f5 is pretty tempting, but it's probably a little bit too risky to go there. Well, unless are we trying to play for a win, or are we happy with the draw here?
I think Hikaru, like, he will just play the position. If he really has to make a decision, like, okay, do I play solid here or do I take for more risk? I think he will choose to play solid. But if Sam will give him chances, he will happily take those. So I think that's just sort of his whole approach. Like that's what he says. I'm just playing chess, right? He's just playing the game. If he gets chances, he will take them. But otherwise, he's just making moves. He just wants to play solid.
Yeah, so for example, bishop f5, you mentioned bishop d3 could be a problem, right? But in fact, there are more moves that white can play here. For example, one is pretty crazy. It's g4.
G4, yep. And I guess you move your bishop back here, and
we probably don't need to go into such complications. Yeah. Because if bishop g6, then knight e5 comes with the tempo. I mean, it still probably is all equal, but maybe a little unpleasant to play. Queen f6 threatens queen f2, right? There. Yeah, but still.
All right, so let's see what he's going to do. But yeah, I like this move. I mean, just making sure this knight is never hanging. Also, now you're attacking this pawn over here. And I don't quite see what Sam is going to do here. Hikaru still has quite a significant lead on the clock. He still is up 16 minutes, but he was up at some point like 25. So he is taking his time, but the clock lead is definitely still there. So let's see what he's going to do. Sam, yeah, again, something like 95 makes sense, hitting this. But after bishop d7, perhaps bishop f3, but I don't quite see how he can pose Hikaru real problems here. And there's 95, blocking the attack, hitting this. And I like Hikaru's position. I think he's got a slight edge.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, in the meantime, nothing is really happening in the other games. The games in the women's section are also heating up.
Yeah, even in the women's section, I don't see much of excitement today. I think all of the players are happy with moving on into the tiebreak. Well, Alice is doing well. Alice might go into the next round without a tiebreak. And Irina Krush only needs a draw, right?
Yeah, she won her game yesterday, so
Mhm.
draw will be enough for her to move
And they are
on
both
to the
playing
next
with
round.
black, but doesn't seem like their opponents are creating anything substantial.
Yeah. So let's hope we can get Hikaru's back. Let's hope we can get Hikaru's cam back anytime soon. They're still having technical issues. In the meantime, Sam Shangland made a move. He decided to recapture with a pawn on g3, and Wesley, as we expected, plays the move rook to d8. He's activating his rook, and again, I think it's just too little for Sam to create any real winning chances here, and I think it's probably just gonna end in the draw. Dominguez, after bishop f8, played the interesting move bishop f2, and I quite like this move. I suppose his idea is to meet bishop g7 with bishop h4 to make sure that black cannot play g5, but I wonder what he's going to do. Oh, wait, I know. If black goes bishop g7, we go here, right? Stop g5. And if black goes here, also in the last move, we just go bishop g3. And now if black ever goes g5, you just go f5, and here the pawns stay nicely connected. So this could be a crucial move, which can maybe still give him the win. Again, like he's going to go king up and f5, and I don't know. It's looking really tough for Levon. I predict a win for Dominguez here. I predict a win for Dominguez.
All right. That would be exciting for Linier to get an early win without a tiebreak. It's interesting that they have identical time on the clock. Exactly identical time.
Exactly, yeah. 40 minutes and 20 seconds, something like that. But yeah, Dominguez, extremely strong player, very good preparation. And yeah, the Aronian is suffering here. I don't see how he can make the draw. I don't see how he can make the draw. And in the meantime, Hikaru is still thinking. Let's see what he is going to come up with. I kind of hope he will just retreat the knight. Like that to me, that looks like they keeps the position very simple, and also gives him chances to fight for the win.
I imagine he doesn't like d5.
Right.
Maybe we can have a look at d5 again. Because
yeah, so d5.
if he was just happy with knight f6, he would have played it already. But there are options of e4, d5, knight e5.
Yeah, I wonder what he's unhappy about. So just to point out real quick, you cannot take with the pawn because that leaves your bishop hanging. In the meantime, we do have a move, though. He plays the move bishop f5, which also looks completely fine. Now, white has some options. You can go bishop d3, target the knight on e4, which you will have to defend with queen e6 or queen e5. Both look completely fine. Yeah, maybe one of this, and followed by rook a2. Knight e5 is also a possibility. I don't see a good discovery with the knight, but perhaps you can pick up this pawn over here. And there's a funny line. White can take on c6, forking the queen and the rook, but you go queen a3. And if white takes a rook, you give a check, and it's going to be check.
Oh, yes.
Check.
Yes, we'll take that.
Yeah, and mate. That would be a very nice finish of the game. Not very likely, because I expect Sam to play something like bishop d3 here. But it is important for the valuation of the position that you have queen takes e3. And now the ball is back in Sam's court. What is he going to do? His clock is ticking. He's down to 31 minutes. Is he going to find a way here to complicate the game, or is this all just going to fizzle out into a draw?
Yeah. Well, now the ball is in Sam's yard, and he will have to make a choice between a lot of options. And as we know, the more options he has, the more likely he is to spend a lot of time. So it is knight e5, it is bishop d3, and it's also a very daring move g4.
Yeah, g4 is definitely double-edged.
And since he is in a must-win situation, he might as well go for this move.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. So you're tagging the bishop, and I think black's best square is here. Now, you can also go here. The difference is that after knight e5, your bishop is no longer attacked, but your back rank is weakened now. If white ever gets his queen to the back rank, it would be checkmate because this square is taken away. So I think g6 is Hikaru's best square for the bishop. Now he's probably going to jump in with knight e5, pressuring the bishop and the pawn on c6. But here, queen f6 seems a good move for Hikaru, also threatening this. And let's have a look. If white takes, perhaps you give a check and take here, followed by knight f2. This is also hanging. Perhaps this is okay, but it all gets very, very complicated. So let's see if Sam is going to go for it. Also, after queen f6, you can still keep it somewhat solid with a move like bishop to f3. So the position is definitely very complicated. He's got 30 minutes. And yeah, it's either now or never for Sam. If he figures out a way here to complicate the game, perhaps he will find some chances. But otherwise, I expect Hikaru to just make it very smoothly to the next round.
All right. So yeah, which move you are expecting then? Or which move would you play?
Which move would I play with white? I think either bishop d3 or knight e5 makes a lot of sense. This, although I guess this one hangs b4, and it gets very forcing. But black would have to calculate this. I mean, maybe something like this, right? But the thing is, you can just go rook c7, because if white takes, now you take again with check, and you regain the bishop, and black is a great position. But yeah, I don't know. It still feels a bit double-edged here. So let's see what Sam is gonna come up with. Or well, Hikaru is close, but he's not done it yet. Still has some work to be done here. It's b5.
Yeah, I think it's either bishop d3 or g4.
Right, yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Maybe we can have a prediction maybe real quick for the three options. Bishop d3, knight e5, or g4.
Right. So let's see what he is gonna do. In the meantime, we have more moves in the game between Sam Shangland and Wesley. So after rook d8, I like what Sam has done. He gave a check, king g6, and now rook to f2. So he's making sure that Wesley cannot go rook d2. And again, if anyone is playing for the win, it's Sam Shangland. He has a 2 versus 1 majority on the king side, and Wesley has a 3.5 versus 3 majority on the queen side. So it will be much more difficult for Wesley to create a pass on this side of the board. And Sam can also try to walk his king over, use this passed pawn on the king side as a decoy, and then try to collect maybe these pawns over here. So I still expect a draw here, but Wesley will have to be accurate. And in this game between Dominguez and Aronian, I guess at some point you're going to go for f5, but that would allow the bishop in. So it's going to be very close here. Is Dominguez going to win, or is it going to be a draw?
Yeah, but it's definitely only for 2 results, and linear only might win this game.
Exactly. Yeah, here we see really the drawback of the Berlin Wall, where, again, black is stuck with this 3.5 versus 3 majority on the queen side, and white has a 3 versus 2 majority on the king side. So white can create a pass pawn, but black cannot do the same thing. So it will be tough. I think...
Not as easily, at least.
Exactly, yeah. I think the Aronian's best bet is just to sit. And in case of f5, take once, but don't take twice, because then the king comes up. Maybe here you go like bishop c1, and you keep you just sit, because I don't think f6 is a real concern, because you can always block it with the king, and perhaps white just has no way to break break through here.
Well, I guess no, the king just will come back, right? All he can do is attack on c6. He could take on e6 and then bishop d8, but then the king just comes back.
Exactly, and then you go back, attack the bishop, and the moment the bishop moves, the king comes back here. And this should be a pretty standard draw, because you're also going to go bishop e2 and pin this bishop to the defense of this pawn. So actually, there's a good chance that this game might end in a draw as well. So let's see what's going to happen. Sam is still thinking. He's down to 25 minutes. Hikaru, again, he's up like 20 minutes on the clock, and it's starting to matter here. Sam still has like 1 or 2 more moments where he can really invest some time, but after that, he's basically in rapid mode, right? He will just have to make decisions based on like some fast calculation or his intuition, but he cannot really dive deep into the position anymore. And Hikaru still has a nice tank of 45 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, guys, keep spamming the flower to give Hikaru power.
Exactly. Yep.
Also Twitch Prime to get Sam Sevian low on time.
I did it at the beginning of the game, and it's working wonders. So make sure to support your favorite streamer and your favorite chess player. But yeah, let's see what Sam is going to do. He's down to 24 minutes. Yeah, bishop d3, 95. All of these moves make sense. So let's have a look, right? Let's say Sam goes here, attacks the knight. We're probably going to defend with queen e6. Now rook a2 is also a threat. If you go bishop c4, I think here the easiest way to solve all of our problems is to go knight d6, attacking the bishop and the queen. And we will see queen trade here. But I feel like this endgame is pretty pleasant for Hikaru. Like this bishop defends the pawn, and then next up your rook comes in. So bishop c4 isn't quite the way to go. Maybe you have to go knight e5, but is rook a2 a move here? It's going to be a little bit complicated. Because if you take, black can take, and go knight c3, attack the rook, and attack this bishop over here. Now white can go rook c1, takes and take here, but at the end of it all, you have bishop e4, pressuring the knight, and here, and black should very comfortably hold here, because this d pawn is not going anywhere. So I think in all of the variations, it's looking pretty comfortable for Hikaru. So I don't think we have to worry about bishop d3. Let's have a look at knight to e5. So here we discussed queen takes c4, right? If you take the knight, we go queen a3. Yeah. Now knight takes c7 moves to queen takes c3.
Move.
So perhaps bishop d3, rook c7. But if you don't see it here for white, it could also get out of control. Maybe there's the move d5. But what is really the point? Like, let's say I play g6, right, to defend this bishop. I feel like black should be all right here. So maybe then we come back to your move, g4, attacking the bishop. The bishop steps back, knight e5. But again, the king becomes so exposed here. And a move like queen f6 definitely comes to mind to go after the king.
Yeah. Well, there was a question, why not bishop h7? I don't think the knight will take the bishop. I think the knight on e5 is stronger than the bishop on g6. So black can retreat to g6. There is no difference. Well, there is a big difference. The bishop is also defending f7. So
exactly,
it's better
yeah.
to have it on g6.
And the real drawback of this bishop on h7 is that you take away the escape square off your king. So you have to be worried about white taking here and then delivering a checkmate. So I don't quite like the bishop here. I like it much better on g6 because, like you said, I don't think we have to be too worried about white taking our bishop. Like, we can always recapture him, and our knight in e4 is pretty active. So let's see what Sam is going to do. He's spending his time. He's down to 22 minutes. He's got to come up with a move. He's got to come up with a move because otherwise the time disparity is just going to become a little bit too much. All right. Knight f2, as someone points out in the chat, is not quite an idea because, let me point this out. Let's say white plays a move like this. If you go knight f2, white can always take, and white will get two minor pieces for the rook, which is generally an advantage. So knight f2 is not a real threat. But perhaps taking this pawn here or rook here could be an idea.
I guess knight g3, he can play e4.
Or just bishop d3, I suppose. And then your knight on g3 is slightly awkward.
Yeah, because the knight is hanging afterwards. You are hitting the queen first, but then you have to spend a tempo to save your piece.
Right, so let's see what he's going to come up with. But yeah, it's a tough position for Sam. Like, he's looking for something, but again, there doesn't seem to be anything clear. This pawn is always hanging. You always have to be worried about black not taking this pawn on e3. So I feel like Hikaru will always have sufficient counter chances. And again, like, it's starting to look tricky, given the fact that Sam is down 25 minutes on the clock. So I think Hikaru, he actually even has pretty reasonable chances to win this game.
Or at least a draw, which is enough.
Yeah, I think he's not going to lose for sure. I think he's not going to lose for sure. But if I would have to bet on the result right now, I would maybe even just go for Hikaru win. Because the position is complicated, there's a time disparity, and white's position is a little bit loose. Whereas there's something wrong with the camera. Unfortunately, we cannot pull up Hikaru right now, but hopefully it can be resolved very soon.
Guys. We keep refreshing it, so Once it's back, we will have it, but nothing. It's not in our hands.
Yeah. So let's see what is going to happen. In the meantime, in the game between Sam Shangland and Wesley So, we left off after rook to f2. Wesley goes c4. Again, it's going to be more difficult for Sam to create a passed pawn, but if he keeps pushing these pawns, it will definitely be worth something. Sam goes rook to e2, and now Wesley steps up with his king to f5. So I don't know, perhaps we could see a repetition here, or maybe Sam will just play something like king f3 to play on, but I don't think Wesley is really risking something. If you go rook d1, this pawn on a2 is actually quite awkward to protect. Just to illustrate, like let's say something like, let's say you wait, right? Black can go here, attack the pawn, and if you go a3, there's c3, and so black has ways to break up the white pawn structure. So I think Wesley is going to be fine. Now, if you don't want to allow black to break up your pawn structure with c3, you can play c3 yourself, but now there's always rook d3, and I don't think white is better here than just repeating the move. So I do expect Wesley to hold quite comfortably. I don't know if the same can be said about Aronian, but I don't really see a way forward for Dominguez. Like you go f5, but black's just going to take once, and then bring his bishop in, and he's just going to keep this pawn tension. He's not going to take because the king comes up, but I think black can just sit here and hold the draw.
What do you mean, guys, by Maria joke request? I don't joke. I'm Russian.
No good jokes. You can crack here. I'm sure you have one, but don't worry about it. Don't feel like you're being put on the spot.
No, but Russians have no sense of humor. Everybody knows that.
Nah. I think Grishik is pretty funny. Grishik is pretty funny.
Yeah, but Grishuk is very very unusual. He's a legend.
True. All right, so let's see what's going to happen here. Sam just dropped below 18 minutes and is still deep in the tank. And again, there's no easy solutions here. There's no easy solutions. And if he's not careful, if he's going to spend too much time, Hikaru, like right now, Hikaru might still be fine with a draw. Right? Hikaru might still be fine with a draw, given the fact that he just moves on in the tournament. But if Sam takes too much time, Hikaru's going to play for the win. Because he will just realize, like, hey, this is my chance.
Pretty safe for him to continue playing. And not that he cares, but if he wins, he might get even to fourth place in the world.
Right. It's still a little far off. Right now, he is 12 points behind Ali Reza Firouzja, his buddy. So he will have to win some more games. But I guess if he wins like if he wins this game and another 3, then he's up there. But still a lot of work to be done. All right, Sam is still taking his time. So let's see what he's going to do. So yeah, again, like g4, knight e5, bishop d3. Is there perhaps another move that we haven't considered yet that he can play? Right?
Just some rook move, but...
Well, I guess if rook f1, then there is knight g3.
Yeah.
Right? Queen b1, it's just asking to be forked. Also, something like rook a3 all of a sudden gets pretty nasty. So I think it's a little bit too passive. So yeah, let's see what
and something like happen, h3 is probably weakening the king even more.
Right. Yeah, if h3, like you're asking for something like queen g3 to be played, threatening this, and bishop takes h3. So I don't think that's a good idea either. After a long thought, Sam goes for knight to e5. So he's jumping his knight in the middle of the board, and he's attacking this pawn. Now, let's see what Hikaru is going to do. Again, I think he can take here. Rook c7 is probably a little bit passive. So let's have a look. We looked at this. Queen takes b4. Knight takes c6 with the fork. We go queen a3, hitting this. Now, again, white cannot take because you take here. And this, I mean, the very least you win the queen, but we actually have checkmate with this little sequence over here, sacking the queen. But Hikaru has already moved. He plays the move queen to f6. So his idea is now knight f2 is a threat. Just to illustrate, like you have knight f2, hitting the queen and the rook, because now the bishop is protected. And if Sam takes the pawn with a knight, I guess he just gets pinned. Yeah, you get pinned. And then knight f2, and you win in exchange. And if you take with the queen, I guess queen g5, and you have no way of protecting the pawn at e3. Right, so this is what we were talking about earlier. Sam's king is slightly more exposed. Hikaru's king is still sitting very nicely behind the wall of 3 pawns. But the moment you take here, white is probably getting checkmate.
Well, he has queen c1, but then there is a pretty puzzle-like move.
Exactly. We have rook a1, deflecting the queen, and then check.
Because the checkmate is stronger than the queen.
Exactly. Yep. So very nice sequence there. And you have rook d3 to defend the pawn, but this is really asking for trouble. Something like check, and something's got to be winning here. Maybe like queen h4, threatening this. So let's see what's going to happen. I think there's a good chance that queen f6 might have surprised Sam, and that is the worst. That is the worst thing. If you spend like 10, 15 minutes on a move, your opponent responds instantly with a move you don't expect, and you have to think again. So let's see what he's going to do. But queen g5 and takes here is a real possibility, and his clock keeps ticking down, and I don't see it. I don't see how Sam is keeping this together.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this move surprised even us, and we have computers and we have access to all of the information that on all of the best moves, and we didn't see queen f6.
Right, so let's see what is going to happen. In the meantime, all right, so in the game between Dominguez and Aronyan, they're still shuffling back and forth, but I don't really see a way to make progress. Is this a silent draw offer by Dominguez, I wonder, because he's moving back and forth? I mean, maybe he's just trying to gain a little bit of time, but again, I don't... Although you're basically pushing with no risk here, right? So why not play on?
So. I think he's going to continue playing.
Yeah. In the meantime, okay, Sam is thinking, and he's down to 13 minutes. Let's see what he is going to do. But already in this position, I don't see a way for Sam to bail out. I don't see a way that he can keep it all safe. Again, like queen g5 is coming. Like, let's say go bishop f3. Can we go here, threaten this, rook e1? Do we have rook a1 by any chance? Like, let's say you take... We take and we win, because we win the queen. Right, so already it's getting quite tricky. Perhaps after rook a1, you have to go queen e2, and it might still be fine. And you know, this pawn is still under attack, so still some work to be done for Hikaru. But given the time situation, it's looking tricky for Sam.
Breaking Hikaru has won the game. Yeah, he did yesterday.
Well, he could have. It's not out of the question.
Do we have someone from the St. Louis Chess Club messaging? You know, it's not allowed.
Right, yeah.
By rules in such tournaments, if there is a delay, all the spectators are warned that for like half an hour after leaving the playing hall, you're not allowed to share the results or the moves.
Exactly. And in the meantime, the game between Sam Shangland and Wesley So also ended in a draw. Actually, the repetition that we were talking about after rook e2, king f5, Sam just gave a check, king g6, and the players shuffled back and forth. So that one is going to a tiebreak as well. Just to remind everybody, if the players go to a tiebreak, they will first play 2 games with both players having 10 minutes and a 5-second increment. If that ends in a tie, then they will move on to a blitz match where the players will have 3 minutes plus 2 seconds of increment. So already it's going to get fast and furious from the get-go. But I think it's going to be Wesley's favor. He's definitely the better blitz and rapid and blitz player. But Sam actually did pretty well in the Armageddon tournament in Berlin. So I'm sure Sam is going to put up a good fight.
Why do I look annoyed? Because there is no visual camera. I want to appreciate the player.
All right. So let's see what's happening here. In the meantime, Dominguez is still shuffling back and forth. All right. So at some point, he's going to have to try to break with f5. I mean, you can also push these pawns up on the queen side a little bit, but I don't think it really changes anything. Like, the only plan you have is f5. And again, black's just going to take once and then sit with his king either on d7 or f7. And I think it's just a draw, to be honest. By the way, just to like let you guys know, like you guys are saying like this person looks like X, this person looks like X. That's just like your observation. I don't know why people would say that.
Well,
like that's very
Sam
often not
just
even the
made a
case.
move.
And Sam played bishop to d3. All right, so let's see now. Perhaps queen g5 by Hikaru, or I guess that's his idea, right? So let's have a look. So queen g5 attacking the pawn. You cannot take because we take here with a check, and then we get the bishop back, and we're up a pawn, and black's absolutely crushing. If I guess you just have to defend the pawn with rook e1, which is the only move. If you go queen e2, knight c3 is quite a devastating fork. So rook e1 only move, and now Hikaru again could consider this move rook a1. So let's have a look. Rook a1 takes. We take here with a check. Now, if you go to h1, we give a check here. And white is forced to give up their queen. And after takes, you do have rook f1 at the end, attacking the queen and the bishop. But black is winning because you take here.
They can take the knight.
Right, they can take, but now you go f6. And white is not holding everything together. So black is winning material here.
Mm-hmm.
So after rook a1, maybe you take and go king f1, right? Now there's no knight f2. There is knight d2, though. Again, you have to give up your queen. And this offers Sam some chances. You don't take the bishop right away because there's queen f4 and you win the bishop. But you give a check. King
and
up.
Then take with a check.
You take here. So we go g6, and the bishop has to go back to d3, which is the only safe square because you don't want to let black take here. If you go here, black takes here, and you have double attack on the bishop and the knight. But you go to d3, and I guess, I mean, the thing is, Hikaru definitely sees this variation, but if he doesn't see a draw here, then I don't know if he should go for it. So let's see. So let's say check, check. Now bishop e2 is not a move because you hang this and you hang the knight. Now if white goes back, it's just a repetition. If you go here, black checks here, and it's getting too dangerous. Knight f3 hangs the bishop. But what about king f3? We give a check. If the king goes here, it's not getting very far because you check here. If the king goes here, I guess check here. And if the king goes here, we go here. It's probably a repetition, but the game keeps going. White can do this.
Looks like a repetition. Or at least a draw. Can I just have a second to appreciate Eric Rosen for raiding with a huge amount of people right at the moment when you gave up a queen, the white queen. Oh no, my queen.
Oh.
Thank you so much,
queen.
Eric, for the raid, and welcome everybody to the commentary of the second day of the American Cup, where Hikaru is leading in his match against Samuel Sevian, and he only needs a draw today in order to go through to the next stage. 2 games are already finished today and are going into tie breaks. And we are watching it together with Benjamin. So have a seat and enjoy.
Exactly. Yeah. Big shout out to Eric Rosen. Very wholesome streamer. Of course, I assume most of you are familiar with him, but if you're not, make sure to check out his channel. Hope maybe the mods can give him a shout out. And again, yeah, thanks for the raid, Eric. We really do appreciate it. But this position right here would be the imbalance that Sevian is looking for. So I guess he wouldn't mind this line. I mean, you have a rook, a knight, and a bishop for the queen. Now, generally, a queen is considered to be worth 9 points. A rook is worth 5, and a knight is 3. A bishop is 3 as well. So it would be 5 plus 3 plus 3 is 11 versus 9. Black has some pawns, but at least there's an imbalance, right? So I don't know if Hikaru should go for this, but in this position right here, I don't see many alternatives besides queen g5, right? Rook e1. And here, I guess he wants to go for this. Otherwise, I mean, knight d6 is kind of a pity. So I think we might see this on the board. We might see the entire line on the board because I don't see a way for either player to deviate. Well, 5 plus 3 plus 3 is 11. Yeah, that's 11. Pretty sure.
Of course, Hikaru doesn't have to play rook a1.
Right, but otherwise it feels like Sam is getting the time to create some threats. Maybe something like G6, but I don't know, like this is hanging, I guess.
But then
if you
knight
take...
f3 is also annoying.
Right. It feels like there should be something. So I'm sure Hikaru is definitely looking at this line. So let's have a look. So take stakes, king of one, king of one. All of this is forced. Knight d2,
Knight
take
d2
stakes.
also forced.
Check is forced because
Yeah,
bishop
it's all
f5.
forced, you're right.
There's here, so check here. Take g6 is literally the only move. And bishop d3 is the only move because you cannot afford to lose this pawn because you lose all of the stability in your position. So bishop d3. And here you can check on f4, but there's knight f3. So I guess Hikaru is looking at this. Check. And now king f3. This is the only check you have, but the king escapes. Like here,
Check.
here,
Queen e3.
and again g3. And there's rook e8, and this is very difficult to evaluate. The computer is saying black is it's fine. It's all equal after b5. And it's probably the case because if we take here, we have two connected passers. But if I can somehow start some sort of attack on our king, things can get pretty scary. Like if rook e7, I guess there's not this. There's king g8.
King g8, yeah.
Right, because if you take the knight, you hang the bishop, and
f6 is a threat.
But all of this is super, super difficult to figure out over the board. So let's see if Hikaru's going to go for it. He might just feel like there's got to be something, but it all comes down to details here. Like in this position right here, b5 is the only move to keep the position equal. So let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, of course, calculation of this line is fairly easy until the moment when it's not forced.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, but, so it's a lot to calculate.
But fortunately for Hikaru, he's got the time. He's got 38 minutes, while Sevian is down 11 and a half. So again, I feel like Sevian, he has the time to calculate a variation like this, but he cannot really dig much deeper into the position much more. Like he's basically going to have to play on fast calculation or his instinct here. So let's see what's going to happen. But yeah, in this position, I think Hikaru's got to go queen g5 because he's really committed himself into doing that with the move queen f6. Like you can go knight d6, but then it feels like you're making a concession. Like white can take here, for example.
Yeah, queen c6 and bishop d3.
Right.
Knight d3.
And also the fact that Sam is low on time, like we have to give Hikaru credit for that as well, because Hikaru, he's keeping the pressure, he's keeping, a good pace, and that's of course not easy for the opponent to deal with. So that's also part of the reason why he has such a big time advantage. So, but yeah, let's see. I mean, he still has some problems to solve here. I think queen g5 is the way to go, and white will have to respond to that with rook e1, because it's the only way to keep this attack going. Okay, by the way, we're getting word that perhaps we can have the cameras back in around like 20-ish minutes. So let's hope that's the case.
Well, yeah, our streamer is so good that their OBS crashed while trying to set up a camera for us.
Right. And someone asks a very good question in the chat. Is Sam new to the top chess scene? Because he's never heard of him. Well, Sam is not quite new. Like, I think he's been over 2,700 before. But let's say you're 2,700. You're just outside of that bubble where you get like the top invites. So this is a great opportunity for Sam to play with the best players in the US, but also the world. I mean, Hikaru, Levan, Dominguez, Fabiano, those are all like top players. So again, like if you're just below that, you're not getting those invites that they are getting.
Yeah, again, guys, it's not up to us when to make the cameras available. We only tell you what we're told.
Yeah, we're just people sitting here talking about these games that are played. But let's hope we can get it back soon.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for forgiving me. That means a lot.
But yeah, let's see. Hikaru is thinking here. I'm sure he's considering the move queen g5. I think he's got to go for it. And then rook e1 is the only move for Sam. Like, there's no other good way to defend this pawn. Again, queen e2 runs into this. there's queen c1, but it's just so passive because now you're not attacking the knight anymore, and rook a2 actually ends the game on the spot because there's no good way to defend this. So if queen g5, Sam will blitz out rook e1. I guarantee you guys that. Then Hikaru, I'm sure he's looking at this. g6 perhaps is a move, but it's not easy because you're hanging your knight for a move, but you still have queen to h4 to get it back. But both players are definitely looking in this direction. Rook a1 takes, check. The king has to go here. We go knight d2, and it gets all super complicated. It's very difficult to figure out what exactly is going on. So I don't know if Hikaru will go for this, because if he goes into this, there's no way back anymore. And he could also just try to keep the game going somehow. Can he? I was just wondering if he can do this, but it might not change anything. It's the same thing. Sam can still keep the game going with this move. And if queen d2, yeah, it's all the same thing. Like, you will end up in this position. And white is even a little bit lucky that he still has a way to keep the game going. Hikaru's fine, but it's
going to be hard though with his time.
Right. And here, white has only one move to keep the balance. But after bishop e1, I guess after bishop e1, black has some choice. Like maybe something like queen f2, and there should be a perpetual here, I suppose. So it would be impressive if Hikaru goes down this line and realizes, like, hey, white doesn't have anything here. And if white's not careful, he could also lose here because there's no real coordination. And if you go rook e7 to attack this, black is just in time with the move king g8. But again, all of this is super difficult to figure out over the board.
Someone asked a good question. Is taking on b4 bad? Well, not in this position. I think earlier, after we gave a check to a king from d2. Well, first of all, white can take on c6. Oh, the camera. We have the camera. Yay.
Yeah, and there we see Hikaru on the camera. So he's thinking. Now, we were talking earlier how Hikaru was looking more to the queen side, but now I see him more looking like to the center and more to the king side, because that is where all the action is taking place right now. We know how good of a calculator Hikaru is, so I'm sure he's going to figure out something here. And actually, as the computer has been taking... so let's see what is going to happen. We saw a little head bob there, so that is definitely a very good sign.
Uh-oh. It's not me, chat.
No, it's not. It's not us. It's not on us. We're just sitting here talking about the game. All right. Yeah, let's see what is what's going to happen. Again, like, okay, so what else can he do besides queen g5, right? I mean, there's knight d6, but it feels like here you're just giving up a pawn. I'm sure he doesn't want to do that.
No.
Like, it's not the end of the world.
Well, you get a very active rook. You take on d3 and then rook a2.
And also there's e4, by the way, like hitting the bishop and maybe then taking, like, it feels like, and rook f1, like, you definitely don't want to go into this. He's 100% looking at this. And I'm sure, like, he's going down that line, but can he figure it out all the way till the end? So let's send him some energy. Let's send him some energy, because queen g5, to be honest, is the only move that holds the balance. I'm sure if he figures out this line, he's not going to lose and he's just going to advance to the next round. So let's send him some energy. The microwave is here. You guys are here. The flower of power is here. So he's going to do it. And there we go. I didn't do anything to the camera. I'm not muted. No, you guys are joking. Pretty sure I'm not muted.
No, you're not muted.
Very funny, you guys. All right, so, and queen g5 is on the board. All right, now Sam has to play rook e1. Rook e1 is the only move. Like, knight c4 is just too passive, and black can play something like this. It's not really something to be worried about. But rook e1, that's what the position revolves around. Then Hikaru is probably going to go rook a1. And we will go then down that line where Hikaru will get the queen, but Sam will probably get a rook and two minor pieces, and the position is just going to explode. So let's see. Sam, I'm sure that he's going to go rook e1.
Yeah,
Then the question is,
yeah.
what
He
is he
probably
thinking
was
about?
calculating already for Hikaru's time because he doesn't
Right,
have too much time left. You can just use everything you get.
exactly. Yeah. So I'm sure that move is going to be played very, very soon. Just defending the pawn.
Yeah, Ben,
All
your
right.
camera is muted. Chat
My
says.
cat. Oh shoot! It happens. It happens. All right. Rook e1. Yeah. Okay. I feel like Sam should have played Rook e1 already. Like I think it's just the only move. Hikaru spent 13 minutes on his move, so he must have spent that time as well looking at Queen g5, and he should know that this is really the only move in the position. So let's see. Again, I'm sure he's going to go for it. The question is really when. It's not a question of if. And hello also to Champ in the chat. I guess he's just making sure that he's not losing in this line, right? Because if you do not have Rook a8 here, you lose here. Because if you take, you lose the bishop. But again, the chaos starts after Rook a8, King h7, and take here. Like this here, you have to go back because you cannot lose this. Because if you go anywhere else, like the easiest way is just check and then here, and you pick up the knight. So bishop d3 is absolutely forced. And here Hikaru will give a check and check. And now the big question is like, okay, what is Sam going to do? Is he just going to repeat and make a draw? Well, then he will be eliminated. Well, he'll probably try to make this work with king f3, king here, check, and king h3. And here, there's still g3 takes. And it looks like white's losing because your knight's under attack. Your knight cannot move because then you lose your bishop. But you have rook a8. And here, if black's not careful, white can get his pieces coordinated and start an attack. There is this move b5, which stops this bishop from coming in. And also, if you take here, you're already setting your pawns in motion. So all super, super complicated. But Hikaru's time advantage definitely plays a big role here.
Yeah, for sure. It's almost half an hour. And yes, chat, you're right. To see all this forcing line is easy if you have enough time to, because you have to double check every part of this line. It's easy for us.
Exactly.
We already almost memorized it.
Exactly. And it's even easier when you're sitting here with an engine. But of course, it's difficult for Sam. But he's got to move here. Like 8 minutes for the rest of the game with only a 30-second increment doesn't quite feel enough. So what else could he be thinking about? Again, this is not a move because you take here with check, and then you're getting your bishop back, and black's up opponent, and black's just winning. Black's just winning. Like your position is so dominant. So this is not an option for Sam. You cannot really defend with the queen. It's just like queen e2 runs into this. You have to keep the attack on the knight. So I think you
Knight
just really
c4,
have to...
then b5.
Right. I think here we decided on b5. Yeah, takes. I think you just take twice. And here black also has absolutely zero risk. Your king is a little bit safer. And it will probably peter out into a draw somehow. Like, you're going after this pawn. Black is completely fine here. So Sam is going to play
I
rook.
guess he has to just YOLO it and go rook e1, even if he's not completely satisfied with the line.
Right. Yeah, no, he has to go for it. But maybe he feels like he's running some risk as well. But I think he's going to run more and more risk the more time he takes. Because with 30 minutes against 7, it's looking tough. All right. Sam is still thinking. But yeah, again, I don't see another move besides rook e1.
Yeah, no other move. And this situation, it's better to just close your eyes and make a move rather than calculate everything. And he's not going to be satisfied with any of the options.
Exactly. Yeah. And he will still need time in that line that we just showed. But yeah, I'm sure like they're all looking at this move. I mean, for us and for Hikaru, it's all fine. Like Hikaru's like, okay, take your time. Sure, Hikaru doesn't mind Sevian taking his time here because also it gives Hikaru more time to think on Sam's turn.
He played it rook e1?
He hasn't moved yet, at least on my end. People are asking, can we take over Hikaru's channel? That's what we're doing right now. We hacked his stream. Oh, rook e1 seems to be on the board. It should be there soon. Wait, there's no error, right? Wait. Oh, and there it is, rook e1. Okay, so now let's see. Is Hikaru going to go down that line with rook a1? It's probably the only move that holds the balance, but it is quite complicated. And he could also go for something else and just bank on the fact that, given the fact that Sam is so low on time, he might not figure out the right continuation. But I'm sure he's looking at rook a1.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not only looking at rook a1, he is also going to play rook a1.
I think he will, but
yeah,
it's quite a complicated line. So let's see.
Because he's happy with the draw in this game. Even if he had a win at some point and he misses it, he might only be annoyed for a few minutes. But in the end, winning a match is all that matters.
Yep, for sure. All right, so Hikaru is thinking, is he gonna go for rook to a1? I think he will. So let's go down that line one more time. So rook a1. Now with this move, black is attacking the rook. White has absolutely no choice but to take. Defending the rook is just too passive. Here, black will always get a pleasant advantage after something like knight c3. You trade, or, I mean, even here there's this. But just to illustrate the point, like, you're going to trade here. And after knight d5, black is better because white has weaknesses, and black doesn't really. So after rook a1, white has no other option but to take. Then we are going to take here. Now here white has two moves, either king h1 or king f1. King h2, king h1 runs into a knight f2 check. Now, if you go back, at the very least, black is taking here, and this is just not good. Black's not even down material anymore. If you take, you recapture, the bishop is defended, and so black is winning material here. For rook f1, you take here, and the knight is under attack. So white is only one move. White has to go with his king this way. Now here white's up a rook, so black has to look for something, but there's the move knight d2. Now this would be checkmate if not for the fact that this queen is here, and so white has no other move but to take. We have to take. And here black has a queen versus a rook and a knight. And if white takes here, there's queen f4 check, and you pick up the bishop, and black is up material. But white can throw in this check first. This king is only one move, which is to go here, and then white takes here, again, with check. Black is only one with a block, which is here. And here, since this pawn is under attack, and it would often lose the knight, white has to go here to block that attack. And here we're looking at the line queen e1 check. White only has one move, which is here, check. You cannot block with the bishop, again, because of check, and you lose the knight. If you go up right away, then there's queen e3 and you lose. You cannot block with the knight, because then you block your bishop. You lose your bishop. And if you go up, it feels like, well, at the very least, you're going to lose your knight. But it feels like you might also get checkmated. Right here, there's too many things hanging. But what Sam can do is go king f3, and then go here, check, and then go here. And if check, block with the pawn. Again, you cannot block with the knight. You block, take, and here your knight's under attack. And if the knight moves, you hang your bishop. But there's rook e8. So all super, super complicated. And here black only has one move to hold the balance, which is b5. So the players basically have to calculate like 15 moves deep into the future, which is not easy. Good luck doing that.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning that the queen has to always be attacking both the knight and the bishop. Otherwise, white might take on f7, and then white is probably winning because the entire king side collapses. And that's the reason why the queen was not able to take on b4 at any point of this whole line. So it is very double-edged, and Hikaru probably will still go for it. He's just making sure he's not losing at any point of this game. But I think because it's so double-edged and because the opponent's so low time, it's probably a completely logical decision to go for it. By the way, Ben, do you think we can call this an endgame? This position?
I get, yeah, we can definitely call this an endgame.
Okay. Because it's always
so
hard
few
to say when you have unequal material. At which point does it become an endgame, or at which point it's still a middle game?
It's a good question. I guess it also depends on the amount of pieces on the board. right? Here, there's only 4 pieces in total. And generally, I guess, like, let's say you would have a queen and a rook each, right? We'd definitely be talking about an endgame, or let's say 2 rooks. So from that standpoint, I definitely would call this an endgame. And Hikaru has played rook to a1. Okay, now Sam has to take. He's sacrificed.
Yay!
What has he sacrificed? Marie, what has he sacrificed?
Sacrifice
the rook! Oh.
Let him rook!
Yeah. What is this? What is this meme? What is this meme? Everyone's like, let him cook. I don't get it. Sacrifice the rook! What is the meme? Let him cook. I don't get it. Can someone in the chat explain it? But okay, Sevian his clock is ticking, but he has no other option but to take it. Again, the only other move not to lose right away is queen e2, but you get into a very passive position after knight c3. So he's absolutely got to take. We have to take here. That's the point. Luring the rook away. And you have to go king here. Here, since black is down a rook, the only move you have is knight e2. And so all of this is forced. All of this is forced. We're gonna go down that variation. The question really again is, when is Sam gonna take? But I'm 100% sure he is gonna do that. Let him cook means let him do his thing. Hikaru's got this. I think he's got this, especially given the fact that he's got 25 minutes and Sam 6.5.
Let him do his thing. Well,
all right, so
definitely let him rook at this point. Well,
yeah.
Do you think it is a surprise to Sam? Because if it is, I think he's doomed.
I don't think so. No. I'm sure they are both looking at this. And look at this. All of a sudden, Sam takes, Hikaru takes, king of one. The moves are flying in. 92 takes.
It wasn't
check.
A surprise.
King here takes. All of this is on the board. And Hikaru goes queen c1. Apparently, he thinks this is the more clever check. But honestly, I don't think there's a difference. If Sam goes here, you can give a check here, check, and here. It all comes down to the same variation. Queen d1, king g3. And I think, again, we're going to get to this position with g3. I think you cannot avoid this. I think Hikaru wants to avoid this, but I don't think you can. But let's have a look. So queen c1. Right. It goes king up, check, king up, check. It's all the same thing. Here, check. You can't get out. Here, check. You can't go quite here. King g3 is bad. You have to go back. And I don't think Hikaru has any other options besides going in that line. Like queen c1, king h3. Now, eventually, you do have to do this.
Yeah.
So I think we will get that position with this one. Takes on rook e8. And then Hikaru, I think if they get to this position, he will find b5. But going for this position and then being like, all right, yeah, I just go b5 here. Like, that's super difficult. That is super difficult. All right. But Sevian is thinking here. He's got 7.5 minutes. Hikaru 27. So let's see. Both moves kind of lead to the same thing. Hikaru is just going to check him.
Okay, so Sam did not think on taking the rook on a1 at all. It was just stuck a transmission for us.
I think after rook a1, he did think for a little bit, but every single move is forced from that, right?
Yeah.
Black has to do this. You have to move the king here. This is forced, right? You have to take it. Yeah. The only legal move. This is the only move. This is, again, your only legal move. And this is your only move not to lose right away. So I guess the moves were just played at blitz speed. Now here, had Hikaru played queen d1, Sam would have blitzed out king of 2. So maybe that's his idea. Maybe he wants to let Sam take more time. But it gives white this move as well, but it shouldn't change anything. Because still, after check, you have to go up. And then we get to this. So let's see what's going to happen. But yeah, I think both moves will probably lead to the same thing, and we will get to that position where Hikaru will eventually take on d4, and Sam will go rook e8.
Yeah, f6 would be a bad decision here because you are exposing your king to the checks from the rook, from the bishop, and it's going to be a checkmate probably.
Exactly. Yep. All right. So let's see what is gonna happen. All right. So king e2 or king f2. I think well, king e2 or king f2. Again, both moves lead to the same thing. Hikaru, given the fact that he's won his game yesterday, he is happy here with a draw because that means he will move on. Sevian, on the other hand, is desperately looking like, hey, is there a way I can keep the game going? Like, can I get out of these checks? But it seems quite difficult. If you go here, again, the check.
Yeah.
You can do this. Well, you can do this and go rook e8 to defend. This is definitely a possibility. But here, I guess black's doing all right as well because the king is always so exposed. And you're going to pick up this pawn over here, push these pawns forward, and it's always just going to be so difficult for white because also all of your pieces are kind of loose. Sam has made a move. He's played king to e2. Now Hikaru is going to give a check.
Yeah, queen b2 and queen either c1 or d4.
And there we have it. Okay, now Sam has to make a decision. Is he going to go here or here? You cannot go here because Hikaru will take. Or I mean, you can because there's rook e8, but it feels like it's falling apart. King e3 played. I guess now you give a check. You could take here, but I think it's better for Hikaru just to keep checking him. c5 also a possibility to undermine this pawn. So let's see what he's going to do. There are some options now. Which one is he going to go for is the big question. Do people get flagged in class?
For a check is logical. No need to get greedy here.
Right. Someone asked in the chat, do people get flagged in classical? It's very unlikely because you have, first of all, so much time. And second of all, there's the 30-second increment. And 30 seconds is still quite a lot of time.
You cannot really flag your opponent, but you can lead them to be in enough time scramble to blunder something. But flagging is not really possible in classical chess.
Yeah, but you can easily flag yourself. And there we have c5 by Hikaru on the board. All right, so let's see. So this is what he was going for. And I guess for Sevian, the thing is it's just too difficult to keep everything together. So he's probably going to take. Now, this is a big threat. You cannot take the pawn because you hang your knight. I suppose this is also not good. If you take, I think Hikaru will take. And it feels like something's going to drop here. Like king e2, c4. It looks super scary. Everything is so loose, and there's always checks on the king. So I expect that he would just have to defend the pawn with rook d8. Right now, we take. And if takes, we take here. And I feel like this should be okay for him, but it is a little bit complicated.
Oh, yay! The camera is back.
Yeah, there we go. And Hikaru is back on the screen. Okay, so we see that Sam is down to 5 minutes. Hikaru is still 27. That's a lot of time. So let's see what is going to happen. Sam, he's scratching his head, saying like, okay, what do I do here? Hikaru looking focused. He's also in rapid mode.
Yes, it's time to spam your sub to celebrate the camera.
Exactly. Throw in a tier 1 sub to give Hikaru the dub. Or throw in your prime to make Sam lose on time. It always works. All right. Anyway, so let's see what's going to happen. Sam can also defend this pawn with, let's say, knight f3. But I guess here Hikaru will... I mean, there's also so many checks, but you can also, let's say, take and take here. And I expect that it's just always going to be super difficult for white to get out of the checks. But I don't see an immediate perpetual either. So let's see. Sam is getting down to 420. Oh, and there we see Champ coming in with the 20 gifted. Big Champ, thanks for the support.
He just said spamming my subs. So Champ just covered 20 people here in the chat, but we have 13,255 more. So where are you guys?
Exactly. And Sam takes on c5. Hikaru instantly recaptures. He wants to keep that pressure on Sam. Also, he knew that this was his only move. And now the pawn on d4 is still hanging. So Sam will have to decide. Is he going to defend it with rook d8? I think that makes a lot of sense. Or something like knight f3. Rook a4 is a move as well. So let's see. Let's say you go here. Can we take on g2? Well, I don't know. Like white could take here. So let's say you take. If white goes here, I don't know. It feels like this should end in a draw one way or another, but I don't see a very clear-cut way to get there. But Rook E8 by
And we
Sam has
have
been played.
Platonic Poltergeist with 10 gifted. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
The spam must go on.
Exactly. Yeah. And Hikaru or Sam gets up from the board with 4.5 minutes on the clock. Hikaru, we saw him reaching for the D pawn. Is he going to take on D4? He's doing the head bob. I'm sure he's going to go for it. Yeah, I am sure. So let's have a look. C takes, Rook takes. Is he then going to take here? Rook D7. It gets super, super complicated. What's going on here? Like check, maybe. So let's have a look. Let's say take, and oh, we saw him reaching for the pawn again. If takes here, Rook D7.
It's a little scary, but I think he is always.
I guess you have a
giving
perpetual,
checks.
but it's super difficult to figure out. Like, although
Because
here it's a little bit more.
Checkmate probably, right?
Yeah, if not, then who knows
He's
what's
losing
going to happen.
f7 in the game.
Right, but I think here we have a nice perpetual mechanism because you check on a5, so the king has to keep defending the knight, right? If it goes to e4, we check here.
Yeah.
If it goes to d6, we go here.
Yeah.
And if it goes here, we go to a5
knight.
again. And if the king goes to c6, we go to
c3.
c3. Well, then knight c4. But if you go knight c4, you're no longer attacking this.
And king g8. Maybe king g8 better to.
Yeah, I like king
g8
better.
Pinned.
Right. Again, super tough to figure out what's going on. I mean, white still has a rook and 2 minor pieces. So let's see. And Hikaru took on d4, instant recapture by Sam Sevian. Now let's see. He can take the pawn, which looks all right. You can also give a check here. So let's have a look. If white goes here, we check. And white has to go back to keep defending the rook. If you go here, same thing. White has to go back. If white goes here, then check. You can go up. But I expect that this somehow runs into a perpetual, but I'm not even 100% sure. This gets a little out of control, if I'm being very honest. No, it doesn't, because you check here.
No, but yeah, because now queen is always following the rook as well. Maybe this is a safer draw for Hikaru.
It's a very funny mechanism. Like, look at this. You check on a3 if the king goes here. If the king goes here, you go here. If the king goes here, here. So you keep going. Wait. You keep going in this little triangle. And he seems to be holding the draw here. But again, it's not easy. And he has to choose one. There's probably like so many moves that look good. If you go here, then something. Check here, check here. So there's got to be a way for Hikaru to make the draw, but it's not all super clear cut. Let's see what it's going to go for. I think queen c1 makes sense, but also this.
Yeah, Hikaru definitely has a bunch of these moves in his head, moving around with arrows.
And he's looking to the ceiling because bro thinks he's Hikaru. He's doing that little head bop, and he's reaching for the queen. Which one is he going to go for? Queen's. I think if he figures out queen c1, it might be the cleanest way. Although, let's say white does this. No, wait, you cannot. You have to keep defending the knight. You have to go here and then check here. Right, I think this is the cleanest way to a draw. I think queen c1, if you calculate it correctly, is a clean draw. But again, this one might be not that easy to figure out that white is no way out. Like, you cannot go here because of queen a7. If king here, you go here. And if here, you go back. Not the easiest, I would say.
They are now in identical positions, both with the head in their hands.
Yeah. Someone is saying, this reminds me of the World Championship endgame with Nepo. Yeah, I guess when Carlsen, he had a rook, a knight, and 2 pawns. So it's a little bit different. Also, I would say if Sevian can coordinate his pieces, he should have an advantage here. But they're all close to each other, but his king is so unsafe, right? And Hikaru's got so many checks. So
if he had just 1 pawn to defend the king, then white would be winning here.
Right. Hikaru's calculating here. It's looking like check, 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 and then check, and here, and then check. And Because Hikaru thinks he's Hikaru. He's going to go for it. And there, oh, no. He is reaching for the G-pawn. He's reaching for the G-pawn, it looks like. Or is he going to play something like H5 and pass Sam the move? I mean, that's possible.
No, he probably is going to take.
He's looking up again. I think it makes the most sense to take. This is a perpetual, but again, it's not that easy to see that white has no way of getting out. So let's see what he's going to go for.
Waiting.
Sam has 4
waiting.
minutes and 50 seconds.
Hmm.
Yeah, of course, Hikaru gains more rating points from a win rather than a draw. Yep. All right. So let's see what is going to happen. Yeah, I think he's going to go for this check.
It's a tough decision. Like, you want to take a pawn, but what if
he was definitely reaching to this side? So either like it's not like H5 or King G7, but it feels somewhat slow, and it could potentially give white the time to stabilize. Also, we're getting word that the tiebreaks will start at 5 p.m. local, which is in 17 minutes from now. But the broadcast is 30 minutes delayed. So the tiebreaks are really going to start in 45 minutes.
Yeah.
All right. If there are still games ongoing, it might be pushed back. So let's see what's going to happen. But of course, they don't want to push it back too much. Yes, the tiebreaks are going to start at 6:30 Eastern. Yes. Okay, and there he goes. He grabs the pawn on G2. Now it's Sam's move. Let's see what he's going to do. Rook D7 makes sense to attack this, but it allows so many checks. So I'm sure that Sam would also love to make a move here that keeps some more stability. Like, you can go Knight F3 to defend everything, but this gives Hikaru the time to go for something like King G7, then maybe like G5, G4, and who knows what is going on. But he could also go for the very direct Rook D7, hitting this right away. But it feels like it's allowing too many checks. Also, wait, keep in mind, you guys, that if this happens, like let's say Hikaru goes here, and let's say Sam takes. Let's say Hikaru gives a check, and he does this. This is a draw because it's the wrong bishop. This is the wrong bishop. You can lose these pawns, but the bishop does not control the square. Furthermore, there's no way to turn your pawn into...
Yeah, even if black loses both pawns.
Right. Yeah, and there are, like, for example, you don't want to do this. I mean, it's probably still a draw, but here there's a possibility that white can force you into a stalemate. Like, let's say something like this happens, right? This is... although, yeah, like, let's say here... here. Like, this is the one thing you want to avoid, because now you're forced to move your pawn and you lose. But other than that, it should be a very straightforward draw, because you're just gonna put your pawn on G5 and go back and forth. Oh wait, this is lost? Huh. Good to know. I guess you just do
only
this.
2 moves, not a bunch.
Right, so with that in mind, Hikaru should comfortably hold this. Okay, Queen G1, King E4 played. Check, I suppose. Okay, let's see. Queen E1 check on the board. I think he's got the perpetual in the bag now. If you go here, probably just check from here. If you go to D5, then Queen A5 check. And again, the same mechanism as we saw before. You cannot go here because you hang the knight. If you go here, I guess you check here. And if here. So here you make this right triangle. And if white goes here, you give a check here.
A3.
And again, if the king goes up here,
Yeah, and
you should always be
chasing this knight.
Right. And King E5, Queen A5 is on the board. All right, so queen a5. So let's see where Sevian is gonna go. Like king e4. Okay, he's repeating the position once. Now, some of you might be wondering, like, why? Does Sam just want to make a draw? I think the answer, like, he's gonna try to find a way to play on, but at the very least, he wants to gain some time.
Okay,
Hikaru's gonna give a check again.
He's accepting a draw.
Ah, really?
Yeah, yeah. He just it's the third time. Queen.
Okay, and there we go. A draw was agreed between the two players. A very, very exciting game, but Hikaru makes a draw and he moves on to the semifinals of the winner's bracket. Awesome performance by our man yesterday and today. He was never in danger and he found some great resources to steer this game in the right direction.
I wonder what is Hikaru saying. He showed something on a5, b5.
Yeah, I wonder what they're talking about. Okay, Sam's talking about a knight coming to e5. It's very difficult to... they're not pointing to specific squares. So I can't quite figure out what they're talking about.
Any lip readers in the chat?
Someone's going to make a meme video about this. All right, yeah. All right.
Okay, they continue.
Okay, I think he's saying like he wanted to double on the eighth, or I don't know.
Something about d1, f3.
Something about d2. It's pretty, yeah. Anyway, Hikaru
A7.
is... Oh, sorry. So yeah, Hikaru is gonna play the winner of the match between Lavana Ronyan and Lanier Dominguez, and it looks like that match is headed for a tiebreaker, which is in Hikaru's favor because you know that they will take more energy out of the players. But yeah, we have some very exciting playoffs lined up. We will have Sam Shangland and Wesley So duking it out. And we will also have Ray Robson against Fabiano Caruana. Now, Ray and Fabiano finished so early that they probably had plenty of time to go back to their hotel and do some preparation for this tiebreak.
They probably had time to play another match online.
Right, yeah, exactly. So yeah, hopefully they will interview Hikaru on the broadcast and maybe we can pull it up. And perhaps he will join us for an interview as well. Because at this point, he's probably already back in his hotel room.
Recording the recap. Probably.
Recording the recap, exactly. Yeah, make sure to check that out, everyone.
In the future, already preparing more content for you guys.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Where was the miss of Hikaru? There was no miss.
No, I don't think he ever. I don't think there was ever he ever had an advantage.
No. Actually, Sam did really play a great game.
Yeah.
We have to give him credit. He was.
Sure. I think it was a pretty good game from both sides.
Yeah, both of them did. Of course, Hikaru had a massive advantage in the fact that he's happy with the draw. So he never really needed to push for a win, while Sam needed a win. And it's it can be really dangerous for a player who is in the lead because the opponent is completely unpredictable at this point. He's not losing anything by playing some crazy game, right?
Yeah,
but
no, exactly.
Yeah, Sam still played a great game.
Right. And someone asked, does Hikaru play again today? He doesn't. Hikaru moves on to the semifinals of the winner's bracket. So he doesn't have to play a playoff, but we will be watching some exciting playoffs. So yeah, let's see. In the meantime, we still have this game between Dominguez and Aronyan going on. White can go king d6, but I suppose you just keep checking. Mm-hmm. And this is very important. Because with king d6, white would love to go king c7 and go pawn grabbing on the queen side. But you give a check.
But they're in time. And if the king b4, then you're losing on e6.
Right. Wait, sorry.
If you try to escape the perpetual, I mean.
Right, yes. Yeah, so like, let's say you
go all the way back. or lose a pawn.
Yeah, then here black goes here. It's important, by the way, for black that he doesn't go bishop c7. This is just a little bit too passive. And I feel like it's just asking for trouble. White goes here, stopping the king from stepping
It's
up.
like a Zugzwang.
And the computer is saying this is winning. But honestly, I wonder how. I wonder how. I don't see it. Well, you go here. Maybe even this is a draw. I don't know. It wouldn't shock me. It would surprise me. Although, no, it's saying that white is... Maybe white is winning with some very deep play. Like you go here, here, then walk your king around. I guess yeah, the winning plan is this. Or wait, here. And then you walk your king around. And eventually you're going to do this. And either the king gets access to the b7 pawn, or you trade, and white is just in time to pick up this pawn and push this pawn to victory. So you cannot go into that, but like we said, in case of king d6, you check, and you go back. So Dominguez goes bishop c3. Now he's threatening to go up and block this check with this. So Levon probably has to go... Can he go king up? I guess he can. Check, back, and if here, again, check. So it's gonna be, I think Levon is gonna hold the draw, but definitely still some work to be done here. And people are asking, people are asking in the chat, are the semis tomorrow? Yes. So tomorrow Hikaru will play either Dominguez or Levon Oronyan, and that's gonna happen tomorrow. I honestly don't know what color Hikaru will have, but we will find out about that soon enough.
So yeah, at this point, just bishop d6 probably holds it all. Can white do something like bishop d2, bishop f4? Try to trade.
Well, I guess if you go bishop d2, black goes king e7, and but you could go check and then here, right? So let's have a look. So let's say black, let's say go bishop d2, and I don't know. It's extremely close.
Okay, he played it. He played bishop at g3.
Right, and bishop e5 was played. So let's say we go here. Let's say go bishop f4, right? With the idea to walk over. Well, maybe you go here. Let's say you sit. We're going to go here. I don't know. It feels like it's a draw, but I'm really not sure. It's definitely still unpleasant. Because we showed that...
It is unpleasant, but I don't think it's +3 as computer is suggesting.
Right. Oh, wait. Bishop d6 allows a threefold with bishop d4?
Yeah, bishop d4 now, and what do you do?
Wait, so let's see. Oh, wait. 1, 2. Okay, if Dominguez spots that bishop d4 is a threefold, he can claim a draw, but that's not easy to figure out at all.
Oh, yeah, that's very unlikely that he will realize that. It's been now 16 moves between those moments.
But you never know, though, because like they had this position, like the whole thing started around here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's impossible.
Well, Levon has enough time to double check. Of course, he can just look at the score sheet.
I mean, in both these positions, he played bishop d4. So maybe he knows, like, hey, if white does this, I can claim a draw. So let's see if he's going to do that. Unfortunately, we don't have him on the live feed, but because that would, of course, tell us right away if he realizes. Because you either realize it right away or you don't. That you can claim a draw here. But yeah, it's gonna be a very exciting matchup regardless against Dominguez. Oh, and he's played bishop d4 instead of claim, or did he claim this as a draw? I think he just played the move, right? Game still seems to be going on.
Do you think he claimed?
I don't think he did. Now the unlucky thing for Levon is if this game was played online after bishop d4, the game just ends. but that's not the case over the board. Over the board, you actually have to claim. Oh, wait, now it does say draw, so...
It is
again,
a draw. Yeah, they agree. They're discussing a game now.
All right, so all games end in draws. So yeah, probably the tiebreak, maybe this one between Dominguez and Levon, is going to be pushed back a little bit because they just finished. But I assume the tiebreaker between Ray Robson and Fabiana Caruana is going to start any moment now, although there is going to be a bit of a delay until we will actually see it. And the tiebreak between Sam Shangland and Wesley So is also going to start very, very soon.
Yeah, that's a good point. Can they actually push it back a little?
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm confused with all of the delays now.
Right, yeah. It would be nice
they are
if
waiting
it
for an interview. Okay. No interview, I guess.
no, yeah, right now another player is being interviewed, but not Hikaru. I'm sure if they get the chance, maybe after this one they will interview Hikaru, who knows? They are probably already playing. They said they were going to start the tiebreak at 5 p.m. Central, so it would start in 2 minutes, but again, it's going to take another half an hour until we actually see it on the broadcast. So let's see what is going to happen. All right. Perhaps we can have a very, very brief look. Perhaps we can have a quick look at the women's field to see what's going on here. All right. So in the women's tournament, Tohir Janova won her second game as well against Katarina Nemchova. So she moves on to the semifinal of the winner's bracket in the women's tournament. Then
and I saw that
have...
Nazi Paikidze might be in a driving seat against Anna Zatonsky after Anna blundered the pawn earlier. Although it looks pretty messy, and I don't know if it's... her king is very exposed.
Oh, this is quite a mess. And Anna Zatonsky has 10 seconds on the clock. Rook c7 played, barely making it, but it feels like there's got to be something here for white. If Paikidze wins this game, she will move on to the semifinals of the winner's bracket. Then we also have the game between Atusha Purkashan and Alice Lee. Probably a draw. White definitely has compensation, but I think it's going to be very difficult to do something because of this pin. But who knows? And then we have Tatev, who's in a must-win situation against Irina, but it's not going to happen. Irina's not going to lose this position. She's either going to win or it's going to be a draw. So yeah, lots of exciting games here as well. In the meantime, we're getting ready for the tiebreak of Sam Shangland and Wesley So, Ray Robson against Fabiana Caruana, and Linier Dominguez against Levon Ronyan. But before that, guys, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. But don't go anywhere. You definitely don't want to miss these exciting playoffs. And we will see you guys at the other end of this break.
See you soon.
Hikaru. Hikaru, first of all, the first word that comes to mind when I see your match is effortless. It felt like that for us. How did it feel for you?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was effortless. I think I played a pretty terrible game today. You know, I basically wanted to surprise Sam in the opening by playing some nonsense with his H6 move. I mean, I think the opening isn't that bad for Black, but just the way that I followed up was definitely not all that great. And I think somewhere in the middle game I was significantly worse. Just
At
keep
which
going
point?
forward. I think somewhere, yeah, keep going.
And there was a tweet at this particular moment. Anish was asking which speedrun this is with H6 and A6.
Well, I mean, but didn't Anish's second Erwin Lamy play H6 with Black or something?
Perhaps, yes.
I think he did. But anyway, no, I mean, A6 and B6, I think it's relatively okay. I don't think it's that bad. I mean, maybe I'm supposed to take on C4. I don't know, but I wasn't really in the mood to do it. So yeah, that's life.
A6.
What did Magnus play? I just saw the Magnus game pop up because, of course, I mean, I don't study chess, so I don't know these things. Yeah, what did Magnus play here?
Let's see. Magnus played B6.
Ah, he played B6. Okay. Ah, because you can take with the queen right away. Okay, fair enough.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Let's see if we can get back to your game.
Yeah, so that was kind of what I saw there. But anyway, no, I mean this is yeah, this is all maybe slightly better for it. Probably I should have played C5, but just keep going. Like basically somewhere around Queen B3, I played this A5 move, and already I'm starting to drift a little bit. And I think if Sam had found this concept with Knight D2 and then some Bishop F3, maybe right here, maybe even later, but at some moment in the next like 5 moves, if he found this idea of going Knight D2, Bishop F3, and playing for E4, this would have been very scary for me. But he didn't do that. I mean, I just felt like he was a little bit too tentative. He wasn't 100% sure what to do, and then he played Rook A1, basically, you know, saying the boogeyman for no reason. Because if he doesn't go Rook A1, I mean, again, if he plays Knight D2, Rook A8, Bishop F3, I mean, nobody cares. Nobody cares about the queen side here.
Yeah.
Although the computer also doesn't care at all. It thinks Black is only a little bit worse, which I don't know. To me, it's very surprising because it just feels like E4 is coming in somewhere here.
Yep.
And it should be scary. Like Rook E1, E4, some combination. But basically, the point is White has more space, and so when Sam trades the rooks off, this already helps me. So, like, just conceptually, you shouldn't be trading the rooks. So this already, I think, is a mistake. That's not to say White isn't still better, but I think it becomes much harder to come up with a straightforward plan. I mean, for a computer, it can just dilly-dally, play random moves all over and improve slowly. But, I mean, for us at least, you have to have a concrete idea. And once we traded the rooks on A7, I don't think there was a concrete idea, and then Sam played Knight E1, which I think was just a bad move. He just misunderstood the position. Next move.
Oh, Knight to E1 immediately.
Yeah, he just misunderstood because, see, Sam thought I had to play B5, and then he was going to go Knight D3 and go to E5 or C5, which, of course, makes perfect sense. But I don't have to play B5. And then once I go Knight E4, again, less space, so obviously I want to trade pieces. And if he doesn't trade the knights, I mean, I think already maybe Black can even try to claim an advantage somewhere. So I thought what he did was correct. Again, I thought everything here was very... Bishop F5, I thought, shows that I'm kind of like in form because it's a scary move to play. If I'm wrong, I'm going to just lose this game. But I can tell from the eval that clearly I wasn't wrong, so it worked out. And the rest of the game was just very forcing.
And you spent a little bit of time at this point calculating everything after queen to G5. Did you calculate it all the way until the end?
Yeah, I mean, basically, when Sam was thinking... Or no, when I was thinking about Bishop F5, I already saw his whole position with Rook A1 and everything else. I mean, I just assumed it was good enough. I didn't actually calculate it all the way to the end, but I assumed with the queen there had to be some way to save it. And so that's sort of what I was just calculating a second time. And it just, I think everything was completely forced. I mean, I think we basically played this more or less perfectly. Although I'm surprised to see that thinks Queen F4 apparently is good enough to draw too. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Queen F4,
Queen F4
wow.
and Queen to C1.
Yeah, I thought what I did was just much more principled with Queen C1. And then check, and then C5 to break the structure, and yeah, there just was nothing for either. It was Queen C1 I also saw, but I mean Queen G2 with this symmetry, moving the queen all over the board on the back rank, the fifth row, whatever you call that term, found a way.
Hikaru, you haven't played in a very long time. You were mentioning that yesterday, but now do you feel like there's any rust left, or do you feel in shape?
I mean, I think. I mean, I wouldn't say there's rust. I'm obviously playing chess almost every day, but certainly I've survived the openings, and I figure if I survive the openings, then I have good chances against anybody. So we'll see if I can keep doing that.
Guys, any questions?
Our congratulations. Well done, and good luck in your next round.
Thank you.
Just
So next up we have the fried liver. So this is going to be a fun one. So pawn to e4, pawn to e5. Usually it goes knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, knight f6, knight to g5. Black plays pawn d5, pawn takes pawn. The fried liver specifically is knight takes pawn on d5, and now white sacks the knight on f7, giving up a knight to draw the king out forward. You go queen f3, king e6, knight c3, knight to e7, and I think these days d4 is considered to be the best move, or castles in d4. Not sure of the exact order, but this is the fried liver. So what do you think, Levy?
Oh man, the fried liver, obviously. So quick backstory. I played the fried liver my very first over-the-board tournament chess game when I was 7 years old, and I checkmated. I got the king to g8, and I took on d5, and I won. At the GM level, everybody knows d5, knight a5, and it gets played. It does get played with bishop d3 and different iterations, and maybe at a deeper engine analysis, white is like fine, but white is just fine. White is not, you know,
True.
winning or something. So d5, knight a5 is, so yeah, it's got to be a really, bro. If you play two knights and they play knight g5, you do look at them and say, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, what? I mean,
yeah, so I mean, that I think what that does is that shows a difference in the way the game has changed, because I have the second US championship I ever won, which was in 2009 in St. Louis. In the last round, I played against Josh Friedel, another American grandmaster, and I really had no ideas in terms of what I was going to play, and I actually decided to play this fried liver idea with knight g5, and after d5, pawn takes pawn, knight a5, I went bishop b5 check, pawn c6, pawn takes pawn, and bishop d3. And I actually won a very smooth game. I think I won the game in maybe 25 moves, if that. And so at the time, this was a new idea, and it was considered pretty decent for white. Now, of course, as the years have passed, the whole evaluation has changed. And I know Gary actually had a game. There was a game, Nigel Short versus Gary Kasparov, a couple of years back, where I think it went like knight d5, knight f3, knight f4. And it's considered that black is basically doing very well these days. So I would tend to agree with you, Levy. I think that in terms of the fried liver, it's got to go in tricks only, I think. It's better than the Danish. It's better than the Benoni. I mean, if the food looked more appetizing in the picture, I might put it at the top, but that doesn't look very appetizing to me. So I'm going to put it in the middle for right now. Okay. So next up we have the Gucci, or sorry, not the Gucci. Sorry. Next up we have the Juco piano, which is basically like the Italian opening. It's pawn to e4, pawn to e5 here, knight to f3, knight to c6, bishop c4, bishop c5, and I believe the Juco piano, now it's stuck in my head, is c3 and d4, right, Levy?
Yeah. So wait. Oh, so piano is c3 d4. So pianissimo is c3 d3, right?
I don't know. Piano pianissimo. We speak American here. We don't speak Italian.
Right. We speak that good American. I don't think d4 gets played that much at GM level. Everybody's very polite, but it's c3, d3, a4, h3. So d4 would probably not be legit, right? It's got to be below legit, or
right. So normally what happens after pawn takes pawn, white can take on d4 or play pawn to e5. I think I had some game with pawn takes bishop b4, knight d2 against Anish Giri in one of these FIDE Grand Prix. I think it was 2015 if I remember correctly. But the problem is in all these lines with c3 d4, if black doesn't go aggressive and try to take the material, and he plays d5 at some point, generally it's pretty stable. And yeah, I don't know. I don't really think it's considered great. I think it's bottom tier, really, bro. That's where I have to put it. It's got to be like really bottom tier.
Yeah, because black equalizes easily. In the lower tier, different openings will be in different spots. Everybody, this is why this is for good grandmaster level, and you know it is important to remember that.
Right. So next up we have the Grand Prix. So the Grand Prix is e4 c5, Sicilian defense, knight c3, knight to c6, and pawn to f4. How is the Dutch better than the Juco piano? I mean, the Dutch is just like it's bad, but good players can play it, and you have to punish it. Rate the modern. I have the peer down this list as well. You guys know where it is. We'll get to that later. So the Grand Prix attack is E4, F4, and Knight C3. And black usually responds like C5, Knight C6, or C5, D6, any setup. And I think most people here have seen this opening many times in my games, because online I actually play it very frequently against the Sicilian. So what do you think?
Oh, well, I was going to say my real thoughts, but now that you said that, well, here's the thing, as we've been saying throughout the show, like the wrong tool in the right hands, like some of these openings, like you can trust a really, really strong player to make the best out of a position. But overall, the Grand Prix really doesn't get played a whole, right? Because A6, there's all these A6, B5 things. There's E6, D5. There's just the traditional D6, G6, Bishop, G7. Would you say bottom tier legit?
Wrong tools, yeah. No, I think it's an opening for 2200 players, like my stepfather. So I don't think real chess players play the Grand Prix attack. It's just not a very good opening. Wow.
Hikaru, I have been informed by someone that I have terrible advice on openings. Have I been kicked off the show?
No, I think your advice is pretty accurate, spot on. What do you? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, does it belong in Really Bro, or does it belong in garbage? It's hard for me to decide. Because I feel like a 2200 player, a 2300 player, it's a very good opening. It's a very set idea. Is it worse than the Juco Piano? No, you know what? I'm gonna put the Juco Piano in garbage. I think it's garbage. I'm gonna put the Grand Prix at the bottom of Really Bro. I think that makes more sense now that I think about it. So yeah, I think I have to do that. Okay, so next up, what do we have? Next up we have Le Grob. So the Grob defense, or the Grob opening, is pawn to G4 on move 1. And mainly what you do when you play this move is you want to be very aggressive and develop your bishop, but you also want to take more space with the pawn. Like if you push the pawn to G3, you take less space than if you push the pawn to G4, because the pawn's further up the board, and you control some critical squares here on the 5th rank. So it's an opening that's not really seen that much. Mainly I think you're hoping for pawn to D5, bishop G2, bishop takes G4, and this pawn to C4 line. And now it's a very sharp opening. I think black is generally much better here. There was this game with D4, bishop B7, knight D7, featuring Timur Graev and Jan-Christoph Duda on the World Blitz Championship. What do you think, Levy?
I don't actually know the refutation. I do know, like, there is this whole line. You know, it's a pretty decent trick weapon. Is it a trick only, or is it a garbage, is really the question.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think for me, I have to be honest. I know there's some especially some people who do play it. It's hot garbage. It belongs way at the very bottom of the pile. It is absolutely the worst thing out there. So it belongs at the absolute bottom. You can't play the Grob. Let's be serious. Okay.
The absolute bottom.
So next up we have the Grunfeld, which is a very prominent opening. It plays D4, knight F6, C4, G6. Knight can move to many squares, but essentially it revolves around black pushing the pawn on D5 before white can take the whole center with the connect 3 on C4, D4, and E4. What do you think, Levy?
Okay, well, we have talked a lot about this. The Grunfeld is a legendary opening. The question is whether it's the most legendary opening of this list. It's probably not. But if a opening has a minimum tier where you think it should only be played by 2500 plus, it's got to be legendary, right? I mean, you know what? I'm going to pause. And I don't mean to interrupt your thought process, but we have seen some engine ideas with like early H4s break it.
True.
Now, that doesn't mean it's unbreakable. This is a tough one. It's either number 1 on the unbreakable or number 2 on the unbreakable, or it's a legendary opening. But
right, I think it's either like bottom tier legendary, or you're right, it's at the very top. I mean, so many world champions have played it. I mean, Kasparov played it. He really popularized it. Leko has played it. Nepomniachtchi, Savidler, all these great chess players have played it. Yeah, I feel like in recent times it's actually like there have been some issues with it. There's Maxime as well, of course. I forgot about Maxime. If I'm gonna put Boncloud in legendary, though, I think I have to put the Grunfeld there. So I think the Grunfeld goes in legendary. It's just one of those openings that's it's so classic. So many strong players play it, so it's got to go in the legendary category for me. All right. So next up we have the Hippopotamus opening, which is, generally speaking, you can play it with white or black, but normally the way it would go is like pawn to g3, black plays knight f6, bishop g2, e5, something like d3, d5, and then you go e3, black just develops, knight e2, bishop e6, knight d2, knight to c6, and white goes b3, let's say queen d7, pawn to h3, pawn a6, bishop b2, castles, and pawn to a3. So this is the traditional Hippopotamus, where you push all your pawns, I guess, and for some reason this looks like a hippo or something. I don't really know the I don't know the reasoning. Does this look like a hippo to you guys?
I don't know. No, meaning like it does not. It does not. But one thing to say about this system is,
oh, it looks like the hippopotamus teeth.
Okay. Okay, is my answer to that.
Yeah, I think I understand, but
yeah, yo no sabe. Look, a system that's very passive, but just plays on structure and pawn breaks, experience, and it's one of the only weapons that you can use to defeat a computer.
True, also true. Yeah.
I was going to say we used to beat Komodo, but I'm just going to say you used to beat Komodo, and I just kind of cheered you on because once we got to the higher levels, I mean, it was all hippos and King's Indian structures.
Right.
Hikaru, it's tough to say. Is the hippo unbreakable? No. But it beats computers.
This is true. Yeah, I'm not sure where to rank it, honestly. It's tough. It's not. I don't think it belongs in garbage. I don't know. I want to say it's bottom tier, really, bro. Because actually, there was this Czech grandmaster, Pavel Blatny. I remember this was like the early 2000s, and he actually played this in like real games.
And welcome back, everyone, to the playoffs of round 1 of the American Cup. We have some very exciting matchups, Maria, between Ray Robson and Fabiano Caruana. We also have Sam Shangland and Wesley So, and we have Lenier Dominguez against Levon Aronian. Who are your favorites in these matchups?
I think with rapid time control, I would bet on Wesley, on Fabiano, and I'm not sure between Linier and Levon. I would bet that they will go into blitz tiebreaker. The other two might be decided in rapid, and I think we can start with this game, Ray against Fabiano. They had some exciting games in both yesterday and today. In both of them, I think Ray had slightly higher chances, but nothing came out of it. So yeah, it will be really interesting to see if he will keep pressing or Fabio will take over in the rapid time control.
Exactly. Yeah, no, yesterday they had a very exciting game. Today it was a bit drier, but yeah, in this matchup, I would say Fabiano's the slight favorite, but not by much. I also think Wesley should be the favorite against Sam. And I think Aronian should be quite a significant favorite against Lenier. But we'll see what's going to happen. In the meantime, we see a Nimzo Indian defense here, where Ray goes for the move 4e3, short castles, and knight f3. Now Fabiano plays the move b6, bishop e7, fianchettoing this bishop, so making it very difficult for white to get the e4 push in. And now he goes c5, challenging white center. Now here knight e4 is a move to try to trap black's bishop, but Ray goes for the move rook e1, so he's anticipating the straight on d4, and Fabiano seems to be in the tank here. What is he going to come up with? Perhaps he wants to take and go d5, but again, then rook e1 is very much justified.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's worth reminding the time control. The rapid portion has 2 games with 10 minutes plus 5 seconds increment. And if the match is tied after that, then they are moving on to a blitz portion with 3 plus 2, also just 2 games. And if that is tied as well, then it's Armageddon game where there is no draw possible. Draw odds are on the black side. So yeah, it will definitely be decided in the next hour. And the winner of the match goes to a winner's bracket. The loser will move to a loser's bracket, which has one more chance to advance from the losing bracket.
Exactly. Yeah. And if it comes down to Armageddon, white will have 5 minutes, black will have 4. Again, like you said, black will have the draw odds. So if the game ends in a draw, white is eliminated. And there's also a 2-second increment, I believe, starting from move 61.
Yeah.
Anyway, Fabiano goes d5, putting more influence in the center. Now perhaps Ray can take. Let's see what he's going to come up with. I'm a little bit surprised. He was still blitzing until rook e1, but now he seems to be in the tank. Let's just have a very quick look around the horn. We see the Dominguez against Aronian. Again, a Berlin endgame. Not the most exciting. I mean, it's intriguing, but it's not the most exciting, right? I mean, we'll see what's going to happen. And then we have the wait, Sam Shankland versus Ray Robson. Where is it? It's here. Again, a Berlin endgame. So let's just stick with Ray's game against Fabiano. I mean, they're still the most pieces on the board. So I guess we can hope for the most excitement here. All right, so the d5 has been played by Fabiano. Perhaps you can take here, and Fabiano has to decide, is he going to recapture with the knight or with the pawn? Also very much possible to make sure that white cannot push the e-pawn up. Here maybe something like bishop d2. Ray is going for quite a thing. He's thinking for already 2 minutes almost at this point. Whereas, again, up until rook d1, he was blitzing out everything. So I'm a little bit surprised. Because this move looks so natural, right? And this takes him out of book. Okay, and we're having... Okay, so I think Ray did take on d5. Fabiano recaptured with the knight. Let's hope the moves are coming through soon. Let's see, it's not on my end. And yeah, so takes. Maybe something like bishop d2, defending the knight on d4. But yeah, I think generally speaking, especially in the rapid, I definitely still want to give the edge to Fabiano. He's done amazing in the Pro Chess League for the great St. Louis Archbishops. But Ray is no stranger either to rapid and blitz time controls. He's super, super strong. Mm-hmm. And we can definitely expect some high-level chess from him. In the meantime, there seems to be something wrong. Let me refresh real quick. No, that did not fix it.
What was wrong?
No moves seem to be coming through. Oh, and there we go. So Ray, after d5, he did take on d5. Fabiano recaptured with the knight, bishop d2. And so we see this straight, where white is an isolated pawn, but his pieces are slightly more active. And maybe Ray can try to launch some sort of attack on the black king, like maybe knight e5, queen here is definitely an idea, or something like rook to c1. But I think Fabiano cannot be too unhappy about the outcome of the opening, given the fact that Ray has this isolated pawn on d4.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, playing against the isolated pawn is quite fun when it's especially when it's fast time control. I would say Fabiano has slightly higher chances here.
And I like his move knight at d7. Perhaps he wants to bring this knight over to f6 to make sure that his king will always be super safe. So let's see what Ray is going to do here. Maybe something like queen e2. Perhaps putting the rook in the open file always makes a lot of sense. But yeah, definitely the opening battle, I think, is for Fabiano. He's got a double-edged position. And long-term, this pawn on d4 can be weak. So Ray will have his work cut out for him.
Yeah, so probably a3 will be the move played. A3 before to take some space.
Right, and it also feels like Fabiano is playing a little bit faster. I mean, as far as what we can tell right now, he's up a minute on the clock. So I guess Ray is just slightly uncomfortable with the position. And I can't understand. It feels like the onus is very much on white to prove the positional compensation for the isolated pawns. So let's see what he's going to do. Perhaps, I mean, at some point, he might put a knight in the middle as well. Maybe something like a3 to make sure that black never has this annoying knight before jump. But Fabiano's position, at the very least, it's easier to play, right? He's going to go here or the other knight, rook to c8. And I don't see how white is going to launch a big attack on the black king.
No, yeah, it's probably not so easy. In fact, there is a game even played here. Well, now they deviated. Rook c8 was the move that was played before. But yeah, white can prepare something with like knight g3 and maybe knight h5. But
That's
they
definitely
seem
an
to
idea.
be building up slower.
Exactly. Yep. And now we see the players on the camera. Yeah, Fabiano having a slight lead on the clock. Let's see what Ray's going to do. Maybe something like queen e2. And then most like rook c8 all make a whole lot of sense for Fabiano. But Ray, you know, it's a rapid game. It's a rapid game. You can't dig too deep into the position. You cannot fall too far behind on the clock because that's just going to cost you. And as we speak, a3 has been played by Ray, making sure that this knight before jump does not exist. h6 by Fabiano, making sure that Ray can never jump with knight g5, queen e2, and a rook to c8. So let's see, maybe now knight g3, followed by queen e4. Makes a lot of sense. He goes knight e5. Clearing the path for his queen to get closer to the black king. So let's see how Fabiano is going to react.
Well, Fabiano can play actively with f5, preventing queen g4, chasing away the knight, and also opening up the diagonal for the bishop.
Exactly. Yeah. So f5 is a little bit double-edged because the pawn on e6 does get weak, but perhaps it can work out dynamically. So let's see. I mean, you can also take, but I feel like this pawn on e5 gives white some good attacking chances. It gives white a space advantage, and then queen g4 is coming, and perhaps at some point a sacrifice like queen g4 or queen h5 and take. So that is not something I would recommend. Yeah, perhaps this move, as you mentioned, or try to trade off with a move like this. Let's see what Fabiano is going to come up with. Also, some people were asking in the chat, yeah, Hikaru only had to draw his game today to move on to the next round because he won yesterday. And as we speak, knight 5, f6 is on the board.
All right, well, now he has a choice of taking or maybe moving the knight away, or even, knight g3 followed. So the idea is to later reroute the knight to h5, maybe trading that way.
Yep, definitely makes a lot of sense. Okay, time's more or less evening up. Both players are around like 6 minutes and 10 seconds. Let's see what Fabiano's going to do. You never really quite want to take because this pawn on e5 is always going to be annoying. It kicks the knight away. And like you said, if this knight moves, this knight can land on h5. Queen g4 is coming. And this looks super scary all of a sudden for Fabiano. So I definitely think it was the correct decision by Ray to keep the knights on the board. So let's see what Fabiano is going to do. Something he could consider is taking here and queen d5. And this checkmate threat is actually somewhat awkward to stop. So definitely something to consider. He's taking his time, though, and now Ray has a slight lead on the clock.
Yeah, maybe if this happens, knight e5 and queen d5, or white actually has the only move queen f1, because you don't want to push f3 and weaken the king and diagonal a7, g1. So the queen will be a little bit passive.
Yeah, so I'm starting to like Ray's position more and more. I feel like, especially in a rapid game, he's got the easier moves. Like if Fabiano passes, I don't know, with a move like, I don't know, this, you can just bring your rook into the game. Fabiano plays the move bishop to d5. I wonder what that is, but perhaps now just rook 81. Maybe he wants to go bishop e3. I have no idea. But let's see what Ray is going to do here. I mean, yeah, I guess that also the advantage of the move bishop d5 is that it strengthens this pawn on e6. Because actually, if black's not careful here, there might be moves like knight g6. And if takes, you take here with check.
That's nice.
King over, you take here, and you win back the you win back the pawn, and so you win back the piece, and so you win a pawn. And I just wanted to say, if black does this, than there's here. So he's strengthening that pawn on d5. That's the idea. The bishop f4 played by Ray. Now we see a trade and knight d7. And now Ray for sure is going to look at moves like queen g4 and knight h5. But I guess Fabiano wants to go bishop g5 to trade off those pieces. Also, this is not the Armageddon. Some people are wondering. The Armageddon will only come if these rapid games end in a 1-1 tie, and then the blitz games end in a tie as well. But we're still very far from that. All right, both players are around 5 minutes, so let's see what Ray is going to do again. I'm sure he's looking at a way to attack that king, but it's not easy. Bishop g5 is a very strong defensive resource for Fabiano. For example, here, bishop g5, and this gets traded. Queen g5 comes in, knight c5. So there's no clear way through. Maybe you can consider a move like b4 to make sure that you restrict this knight.
Yeah, I also like the idea of rook a to d1 to have some pressure over the d file.
Makes sense as well. Ray goes for queen g4.
G4.
With a very direct of bishop takes h6. Now bishop g5 to me looks absolutely forced. If you go king h8, you're just asking for trouble. Right?
Well, he also has a 5, but it weakens the pawn on e6 again.
Right. f5 is possible, but white can take en croissant. And I guess you're surviving here, but it looks somewhat scary. But maybe black's just in time with queen e8.
E6 looks really not good.
Right. But yeah, to me, bishop g5 looks super solid, and I would be surprised if Fabiano does not go for it, but he seems to be going for a think. Time's more or less even. Both players are around 4 minutes and 45 seconds, so let's see what he's going to do. In the meantime, the game between Lenier Dominguez and Aronian ended in a draw, which I think is very much in Levant's favor. The faster the time control becomes, I think Levant's going to be more and more over favor. Like, I've played some blitz against him, and he's pretty good. He's pretty good.
He's pretty good for a chess player, yeah.
Yeah. All right. And then the game between Sam Shangland and Wesley So is still in full swing. Oh, but this looks pretty good for Sam Shangland. I mean, takes on e6, and these pawns over here look pretty weak. So Sam could be scoring a big result here if he wins his first game of the rapid tiebreaker.
Yeah, that looks very good. It's not the opposite colored bishops, so they will. It won't lead to a quick draw for sure.
In the meantime, Fabiano is still thinking, but I'm really surprised. Like, why? Yeah, he goes bishop g5 eventually, but why was he taking so much time? Like, I thought that was his idea. But okay, let's see what Ray's going to do now. The ball's back in his court. Is he going to find a way to build up some strong attack, or will Fabiano manage to trade up some pieces and escape into the endgame?
Yeah, Fabiano is really in a deep thought. It's quite worrying.
Right, yeah. Okay, so see bishop g5 on the board. Ray around 4.5 minutes. Fabiano just below 4. And there's no easy way through. I mean, maybe something like rook a to d1, but I guess black can always put their knight here. So, yeah, it's up to Ray now to figure out how he's gonna maybe something like knight e4 to try to put this knight here. But black can always take and then trade off the knight as well. Oh, and whoa, knight h5, f5 by Fabiano. Wow. I did not expect that one, but knight h5, super creative move. Of course, black cannot take, because then you hang checkmate. Yeah. So I guess that is what was bothering Fabiano.
Yeah, and the instant by Fabiano.
Right, yeah, good move. So if white takes, you can recapture with the knight, attacking the queen, and if white takes here, you take the queen. And so we get into this endgame, which is probably approximately even. So let's see what is going to happen. I guess Ray should take en passant, though. If you move the queen back, black's looking pretty safe after rook f7. Because now this f-pawn blocks the bishop.
Yeah, so if en passant, knight takes, then take on g5.
Right, so takes. You can take here as well, but this is probably also pretty even. So, and Ray does take on croissant. Okay, now Fabiano has to recapture with a knight, and that's what he does. Bishop takes g5, probably by Fabiano. Oh, sorry, by Ray.
And then knight g4, knight bishop d8.
Rook d8, probably. So let's have a look. So take. You absolutely have to take. Take. Maybe there's even a move knight f2, right? Because you attack this bishop and this bishop at the same time. I don't know if that's going to happen. Also, I have no idea what the clock situation is like. Right now, it's saying that Fabiano is up 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. So
Yeah, I
Ray's
think
got to
it was
speed up here.
delayed. He was not thinking this long on the bishop g5.
Right. Yeah. So Ray seems to be down on time. 2.5 minutes versus 4. But it does seem like you definitely have to take. If you take an f6, this looks super safe for black. I mean, the bishop's under attack. If you take here, black takes here. And materials even for the moment, but this bishop on d5 is so super strong. So I think Ray definitely has to take here, and I think he's going to play a little bit faster.
Yeah, Ray is now 2 minutes down the clock if we are getting it correctly.
Right, yeah.
2 minutes
He's
and
gotta
only
move here.
5 seconds increment.
Yep. In the meantime, let's check in real quick in that game between Sam Shangland and Wesley. So still looking pretty good for Sam, I'd say, but I like what Wesley has done. This pawn on g4 nicely restricts white's pawn majority on the king side. I mean, yes, it is a little bit vulnerable after a potential trade, but I don't see how you can increase the pressure. And so Wesley's just going to sit and maybe bring his king up. That being said, Sam also has a big lead on the clock, so Wesley has a lot of work to be done here, has a lot of work to do.
Yeah,
In the
but
meantime,
it does look pretty solid now.
In the meantime, after a long thing...
knight took on f6, so Ray did not take bishop g5.
Right, yeah, we thought that perhaps bishop takes g5 was the better move, but he traded the knights, and now played bishop g3, defending the pawn on f2. And Fabiano perhaps could have taken this pawn on b2, but he goes for the very safe bishop f4. Now we see a trade, and it's steering more towards a draw now. Probably take and f3, which should be approximately even. I mean, black is this isolated pawn, but he's plenty of activity. And it's only one weakness, right? The king always defends it, so I don't think white is too much better.
Yeah, it is pretty... The engines are saying it's 0-0-0. All the moves.
Exactly, yeah. That tells you all you need to know. All right, so
Suddenly
yeah, probably this one
exciting.
is... this one's probably going to be a draw, I'd assume. Like rook d4, I guess you go here. Not the most exciting yet, but in the meantime, I definitely do like Sam Shangland's chances. He's got just under 5 minutes, and Wesley So is already below 1. Now, with the move bishop b1, he could potentially play f3 now, since the pawn on g3 is defended. But look at what Wesley is doing. Even though he's got these doubled pawns, he's slowly but surely pushing them forward, and he wants to go a4 and then bring his rook around. So Sam goes king f3, a4 is on the board. And I think so Wesley has done a good job of creating counterplay.
Yeah, but white, of course, doesn't have to take it, right?
Right, but even if you don't take, black could eventually take and then still try to bring the rook around. Bishop f2 by Sam, targeting that pawn on c5. Maybe now rook g8.
Maybe the idea is rook e3, d3, and take it. Maybe rook f4, rook f5 to attack that pawn. Oh no, he's just pushing a pawn forward.
And rook h8, good move by Wesley. He eventually wants to go rook h3, maybe to target this pawn, but Sam's got a pass pawn, which he can now set in motion. g5 makes a lot of sense, maybe followed by g6, putting the rook behind. And don't forget, this pawn on c5 is always weak, so Wesley still has a lot of work to do. And the game between Ray and Fabiano is looking drier and drier. That being said, if I had to pick a side, I would pick Ray's position, because again, he's got the slightly better pawn structure because this isolated pawn on e6.
I agree. Probably still not enough, but I do like his position better.
Exactly, yeah. But I'd be surprised if this game does not end in a draw. In the meantime, Sam's pawn on g5, it's pushing further and further. Wesley goes bishop to e7, maybe now rook e5, defending the pawn, pressuring the pawn on c5. But I guess then you move the bishop back.
d5, c6.
Yeah, I guess so. Bishop d6 is a good response. Now, the thing is, black is not actually threatening to take, because the moment you take, white goes rook g4 and you get into a terrible pin and you lose your bishop, or you lose an exchange. But although it's not impossible that maybe you can hold this, but I don't think so. And you're saying the game between Ray and Fabiano ended in a draw? All right, so let's move on to the game between Sam and Wesley. Sam still has that big time advantage. He's got just below 4 minutes and Wesley below 1 minute. So it's looking pretty tough for Wesley. And Sam has got that isolated pawn. Let's see how he will try to push it forward. And also, I don't like the fact that all of these pawns are fixed on dark squares, which is the color of the bishops.
Yeah, so that could be White's advantage. I don't see a draw yet. Are they repeating the moves?
Yeah, at least I don't see any moves in Fabiano's game versus Ray. Also, it doesn't look the most exciting. So let's focus on this game. Sam is going for a think after bishop to e7. But let's see what he is gonna come up with. Perhaps you want to move your king. You don't want to move your king here because now black can take. And if rook g4, black has rook f8. You don't want to move your king onto a file where it can get checked. So let's see. But something like king d3 makes a lot of sense. Maybe rook g4, king e4. And all of a sudden, white's position looks pretty dominant. The thing is, if you go rook g4 right away, you give black the opportunity to go king e6 and king f5. So I don't think that is quite ideal. All right.
Yeah, no.
I'm not getting any moves.
Yeah, we don't get any moves in either board.
But I just had a very quick... Wait, what has happened in Sam's game? Something weird has happened. Like, he's lost both the A pawns. Like, somehow
And it's a draw.
Wesley has managed to win the B pawn. He still's got that G pawn, but... And I don't know, maybe Sam has to work for the draw now. Let's
No,
hope we
it
can,
was agreed by repetition.
The game between Ray and Fabiano, right? That game ended in a draw.
No, Sam and Wesley. No, wait. Am I?
Okay, so this
No,
game...
sorry. No. It's my mistake. No, sorry. What was
Okay,
I
I see.
still doing?
Okay, well, the good thing here for Sam is that even if Wesley takes his pawn in g7, I think it's a pretty straightforward draw. Because I think you can just sit here, because your king can never be pushed away from b3. Black can bring his king all the way up, but I don't think there's ever anything you can do. And your bishop always has plenty of squares, so you're never going to end up in zugzwang or anything like that. But king f5 by Wesley. Now Sam's got to move the rook back, I suppose, here. And I guess this one is going to end in a draw. Like bishop f6, you always have bishop e3 to try to get
And
rid of
again,
black's queen side.
c5 is under attack.
So, but it definitely felt like Sam missed some chances, and he messed them up right here with this capture, because now Wesley just went here.
Yeah, why did he
one
take?
pawn.
It was so good with just some pressure there.
I don't know. It's a very good question, yeah, because that damaged his entire queenside pawn structure, and Wesley was just in time to get back. But yeah, as we discussed, I think if he goes king d3 here, he has great chances to go for the win with rook g4 and king e4 coming. So that's a real pity for Sam.
Or maybe even...
But yeah, Wesley, I'm sure, is definitely the one pushing for the win now. He could take on g7. He decides to delay that decision. Maybe if he can take with the bishop, it would be, and that's what he does. If he keeps the rooks on the board, this game gets super scary. Rook 8 to a3 is coming, and I don't know how Sam should deal with that. Maybe bishop e3 to try to get rid of this pawn as quickly as possible. He takes the pawn. Okay, rook a8 now, and you have rook a2. You have rook a2, so that's not something to worry about. It's probably still a draw, but Wesley pushing for the win now. He's up a pawn, but he's down to 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's suddenly quite scary.
Okay, rook a2 has to be played. You cannot allow rook a3, because then this pawn, like rook a3, b3, b2 is coming. You cannot allow that. So rook a2 is absolutely forced. Let's see, rook a8.
But then you might lose that rook.
I don't see how, but yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, rook a2 maybe.
Rook a2 has to be played. Again, you cannot allow rook a3. And Wesley will try to keep the rooks on the board. I mean, rook e8 is there, trying to go rook e3. He goes rook h8, also makes sense, with the idea to go rook to h3.
And then rook back to h2, and then he plays rook e8.
Very clever, yeah. Now he wants to go rook to e3, so definitely unpleasant for Sam. I mean, he can try to go after this pawn, but Wesley can always put his bishop on d4, or give a check and just push this pawn all the way through. Like, let's say you go here, this pawn can run much faster than you would think. Like check, b3, and how do you stop it? I don't see b2 is coming.
You cannot stop it.
And rook a1. So all of a sudden, is Sam Shenglund going to lose the first game? That would be a heartbreaker because he was pushing for the win. He played a great game, a game he should have never lost. But all of a sudden, the tables have turned.
Yeah, suddenly in the time scramble, Wesley, who was lower on time, is taking over in this game and is playing for a win.
Exactly, yeah. And now also Sam's clock is dwindling. He's down to 1 minute and 30 seconds. And I'm sure, like, okay, so what exactly has happened, right? I think so. Rook a2, rook h8. This rook went here. Here, check, and rook f8. This is the position we're seeing on the board. And now Sam is thinking perhaps bishop d6, but then check on e3. And again, this pawn is scary. This pawn is scary.
Yeah, for
All right,
sure.
he played rook g2, check, and king a4. All right, so if check here and b3, you have bishop e5, and you stop the pawn, and all of a sudden, hey, black might have to work for the draw. Okay, all of these moves are flying in. So Wesley played king f7 to impin himself. Rook g3, great move by Sam, making sure that black cannot push. Rook e8. And what about king b5 now? Maybe now king b5 followed by bishop b6?
Yeah, to not have the check there.
Right, yeah. To try to get rid of this pawn over here. Now, keep in mind, if black somehow manages to get a rook and bishop versus a rook, it is a draw, but it's not that easy with little time. And Sam is thinking here.
Yeah, but that might take a while to finish.
Right, yes. Sam's taking his time here. Okay, he gives a check. The players are going back and forth. Rook f3 is a clever move because king e7, the rook trade always leads to a pretty straightforward draw. So Wesley moved his king back. And I like how Sam is doing this. He's keeping the bishop pinned. And I guess he wants to go bishop b6 so that Wesley can never go bishop d4. And I'm getting pretty confident that Sam will manage to hold the draw here.
Yeah, that should be fairly easy to do. Because he's always chasing the king back and pinning the bishop. And his king is very active.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so bishop
it
is
looks...
Okay, so we're getting the moves quite delayed. Oh, they're just flying in these moves. I'm already on move 66.
Exactly. And Wesley is eventually gone for king f7 and bishop f6, but now bishop d6 seems to be played. Rook
a8 check, king b5, rook a3, rook f1.
You do not want to trade because the pawn will go all the way through. But hey, what if Sam goes, let's say, here and takes this pawn? Can he now push for the win again? He goes rook f1. All right, the moves are flying in again. And Wesley moves the rook back. Uh-oh. Now Sam can grab the pawn and he can play for the win. But is it going to be now? And he's got a big edge on the clock. Rook a8 by Wesley. Bit of panic there. Bishop c3 perhaps. Okay, he takes the pawn and they're moving back and forth. Okay, rook b8 I assume, but definitely rook to be done for Wesley. Yeah, Sam is playing for the win. He's up a pawn. And also, if he can cut off Wesley's king, that could definitely be unpleasant. And, you just push the pawn, and maybe you can end up in a rook versus bishop endgame.
Oh, no. As much as I want to see how the players will demonstrate the best skills in the endgame, I don't want to sit and watch it for another 15 minutes.
All right, rook e2 has been played by Sam, king f5 by Wesley. Clever move getting out of the pin. But what about c5 now? Pushing that pawn forward and making sure that black cannot play bishop d6, pinning your bishop. And I don't know, like c5, king c4, it definitely looks like Sam still has great chances here because he still has a minute on the clock. And there he's reaching for the pawn, and there he goes, c5. Wesley, is he going to hold this one? It doesn't look straight. It doesn't look straightforward at all.
Yeah, was the king being cut while the white king is so close to the pawn and is going to support the pawn with both bishop and the king? Yeah, it's pretty tricky.
And there he goes. He gave some checks and moved the king back to g8. Something like rook g8 was played, king c4. I believe a check and king and rook back, but it's not looking too convincing. Maybe check now or push. I like this move by Sam. He goes bishop a5, which will always nicely shield his king from the checks. And again, look at that clock. Sam still has a minute, which is so useful in this situation. While Wesley is down to 17 seconds.
And just 5 seconds increment per move.
Right, c6, rook b8, good move. Something like here. And
King
rook b8 was
C5.
played. Okay, so c5 Wesley can take.
Yeah,
King
King
e6,
C5
I
was
guess.
played.
Oh yeah, and king c5 on the board. All right, now I guess we might get into a situation where Sam is not going to contend himself with a rook versus bishop endgame. I think if the moment Sam is going to play c7, Wesley is just going to take. But Sam will try to just promote this pawn or trade off the bishops. If Sam trades off the bishops, he's going to win this game.
Oh, I think he's winning now. He's winning
Yeah,
now.
well,
Yeah, so after king c5, rook c8, king d5. Yeah,
All right, so
our board is completely stuck.
Yeah, very difficult to figure out what's going on. Okay, so I think bishop f4 was played, something like that.
No, rook
Rook
c8
here.
first. Rook c8 first, then king d... wait.
Oh, wait, the moves
Okay,
are
now we
flying
got
in.
them. Now we got them.
Bishop 4. Yeah, bishop g3. Okay, check. And king g4. This does not look very convincing. You would love to play bishop e5, but black can take the pawn on c6. So what is Sam going to do here? Maybe rook e7 to prepare this move? Makes a lot of sense to me. Also,
Rook7,
now
rook
bishop endgames
d7.
might be winning because black's king is so misplaced.
Yeah. But even if he, again, it's so hard to win with the rook and the bishop against the rook.
All
Even
right,
if you let him rook.
exactly. Something like check, and this was played. Check, rook d7. Can Wesley take? I doubt it. Perhaps
Rook
just rook c8.
No, he played rook c8, bishop c5.
Rook c8, bishop c5. Clever move by Sam. He wants to go bishop d6, and again, block the diagonal of
So that you
Wesley's
cannot give
bishop.
up the bishop for the pawn.
Exactly. Bishop d6.
Bishop
and
c7, bishop d6, bishop a5.
it's starting to look lost. Like, let's say you go here, maybe
Yeah.
rook b7, and again, you can consider a rook trade. This king is so misplaced. I don't know if it's winning. Maybe black can come back just in time, and all of these moves are on the board.
Yeah, he's planning to play rook f7, rook, and then rook f8. Yeah, no, bishop went to e1. But yeah, he can play rook f7,
Wow.
rook f8.
So I guess if Sam goes c7, Wesley wants to go bishop h4, and he might be just in time to go bishop d8 and give up that bishop for the pawn. Like, look at this. King here, here, and you take, and you're just in time to still get the bishop.
No.
Wow. But this looks so... Sam gives a check, hits the bishop. Okay, bishop a5 back, maybe? It looks very, very scary for Wesley at this point. I think Sam's going to win. But Sam also getting low on the clock now. He's having 20 seconds. Bishop e1 again. Okay, c7, there's here. And black's probably still just in time. What's Sam going to do? He goes rook f7. Bishop a5.
b7, maybe rook d7, rook b8?
That's... But... okay, he goes rook f8. Okay, goes rook f8. So take. Is this winning, though? Wait. Take. Let's say king f5, king d6.
I think he messed it up.
I think this might be just a draw. With the king behind, you cannot easily trade.
Yeah,
and
you cannot offer a trade of bishops here. Yeah.
Oh, no. I think Sam blew it. I think this is just a draw.
Just one move. Oh, my God.
I think Sam had to try to, keep the rooks on the board. And only trade if he was like, yeah, and only trade if he was like 100% sure. But now it seems like Wesley is just in time. Like, let's say you go here, black's gonna wait, and auto wait here. It's still very tricky, but I guess, well, it's still tricky. I honestly at this point I don't know. It's tricky. But now wait, with the kings on d7 and d5, it actually looks pretty straightforward. Like, you're just gonna sit. And I don't know what Sam can try here.
Suddenly it's not winning anymore.
Yep. By the way, we are getting confirmation that the game between Ray Robson and Fabiano ended in a draw. It actually was played out till Rook versus Rook, but the result did not change. All right, so Sam's walking his king over to b7. Probably also a draw. This diagonal is not very long, though, so Wesley could run into Zugzwang, but I think with bishop d8 and bishop a5, he has just enough moves for his bishop.
Yeah, bishop c7 is his plan, but then he needs to just play bishop d8 and then... No, I think he needs to keep it... Oh, okay.
Right, and yeah, exactly. Like you pointed out, the moment white goes here, then black moves his bishop to another diagonal. So I don't think there's a way for Sam to make progress here, which is quite unfortunate for him. And yeah, at this point, it's pretty straightforward. Like your king has to be behind, and then there's no way for the
And
pawn.
once the bishop is blocking the pawn, you bring your bishop and attack from the other side.
Exactly. So yeah, frustrating game here for Sam. He was very, very close, played a great game, but he let it slip. It's unfortunate. And Wesley
I
is
still
just
don't understand how he was winning, but it looks like he was just one move behind. He needed his king a bit closer, then he can trade the rook, then he goes king d7, bishop c7, and then he wins the game.
Exactly, yeah. I also didn't see the win. It was very difficult. By the way, in the meantime, I just wanted to remind you guys that Hikaru's recap is already up on YouTube. So if the mods can put the link in the chat, that'd be great. Make sure to check it out, everyone. I'm sure you all can learn a lot from his analysis. And yeah, it's great that he's doing these while he's playing a high-level tournament.
See, Benjamin is the biggest fan. He gets a notification immediately.
Exactly, of course. Yep. All right, so bishop e3. Of course, you do not take this bishop because the pawn will reach the other end of the board. But Wesley's just going to sit. Also, I wonder... They're still pretty far off from 50 moves, and Wesley also wouldn't be able to claim because they're not keeping score. But I believe once they reach 75 moves, the game is just a draw. It's just over.
Yeah.
Wait, what is Wesley doing? Why is he not moving? Wait, did it lag? Seems to be kind of frozen.
I'm on move 121.
So
they're just repeating moves. Yeah, it's a draw now. He pushed c7.
Right.
Yeah. Oh,
and
he's so frustrated. It's a shame that Sam could not do it.
Yeah, it's a real pity. Yeah, here he was so close, but it's really difficult to push this pawn through and not give Wesley the opportunity to take it with his bishop. But here, it feels like there's got to be something, but I don't quite see it. But yeah, tough draw for Sam.
That, yeah, he needed to do it from the other side. But how?
Right, anyway. But okay, so all games in a tiebreak and in a draw. So it's all going to be decided in game number 2. Or will they move on to the blitz tiebreak in case of another draw in all matches?
Yeah, it's really amazing how many games we get here to look at. Yeah, we can go on a short break now, and we'll be back with the game number 2.
And welcome back, everyone, to the playoffs of the round 1 of the American Cup. So here we see the game between Levon Aronian and Lenier Dominguez. Maria, what do you make of the outcome of the opening so far?
So far, I quite like Levon's position. I like that he has a pawn on d5, which blocks the development of the black pieces. The bishop on c8 is still yet to find a good place to go to. The pawn on d6 will be a weakness since Lenier already put his bishop on g7, so it's a decided case where the bishop should be. So it will be really hard to keep this position intact, but at the same time, the engine really prefers the position of black, which is quite surprising. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I mean, this pawn on d5 perhaps could also turn into a bit of a weakness. Maybe the a3 square is a little bit weak, and maybe Dominguez can have some tactics along this diagonal, but it's not obvious to me at all. And I think there's definitely still all to play for. 2 pairs of pawns have been traded off, but for the rest, all the pieces are still on the board. But let's have a very quick look around the horn. Let's see what's happening in the game between Ray Robson and, Fabiano Caruana already has a decisive advantage because you cannot stop bishop e4 properly. What's happened here?
Wow. And queen e8?
But queen e8, bishop e4 anyway, and your rook is trapped.
Yeah.
So I would think the only move, is to go rook d8. But look at this, bishop e4. You attack the queen steps over.
The bishop? Oh, wow.
You have to give up the bishop, and then your rook has to step into the corner again. And this is so, so sad. How are you ever getting this bishop out? Because the moment your bishop moves, you're hanging this pawn on b7 and your rook. So this has been a disaster for Ray Robson.
So it's a position where you can conclude, let him both rook.
Yeah, I don't know what has happened here. Like, let's look at this opening real quick. So it started off as a Catalan. Bishop g2, bishop e4 check, knight d2, knight f3. All of this is pretty standard. But somewhere along the way, things went really wrong for Ray. Around here.
Yeah, now really Ray.
Exactly, yeah. He went astray here. Astray. Okay, well, anyway. It looks even at first sight. But the problem is your bishop, the white's bishop on g2, is so much better than black's bishop on c8, right? Because it cannot move out. And also, this bishop is under attack. He played the bishop here, but now already bishop d2 here would have been a good move. But with these moves, it's almost game over. And look at Ray's clock. He's down to 2.5 minutes, and Fabiano still has a very, very comfortable 9.5 minutes on the clock. So I think Fabiano is just going to blow him off the board here. Well, yeah, quite a...
But did he need to play bishop to c5 instead? Maybe
perhaps bishop c5 would have been better, but
diagonal.
But it looks like black is still significantly worse here after rook to d1. Maybe b4 is coming. So yeah, it's quite a mystery what has gone wrong here in Ray's game. But let's have a look. We also have Wesley's game against Sam Shanling. The big question really is, who affected that game the most and in what way, right? I mean, Sam missed a win after a very long game. On the other hand, Wesley had to defend for a very, very long time. He was under a lot of pressure, and I'm sure that took him a lot of energy. And I already like Sam's positioning coming out of the opening. All right, so bishop g5 here by Wesley, trying to trade off the bishops. Maybe something like knight d7 to try to go after this weak e5 pawn. And yeah, looking maybe a little bit more pleasant for Sam, but still pretty balanced, I would say. He doubles up both rooks on the f-file. Maybe he's looking at an exchange check, so then he can take here and knight takes f3. So perhaps Wesley should play queen e2, defending this pawn on e5 once more. And yes, you can sack, but I don't see a clear follow-up. And White can play f4 to strengthen, and that's what Wesley does. He plays the move queen e2. All right. In the meantime,
yeah, we can have a look at Fabiano's position as well.
Yeah, in the meantime, let's have a quick look at Fabiano's position. It looks like he's cleaning things up. Okay, so rook d8 was played by Ray, bishop b4, knight d6, and Ray finds the only way not to lose material, but now bishop c7. Such a good move by Fabiano. You attack the rook, and the idea is that if takes, you take, and now rook d8 is a big threat. So Ray goes rook d7, takes, and takes with the knight, but his position is so passive now. And I don't see how he's ever getting out of this, because look at this. You cannot move your knight, because then comes rook d8. You cannot move the rook. You cannot move the bishop. You cannot move this pawn.
Yeah.
I don't see a single piece. I mean, he can move the queen and hope that Fabiano doesn't have a way to break through, but this looks so sad, especially with a minute and 12 seconds against 9
Or
minutes.
a5, rook a7, and b5, something like this.
Perhaps that could be considered.
Very
He goes
ugly,
a5, and maybe rook a7 and b6, and maybe you can somehow get your pieces out, but
it's so slow, right?
It's looking super tough. So I would be shocked if Fabiano does not win this game, especially given that big lead on the clock.
Yeah. Ray had to waste all his time.
Yeah, so something really went wrong in the opening for Ray, and yeah, it looks like he's not gonna get knocked out here, but he is gonna lose the first round, which it's not the end of the world, but you'll have to work harder to make your way back. In the meantime, let's see what's happening in some of the other games. In the game between Lavon and Aronian and Dominguez, I think Dominguez is still doing pretty well, but he's down 3 minutes on the clock, which he will have to be quite careful of. And Sam and Wesley, pretty balanced so far. Yeah, look at those rooks, indeed. Yeah, I guess if Sam takes, you recapture the queens on attack, and his pawn on d4 can become quite weak. Also,
or
Sam
maybe he
again
can take with the queen.
Maybe you take with the queen, right? And the pawn on d4 can become a weakness in the endgame because you can bring in the king. I think that's better. Yep. Sam also up 3 minutes on the clock. We saw how in the first game he also had a big time advantage. So I like how Sam is playing here in the playoff, but now he's got a tough decision to make.
Yeah.
Someone's asking why is Wesley. Sorry, someone's asking why is Wesley down on time? Well, because Sam played faster. It happens. All right, but go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Oh no, I'm just saying that this is very unorthodox position, so I can see both of the players spending quite some time on each move here.
All right, so let's see what's going to happen. In the meantime, the camera is on Fabiano's game against Ray.
But I think the camera is frozen. No. I don't see the time ticking. And the players are not moving.
It seems like the players are moving. All right, so after a5, Fabiano played queen b3, hitting the pawn, and Ray absolutely made the right decision. He goes h6.
Now it's moving. Okay, it was frozen for me. My bad. Yeah, he's under a minute and he plays h6. No, that's not a move. h6 is not a move.
Well, the thing is, if white takes, black's pieces actually come out here a little bit. Even though after knight c8, white can trade up everything and go into this endgame, which looks very, very promising. But Fabiano's got such a dominant position that I'm not even sure you want to take the pawn.
Yeah.
But if you don't take, the question really is like, okay, how are you further going to improve your position? Which is not that easy. And
maybe queen a4.
Queen a4 is an idea, but again, the question still is, how are you going to increase the pressure? Which to me is not obvious. So it's also not that obvious to Fabiano because he's spending so much time. But he goes.
My idea is to either take on a5 or to take on b7 and then take the knight on d7.
So he's played queen b5, a4.
Okay, that is probably even better.
So he wants to keep Ray's pieces tied up. Or after queen e7, oh no, Ray blundered. That's it. Look at this. If you take, white's going to take here, the queen's under attack. Yeah. And if you go here, then white just takes. And he takes the rook, and that's it. And if you go bishop a6, I guess this is winning. Yeah, you take. If you take, you're down a piece. And
just takes.
Down a piece. Exactly. So I think it's game over. I don't see a way for Ray to keep the game going. He goes to e5, but is that going to solve his problems? Let's say Fabiano just moves the rook. Isn't it just the same position? I think nothing changes, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
And again, Ray is super low on the clock. He's got 18 seconds. I think Rook D1 is just game over. What a
You can
what an
also take on
unfortunate way.
C8, to be honest. So on C8 and then on D7.
Well, the thing is though, if you take with the queen, Black can take and he has Rook A7, right? So there's still some tactics. Perhaps you can just take with the bishop though. That's very much possible. But the pawn on E2 is protected, and I guess Black doesn't have any tactics here. So I think that's very much possible, but I expect Fabiano to just move the rook back.
Already, yeah. Rook D1.
Keep the status quo, and it doesn't change anything compared to the other variations. If Ray takes, you take here, and you're still losing a piece with Black. So that's what but he's taken on E5, also fine.
He can also take on E5, I was just about to say. Because the rook is still hanging.
Right. So let's see what Ray's gonna do. It's looking super tough, and his last seconds are taken. Now he goes Rook A7. Okay, so his idea is that if Fabiano takes, now he can take here. And I mean, it's of course completely lost. Make no mistake about it. But it's not completely over yet. Not completely. Like Fabiano, I mean, he can be up 3 pawns, but he's not up a piece.
Yeah, but I think after Rook D5, he cannot save the knight on D7. I mean, Rook A. Did he play Rook A7? Yeah, he played
Yes,
Rook A.
He played Rook A7, Bishop takes C8, and Knight takes E5. And now maybe Fabiano's just going to take another pawn. Again, he's got a completely winning position, but still has to finish it off. And so Rook A7 takes. If Rook E4, there's still F6. Again, it's far from pretty, especially after a move like F4. But I mean, you're still kind of hanging on, kind of being the key word. All right, but yeah, Fabiano's so close to finishing this one off. All right, in the meantime, the game between Aronin and Dominguez is getting completely out of hand. Levon is lacking any sort of coordination, and I love Dominguez's bishops here.
Is winning.
Yeah, it looks great for him. A Rook E7 by Levon, maybe just Rook C8, bringing in more pieces. And White's pieces, again, they're just so shattered all over the board. They're not really...
Yeah, the knight on A4, queen on A3, really strange. He was attacking the pawn on D6. Yeah.
Yep. But the problem is you cannot take, because then you hang your knight. So I really love Dominguez's position here. And if he wins this game, it's all over. So maybe the match between Sam Shangland and Wesley So, that game also has gotten out of control. Because Wesley somehow managed to get his queen to A8. And I don't see how Sam is getting the queen side together. If you take here, White takes here, attacks the queen, and there's just too many problems, because also knight takes C5 is there. And if you go knight D8, well, then something like, then also you hang this pawn. So I don't see how Sam is keeping it together here.
All 3 matches might be over now.
Yep. Perhaps King E7, but King E7 was played, Queen G8. All right. From what I can see, King E7, Queen G8 takes, Rook D4 was played, and I think it's just falling apart for Sam. Look at this, Queen B3, Queen G7, and that F7 you just take and pick up the knight. So unfortunate for Sam, like he was so close to winning that first game. Also, he got a fine position out of the opening, but it's gotten completely off the rails, and I think it's just gonna be he's just gonna lose here.
Punished for not using the chance in the first game.
Yep. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. If you don't score yourself, your opponent will score, and that's what we're seeing in this match.
That's usually what happens, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, Fabiano is also completely crushing. I think the last move he can do. We're a bit delayed, right? Because there was some moves played. G6, H5. Are you getting any moves?
I see the position after Rook to C7.
No, there was some more moves. Yeah, this is the position. I think that if now Fabi plays h4, no, Black played h4 themselves. He could have played h4, completely lock up the king. But yeah, now he played.
Right.
He's sacrificing, just trying to spice it up a little bit.
Okay, but yeah, Fabiano just takes the pawn, and I don't think there's anything you can do.
Maybe g5 is the
meantime-
idea, to open up g-file and then rook c1 check.
Yeah, I mean here, I
Oh,
mean
he's
maybe just
running
trade the
away.
queens. It should be a very straightforward win, given the fact that you're up so many pawns. And also Fabiano,
Probably the
or wait,
easiest.
this is the Fabiano game. Wesley seems
Ray
to be
has
cleaning.
2 seconds left. 1 second.
Wesley, in the meantime, has won his game against Sam Shanklin because look at this. After g4, white can always trade off the queens and the knights and go into a winning pawn, king of pawn game, but also black doesn't have a move. You go queen f8, and there's knight g6. So Wesley wins and moves on to the semifinals of the winner's bracket. And the game between Levon and Dominguez also is almost over. And it is, it seems. Dominguez wins his game as well. So Hikaru, he's going to be playing Dominguez in the semifinals of the winner's bracket. Wow, I did not expect that like all of the matches would be over after this game.
Yeah, and they suddenly all finished all at the same time.
Exactly, yeah. And on the
After
screen,
being
we
so
see the last
double-edged.
couple of moves in the game between Fabiano and Ray Robson. But those white passers are just going to be way, way too strong. Just b7, a5, just push the pawns. And that should be all she wrote.
Yeah, it's quite incredible how much Fabiano improved in online games in the last couple of years. I remember he was never really performing well in the World Rapid and Blitz in any of the formats. And now he becomes even bigger favorite when he moves on to the tiebreak playoff.
Exactly, yeah. He's really stepped up his game. And I heard him say in an interview that back in the day, he wasn't really taking it seriously, but now he is. He also gears his opening preparation for those games. And yeah, we see him taking the win here against Ray. So Ray's played a good match. And you can ask yourself, was it perhaps a mistake from Ray to make a quick draw with the white pieces? Because, you know, when you have the white pieces, you can just try to go for the win. And by making that draw, he also gives Fabiano the chance to play with the white pieces again in the tiebreaker. So maybe he had to go for it in the classical.
Yeah, you really have to take all your chances and not think that, oh, it will be fine, I can just do it in the next portion, because you usually get punished. They say there is chess karma. If you don't play according to the position, you get punished. If you don't try your best in every game, you get punished.
Exactly. And here, bishop e7, a very nice move by Fabiano to clean things up. He can now go a6, a7, or, you know, just take another pawn. But yeah, so rook takes f4, he's going to be up 1, 2, I can't even count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns. Right now he's up 4. And yeah,
5 pawns.
Yeah. All right, Ray gives up the knight, and yeah, it's soon going to be over. Sure, and there we see the resignation. So Fabiano Caruana moves on to the semifinal against Wesley So.
Great semifinals, very exciting. Yeah, we found out who will be the opponent of Hikaru tomorrow. And it's been really exciting games. Have we been live?
Yeah.
Over 5 hours. Wow.
Yep, yeah, it's been a long day, but it started off great with Hikaru drawing his game and moving on to the semifinals, in which he will be facing Lenier Dominguez, who crushed Aronian in the second rapid game. I mean, look at this. His bishops were just total beasts, and Levon at the end was going to get checkmated because you lose this rook, and there's no way to stop this. If you take here, bishop g6, there's no more checks, and that's going to be all she wrote. So quite surprising. I thought we were definitely headed for a blitz tiebreaker, but all of a sudden, though, yeah, this one, or you know, in one of the matches, but Dominguez won, Wesley So won, and Fabiano Caruana won. but especially a heartbreaker for Sam Shangland. He was so close to winning the first rapid game against Wesley So, let it slip, and then in the second game, it all fell apart. And so he is gonna move on to the losers bracket, but the players will still have a chance to come back.
Yeah, there it is a double elimination bracket. So even if you get to the losers bracket, like Sam Sevian, like Livon Aronian, like Sam Shankland, they will all have another chance by beating their next opponent. If you are losing 2 in a row, then you are out. And tomorrow Hikaru will be taking on Linier Dominguez, and Fabiano Caruana will be facing Wesley So. We will see the first half of the matches tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's going to be very exciting. Yeah, I think Hikaru should also have good chances against Linier Dominguez. He's, of course, going to try to win in the Classical, but if he doesn't, I do like his chances in an eventual tiebreak. And in the losers bracket, honestly, I don't know who's playing who. I don't know if we have a bracket somewhere, but yeah. Anyway, in the losers bracket, there will be Livon Aronian, Sam Sevian will be there, Ray Robson, and Sam Shangland. They still have a chance to make a comeback.
Yeah, and we're being told that Hikaru has a very good record against Linier Dominguez. That's great to know. I still remember some of their games long time ago in 2012. They were playing in Grand Prix already. And back then Hikaru also won the game.
Right. So, yeah, we'll see how it will be this time around. 2012, that's more than 10 years ago. It's crazy how long these players have been at the top. But with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be calling it a day. We all hope you enjoyed the broadcast. We really appreciate everyone who came out here and supported Hikaru. And make sure to stick around. We're going to play the outro, and make sure to be back tomorrow when Hikaru is going to be taking on Linier Dominguez in the semifinals of the American Cup. Maria, I want to thank you for covering the games with me today. It was a lot of fun. And any last words from you?
Yeah, thank you, Benjamin. Really, really happy that we did it today. I will see you guys tomorrow. My companion for tomorrow will be Jon Ludwig Hammer, and I hope I will be back with Benjamin another day. Thank you for being with us for such a long time, and see you tomorrow.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move, and then I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. If I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again.
Championship Sunday. The World Cup concluded earlier today. Now it's time for the Speed Chess Championship. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, my good friend, my co-commentator in crime, Grandmaster Daniel the Prophet Naroditsky. Danya, it's Hikaru versus Magnus.
I can't believe this moment has arrived. I cannot believe it is actually 2 p.m. on Sunday, December the 18th. And listen, Magnus fans, Hikaru fans, chess fans, soccer fans, let's begin by acknowledging that this is one of the most anticipated chess matches ever.
It certainly is. There's a lot at stake